King Academics. Here we go. Takes a second. I gotta crank them out one at a time. And now we're getting on meta. We about to be cooking. Okay. Yo, chat. Am I drinking that much in the intro? Because last night I was drunk. I'm gonna lie to you. I was drunk. That's why I kind of got off stream around 4 hours. I was drunk, bro. Word 2, I was drunk. That's why I ordered food last night, right? I ordered food on stream. Nigga, I was drunk. I ain't really eat nothing early in the day, though. Maybe that was it. Because I'd never really get drunk like that. I knew I was drunk because I was saying something. And, like, my drunk mind, again, I'm a type of drunk who goes to sleep. My drunk mind just connected another random point. And I said, whoa, that's not coherent. I know it's not coherent. And I don't know if y'all would listen to me and be like, okay, I'm following up. Wait, what? But I caught it. And at that moment, I said, all right, wrap this bitch up in 20 minutes and get the fuck off stream, my nigga. Word 2. Word 2. So, you know, at least I have some type of awareness when I'm getting a little bit too lit because, I mean, my job here is to talk, make points, give comedy, do things to entertain y'all. And if I feel like I'm being incoherent, it's no reason for me to be on stream, right? Anyway, I'm back here, chat. I'll slow the drinking for now. I think we could rock out for a little bit. Look at y'all. Somebody said, call, whack, fall back, ball, sack, Lakers. What are y'all talking about? Everybody check in real quick. Roll call, roll call. Belgium in the building. New Zealand in the building. It's day 9. Where we at? We checking in. Yo, they hated on our TikTok stream. Yo, TikTok gave me a warning. TikTok gave me a warning and said, hey, you can't stream for like 15 hours. I was like, what? What do we do on TikTok? Shout out to TikTok, but they pussy over there. Portland, Oregon. We got Iceland, United, Austin, United, Iceland. Stop capping, nigga. Houston, Texas was cracking, Crody. Someone said, your liver is crying out thug tears. Maybe, but I do be, yo, you know this bottle, right? So this bottle is, I think, 1.5 liters. Like 1.5 liter, is it? You know I drink this by myself. Where's this? It is 1.5 liter. Like, yo, shout out to the couple of chat niggas who care about me. They'll hit me and they'll be like, yo, act, you know, what about you like just pour water in the bottle and just drink water and act like you're drinking? I'm like, nigga, I'm not trying to give the perception I'm drinking. I'm trying to drink. Like, I'm not here trying to like make y'all think I'm drinking. I'm trying to get lit because I have a good time when I'm streaming. Like, again, to me, streaming is like going to the club. I go to the club, I get lit, I turn up, I have fun with my homies, and then I fall asleep. And when I get off a stream, I fall asleep. That's how it works. So I don't know about the fake drinking shit because to me, I consider what people would say is work, streaming. I consider it fun. I'm turning up with y'all boys. You feel me? All right, we got a bunch of shit to talk about today. Some Shannon Sharpe shit, some other stuff. We're going to get to a bunch of stuff. If I didn't get to some stuff, actually, we're going to start out. You know, my strategy is always, because you know that liquor hit, I got to hit y'all with paperwork first. We got to work. Nah, I'm playing. No, but we didn't get to Durk's stuff. And I ain't gonna lie, Durk's label sent me some stuff about him yesterday. So I was like, the labels are sending me things about Durk? But I think, you know, they clearly want people to be tuned in to what's going on with his trial and if he's going to get a bond. There is some interesting development. We're going to go over it. But, yeah, we're going to do that. More Shannon Sharpe stuff, clearly. What else is going on? What else did I put in the title? I put a couple things in the title. The title also says Uzi. Oh, yeah, we didn't really get to the Uzi stuff. We got to get to some Kanye stuff. Kanye did a stream. Apparently, Kanye's in rehab right now. Kanye left Japan, went to Spain, and apparently he's working on his relationship with his woman in like some like, I don't know if it's an inpatient or outpatient rehab thing, but he did a stream with Digital Nas, and like, I don't know if we can find that stream, but we'll try to do that. Also, we got a Tory Lanez interview. Tory's in jail. He's actually talking about a case. Let me get into shit really quickly. Everybody's checking in? Is everybody checking in? Somebody said, nigga, you live? I am live. And by the way, chat, listen, I don't care how much money they think I have or I do have. I don't give a fuck. You know the pizza, you know the food I ordered last night on stream? That's what I ate this morning. Because after I only ate like 5 wings, and then the pizza I didn't touch. So this morning, nothing tastes better than heating up the cold pizza. Why does like reheated cold pizza like taste better than when the pizza's hot? So this morning I ate like 4 or 5 slices, I ain't gonna lie, of the fucking, it was like pepperoni and also grilled chicken on it. This shit was fire this morning, bro. Promise you. Shit was lit. So that's what's going on. All right. Why y'all saying Gunna? By the way, chat, could we spam some Scorpions for the consistency? 9 days in a row. I'm going to be honest. Somebody said this on Rumble. I do believe it. This consistency has kind of almost, it's helping me personally. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you why. You know, because, you know, these days, we're not even going hard to book interviews these days. Like, these rappers got nothing to say. I'm not going to be chasing niggas around for interviews. At this point, I'm like, yo, if there's a big artist, we'll indulge, but like, ain't nobody more entertaining than Big Act. I'm going to just sit here and just, listen, when it comes down to it, this is why, you know, everybody always, they got to give me the credit. When it comes down to it, I don't need an artist. I don't need nobody else. Big Act going to put up 70 every night by my damn self. So, it's kind of what it is. Wait, I lost my train of thought. Anyway. Oh, no. Yeah, I was talking about the consistency and how it's helped me. However, like when I'm streaming and shit like that, you know, I do a bunch of other things in a day. I do have other businesses. I do, like, you know, we run other things within the media empire. But sometimes I don't stream. And what I've realized what this streak has done is like, it's made me now finally, which I should have always did. I'm scheduling my day around this. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, before it was more like, all right, just have your day. Then if you have time, stream. Now it's like, I'm on a streak. I don't want to break the streak. Okay, so if I got to do A, B, and C, or say someone invites me out to be like, oh, we're having a birthday dinner. Okay, I'll come to the dinner, but I got to stream early. I got to do A, B, C. You know what I mean? So I do think the stream, the streak is helping me. So I want to thank you guys for, you know, I feel it's done pretty positive for my life recently. So I'm happy. Anyway, cool. Let's get into some of the stuff. We're probably going to do the Durk stuff first because we did not do it before. We ain't do the Durk stuff before, right? Okay, where is the Durk shit? Is it this? Nope, it's not it. Is it? Where is the Durk thing? This is it. I got it right here. Huh? No? Oh, yeah. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure. So, as I said, I'm being really transparent. Durk's label actually sent me info, but it was a court document. So, I got to make sure the court document's here. And I was just like, hey, I'll cover it. You know, I mean, you can't tell me what to say. I'm just going to read it as it is. And they were like, yeah, you know, I think this is important. And I think the reason why Durk's label would send me this is because they want the fans to have some hope and understanding of what's going on. And they probably know I do a decent job of breaking shit down, right? So if it's this, it would be on that date. Nah, what's it called? Give me 1 second. No, that's not it. Oh, I think this is it. Is this it? No, that's the exhibit. It's this, I believe. Is it? No, it's not that. Yeah, I'm in my emails. That's why. Is it this? No. Okay. Just give me 1 second. It'll take 2 seconds for me to send this over to the main computer that you guys can have it. So what this is basically this, right? And I'm going to give you a breakdown, and then we're going to read a few things. So essentially, hold on, I'm sending it to myself. There we go. Good. So essentially what's happening is that Durk is trying to get bail, and his argument is this. Yo, we not only want bail, we want to try to dismiss the case. The reason we feel we have an argument for the case to be dismissed is that the prosecutors, which is the federal government, they admitted that how they got the indictment was essentially presenting a certain amount of evidence. Now, one of the evidence they allegedly presented to a grand jury, they're claiming is entirely false. And this is it right here, okay? So what this is that Durk is trying to have a motion to dismiss, which means it will be dismissing the entire indictment. And he's saying it's based on a false or misleading grand jury evidence. Now, what is that? So the government basically said some of the things that supported their theory that Durk orchestrated or was paying for this murder of Lil Pop, which really was, they were trying to get Quando Rondo. Their evidence is that Durk was self-snitching, and he was talking about doing this in songs. So they brought up a song where he was rapping and seemingly about Lil Pop and basically bragging like, yeah, I got that done. And they used that in grand jury to get the indictment, right? What Durk's lawyers are saying, whoa, so y'all got to, so if you don't know how a grand jury works, I've said this a bunch of times, but we might have new people. This is the expectation. This is the expectation. So there's like levels to when police are investigating crimes. In most places, like, obviously stop and frisk isn't really anywhere, but sometimes stop and identify, or sometimes, if the police be like, hey, what's your name? You have to give them a name or they could arrest you. And that's the lowest level of, what the cops need. So there's something called reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion means it's the lowest level. It means if the cop is walking around, say you got a shiesty on and you're like sneaking up behind cars, and say they got a call in saying, yo, I think somebody's trying to break into a car. If they stop you, if they pull up to the area, they see you and they ask you, hey, what's your name? You can't be like, whoa, what the fuck? They have reasonable suspicion that at the very minimum, in most places, you got to identify yourself, okay? In some places, you don't got to give ID, but you got to at least tell them your name, okay? So reasonable suspicion is the lowest level. It means a law enforcement officer believes that a crime is about to happen, is in the process of happen, or could happen, okay? All right. So that's reasonable suspicion. Above that, and this is where a cop could search your car, is what's called probable cause. Now, probable cause, there's a really wide range of it, because if a cop pulls you over and he eventually searches your car, whether it's a dog that sniffs marijuana and you're in a place where marijuana is not supposed to be at, right? Because it's illegal, even though it's legal most places now. That would be probable cause, right? Probable cause means that there's a probability that there is evidence that a crime has been committed. So reasonable suspicion, you could actually pull somebody over before they do the crime. But you can't really search them or nothing. You could just ask them their name. Probable cause is that there's a probability that there is there's evidence, whether it's in the car, whether it's whatever, but the cop has to have the mindset that he believes that a crime has been committed, and he believes that because the crime has been committed, there's probable cause to try to get evidence. You get what I'm saying? So that might mean, hey, I smell weed, so I want to search the car to see if weed is there. That's probable cause. Now, that's really tricky, because that's the same thing you could get indicted on, right? So probable cause literally means that, there's a high likelihood that they believe there is evidence of a crime or there is enough evidence that suggests you may have did a crime, and that's enough to indict someone. Okay? So when you hear about a grand jury only cares, and they're going to vote at the end, and this is why it doesn't have to be unanimous. It's like majority. In Jersey, it's 23 people. You got to have at least 12. Some other places it's lesser, or some other places, sometimes they'll change the amount you need. But in any place you need a grand jury, they're going off probable cause. I'll give you more examples. There's probable cause to charge you with murder if the place that you rent, that you're the only one that has access to, that you invited someone over, and later, for whatever reason, your neighbor called in saying, yo, we smell like a rotten smell. They pull up, they find out there's a dead body in your apartment. They don't know if you killed the person. They don't know. But there's probable cause to think you may have had something to do with the murder. Now, obviously, like, they probably need a little bit more, but still, that's what probable cause is. So once there's probable cause, now they'll charge you and you're going to go to a trial, right? So probable cause is a really low standard. And by the way, this is what they say about grand jury. They say, a good prosecutor could get the jury to indict a ham sandwich, because probable cause, it's not a real standard that it's like, oh, you got to know this person did it. It just has to have enough inference that this person could have done it. You get what I'm saying? So when you get to a court setting for someone to be found guilty of any crime, it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, that's the highest level in the land. Beyond a reasonable doubt. This is reason why in grand juries, it's majority in terms of the people who are voting. So if it's 23, you only need 12. In a trial, the jury that sits there, because they're going off beyond a reasonable doubt, everybody has to agree. It has to be unanimous. And that's what they consider the highest standard in the land, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? So I only explained that to you to explain how things happen or cases get done. So Durk got charged on a complaint because they knew he was going to flee. And then, because what happens, if you don't go through the grand jury, you got to do what's called a preliminary hearing and present your evidence to a judge, and the judge acts as a grand jury, okay? I'm giving y'all like a law course. It's like an overall law course because it does differ state by state, also differs federal and local, whatever. Usually for felonies, they want, or serious felonies, rape, murder, RICO, kidnapping, sex trafficking, they want a grand jury to indict, okay? Which means your peers have either elected that you need to go to trial and be found guilty or not guilty, or they're going to say or it's called, so that would be called a true bill. And then the other side, so a grand jury, they give two options. It's a true bill, which means there is evidence of a crime. Okay? They're not saying you did it. There's evidence of a crime. Or there's a no bill, which means they don't believe that the police gathered enough probable cause to suggest you did that crime that you could be standing trial for it. Okay? Now, usually if it's a no bill, it's pretty much dead in the water because the cops really ain't going to get no more evidence, right? And usually grand juries don't consider the same thing twice after a no bill. But if it's a true bill, it goes to court. Anyway, I know I'm giving you a lot, and I know I'm like kind of scatterbrained because I am off the liquor at 2:00. But what ends up happening if you get indicted is that it's going to go to trial. Now, that process is usually really secretive, right? In a preliminary hearing, we saw with the ASAP Rocky thing, Rocky sat there while they were arguing it out. That didn't go to grand jury. That's called a preliminary hearing. So the judge made the determination to say, we're going to trial. That's not normal for really serious cases. Again, no one wants to be blamed as a judge or whoever to say, oh, I agree that this should go to a trial, or I don't think it should. So that's why they convened these grand juries. So a grand jury convened, and they later, after the complaint, because the complaint was just to lock Durk up before he went to Switzerland, the grand jury came back and said Durk Banks is and will stand and face charges for murder for hire. Now, through the detention hearings and paperwork put in by the government, they have realized, and this is Durk's lawyers, they have realized that they may have swayed the jury, because remember, this is secretive. Durk wasn't there. So at this grand jury shit, they usually don't invite the suspect. The suspect's lawyer doesn't get invited too. It's only the prosecutor and the grand jury. So they basically, that's why they said they could indict a ham sandwich, because you're presenting a case and you have no argue back. Nobody's to argue back. You're just saying whatever. And actually, sometimes they'll bring up a witness. They'll even let the jury people question the witness. So it's like, if they really want an indictment, they could just make it look any type of way. You get what I'm saying? So Durk and his lawyers find out, and it's kind of like very obvious, because when they're trying to make sure Durk doesn't get bail, they keep saying, yo, you can't give him bail because as established in our original indictment that the grand jury signed off on, Durk, and this is supposedly the error, Durk is a threat to the community. Not only is he a guy that operates in the shadows, like King Slime, he pays for the murders. You know what he did? He rapped about someone being murdered after he paid for the murder. Now, Durk's team, they are very confident to say that's false. So if you got my client indicted using false evidence, this indictment should be thrown out. You guys should have to convene a new grand jury and go with factual shit. Okay? So his whole motion to dismiss, and hopefully either dismiss the whole thing, period, which I think that's highly unlikely, but if not, get out on bail, is to say the prosecutors are making up a lie against Durk. What's the lie? There's a song that Durk dropped that they claim Durk was rapping about Lil Pop's death, and Durk claims, and his lawyer claims, that couldn't have been about Lil Pop's death because we 100,000 million% recorded it before he died. So if you're using that song to help indict me, you use false evidence. And if it's false evidence, throw out the indictment. So let's kind of read through it a little bit. It says, defendant Durk Banks, through his counsel of record, moves the court to dismiss the superseding indictment against him in this matter. In the alternative, he moves to compel disclosure of the grand jury minutes. So here's the thing. He doesn't know what's in the grand jury, but through reading through the detention memorandums, he could realize what they used. And he's saying, oh, yeah, I use fake shit against me. The motion is based on the memorandum. Yeah, see? The memorandum of points and authorities and all files and records in this case, such as evidence and arguments, as may be presented at the hearing. The undersigned, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. So let me just kind of get through this quickly for y'all. So it says, the government presented false evidence to the grand jury that indicted Mr. Banks on November 7th. The plain language of the superseding indictment makes it apparent that the government told the grand jury Mr. Banks, through specific lyrics in his music, celebrated and profited from a revenge murder that he had ordered, namely of ASR in August 2022. The claim is demonstrably false. The song the government relied on upon as evidence against Mr. Banks, Wonderful Wayne and Jackie Boy, was actually recorded by another artist, Babyface Ray, and which Mr. Banks recorded a feature, and could have not commercialized, and could have not been a commercialization of Mr. Banks' alleged murder for hire as the government presented or represented to the grand jury. That's because Banks recorded, so Durk recorded the lyrics before, 7 months before the incident even happened. The government's misrepresentation of superseding indictment, whether knowingly or recklessly, undermines the integrity of the grand jury true bill. The court, remember I told you, true bill means you're going forward, no bill, you don't have probable cause. So they're saying we should dismiss the superseding indictment completely, which would then go back to the level of where it was a complaint. And when it's a complaint, now they have to go through a preliminary hearing, and that's more favorable because Durk and his lawyer gets to go back and forth with the judge. But in federal court, a judge sometimes don't want to do no federal hearing, a preliminary hearing, because for cases like this, murder, they want a grand jury indictment. You get what I'm saying? Mr. Banks is a highly... Okay, we don't got to read through this. They're just kind of gassing him up. So they talk about the feature, and they're claiming that he recorded his portion in January 22, and that being his last involvement with the song. A further production was done by the producers and other industry professionals, but no changes to the content and lyrics were ever made by him afterwards. And it says, outside the four corners of the superseding indictment, but more important to the court consideration, the issue of the timing and the lyrics was addressed by... Okay. So they're saying there was a detention hearing. They tried to address it. To counter this argument, the counsel for the government posited to the court that even if the lyrics themselves was written 7 months prior, a version of the song was modified that added audio from a news clip. Hold on. Sorry. So they had brought up in court to say, yo, this shit's old. Like, how could you use old lyrics that was recorded before the murder to say it's evidence of Durk bragging about the murder? Back then in the detention hearing, the government said even if it was recorded and it was old, their whole thing was that you guys added a news clip. So in the song, there's a news clip, and I think we could play a little bit of it. Let's see if we can find it. Wonderful Wayne and Jackie Boy, right? Let's go to that song. This is it. Drink, baby, pop. Here we go. Just got on rap. I don't beef with niggas on the... I don't know, chat, which part of the song has a news clip in it? Hold on. Wonderful Wayne, Jackie Boy, lyrics. I'm pretty sure they did use that sample. I'm trying to figure out. I can't play the whole song just all through and through. Where is the sample? The sample is... Fuck the state, tell him suck my dick. Oh my God. Fuck the state, tell him suck my dick. Well, he ain't gonna tell that to the feds. With your little telling ass trendsetter. It feel like I'm the one who could bring Pelly back. Bro, them steal from me or snake me out. I'm bringing Melly back. Petty ass. Oh, damn, he rapping. Petty ass ain't fuck with me, like she said. Ain't get her belly wrap. I don't beef with niggas on the net. That shit fed years. One op that I hate from over there just got his head pierced. Little bitch seen them drum hanging out my pants. She said it's a Ferris wheel. I can't cap. I got a just off her head skills. I had paid the half for all that drink I was sipping. $5K for a pint. I robbed him back, so I ain't tripping. I'm thinking about my brothers I lost. I'm in my feelings. It's fucked up that I'd rather get revenge instead of millions. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is pretty much why he's in jail, right? Like, the one thing about Durk raps, that nigga was spitting. He says, fucked up. I'd rather get revenge instead of millions. He pretty much did that. Yeah. He got revenge instead of probably getting more millions of dollars right now. Durkio, call me Smirkio, then it's personal. She twerk for show, told me don't come fast, took a perky though. A nigga asked me who I killed before. I like, who you working for? Say my name for clout, but in the streets, they ask gonna hurt. They ask gonna hurt you though. They told me got an addy. Go. Got location. Go. Green light. Go. Look on the news, see your son, you screaming, no. Pussy. And all them niggas hanging with them, if you know, you know. Where's the news clip then? Chat, where's the news clip? I mean, he's kind of... I can't play the whole thing. Hold on, chat. Somebody said there's no news. Oh, there's a fan-made video that's 125. Oh, really? Oh. So there's a fan-made video. This? Oh, with Durk? But did Durk ever use this?
Steal from me and snake me out, I'm bringing them back so I ain't tripping. Gonna hurt you though. No gang shit. Hey, babyface, this shit crazy right here. I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, where's the news clip? It's about to come right here? No, it's not there. Wait, what am I missing?
You in the middle of the crowd almost, just right above them. You know what I'm saying? Tell us what this is gonna be like. It's gonna be out of body experience.
Man, fuck this.
Is it that?
Tell him suck my dick with your little telling.
It was a YouTube short? Where's the video in question? Let me go back to the... They don't have a link to it here? Usually they would have a link to it. So y'all trying to tell me that the feds use a fan-made video? No way. What video is it? No way. But that's a fan edit. That's not in the real song.
Look on the news and see your son, you screaming no, no. And all them niggas hanging with him, if you know, you know. Gang.
Oh, the link is in the paperwork? Oh, shit, look at y'all. The niggas is like, yo, it's in the paperwork, gang. Let's see. Let's see if we can find the link on YouTube. Oh, right here. Oh, okay. Oh, where's the link? Quoting, Okay. The superseding indictment does charge Banks in the alleged murder, blah, blah. In addition to naming him, the superseding indictment contains one new material alleged fact that the original indictment does not. It says, after the shooting, Mr. Banks celebrated the revenge through his music. Following and the murder sought to commercialize by rapping this with explicit references, audio taken from a news clip shortly after where he screamed, no, no. It said the underlying falsehood. For the superseding indictment allegations about the meaning of Banks' lyrics, they describe SR's killing and the reference media about it. Mr. Banks would have needed to pen them after that date, which they're saying he didn't. He wrote them 7 months beforehand. Then they're saying attaches Exhibit 1 to his motion, which is the declaration of Justin Gibson, that's a producer and engineer, who recorded it. And they basically said that it was recorded then. And then Exhibit 2 is whatever, who's a producer and audio engineer, who said they received the lyrics and they didn't receive any modifications. Okay. And additionally, review the open source YouTube links that were provided through email correspondence with the governments and can confirm that the audio and video, right? The audio, just follow my mouse. Audio and video clip featured an individual yelling no, reportedly from a news clips, are not from the original recording. He identifies those clips as fan edits for social media platforms that are altered, fabricated, and inauthentic versions of the original songs. Ooh, okay, Durk. Durk's lawyer's working. I wonder if that's Finland. Mr. Sharpe confirms that it does not contain these manipulated elements. He attests that creating altered audio edits are easy to do through social media platforms, and such practices often result in misinformation and misrepresentation of the original pieces of music and art. Ooh, okay. So actually, let me go to the superseding indictment against Durk. If you guys haven't been to theakademy.blog, please go there if you want to see it. Let's find the superseding indictment. Criminal complaint. Where's the superseding? It's one of these. Okay. Here we go. This was a superseding indictment. So we just got to find where this whole no shit is. And they're probably going to give a link. And yet, this is a RICO, is it? Because I see overt act. RICO usually has conspiracy with it. Oh, right here. Following the attempt. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. We got to find that again because they're going to probably link it somewhere. Here we go. We're going to find it in a second, chat. Oh, they probably don't put a link to it, but they should mention following Oh, that explicit explicitly references audio from a news clip. Oh, so the feds got this wrong. Ooh. By the way, chat, this is why feds go to somebody like Adam22 to get the original version. Because once something is out, people remix, do all type of stuff, and they never know if they're getting the original version. This is why they would show up. It's not Adam's in trouble. They're just like, yo, we need the original OG version. Because now the feds, while presenting, and they probably pass it along in the AUSAs who are trying to get an indictment through the grand jury, they presented, or they, in their case, they said, oh, you know, Durk used a news clip. And the grand jury's sitting there like, what? Oh, this guy's an idiot. Of course he's got something to do with it, right? Like, if you're telling me all these other facts and he used this clip, okay, good. We're going to vote to indict him. And here's the thing. They're saying, y'all got a faulty indictment because y'all presented false information, right? They might have a point here. They might actually have a point, right? Now, we don't know if, it's a safe assumption to say this was involved in the grand jury presentation because it's mentioned here. But if on the offhand it wasn't mentioned, that's the only way Durk's thing won't be considered. Anyway, give me a second. So that is in Durk's new order, or not order, his attempted motion to dismiss this. And it says the court has the power to dismiss an indictment that the grand jury has returned based on information that the government knew at the time to be or later learned to be false. Okay, so they're saying dismiss it because this was a false indictment. The false information presented to the grand jury here compels the superseding indictment's dismissal. The false information prejudiced Mr. Banks in the grand jury proceeding. The court should dismiss the indictment because the government presented false evidence. Okay, that's their whole point. If the court is uncertain whether false information was presented to the grand jury requires dismissal, the court should order the government to produce the transcripts of the evidence from the grand jury. So he's trying to hold them to the fire. A prosecutor who knowingly secures an indictment based on false information or who allows false obtained indictment to persist routes the grand jury from its central protective function. That is clearly what's happened here. For the foregoing reasons, the court should dismiss the superseding indictment against Mr. Banks. In the alternative, the court should compel the disclosure of relevant underlying grand jury proceedings. So they're saying do one of two things. Dismiss the superseding indictment or force them to show, remember, grand jury is supposed to be secret. Force them to show the minutes or the transcripts from this proceeding that we could know if they did present this false evidence, right? Okay. Now, here we go. The judge actually seems like, they're considering this, to be honest. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Fuck. Okay, right here. So, give me 1 second. So, what is this? This is a no. So, this is an application for bail. Pretty much the judge is going to consider it. Like, I'm trying to give y'all, or not be too long-winded here, even though I'm always am. Okay, give me 1 second. Oh, and here's the exhibit for the motion to dismiss. Hold on, I'll put it on screen in a second. This is just from the producer saying, this is from both engineers, the engineer for Babyface Ray and also Durk, saying, yo, that shit was not in there. Like, we put no news clip in there. He didn't change lyrics, and he recorded that shit before the murder. So Durk couldn't have been rapping about the murder that never happened yet, right? Now, granted, I do think the government would have gotten an indictment without this. I'm wondering how they're going to treat this, because they're not going to just let you off if they really think you did murder someone, because this is a technicality that Durk has in his favor. Here we go. Hold on. I'm trying to find you the last relevant page, and then we're off of this. Is it this? Okay, here we go. This is what I wanted to show. Okay, so here's the memorandum. It says, Mr. Durk, and now he's trying to get out. He says, if you're not going to dismiss it, at least give him bond, because this is bullshit. Mr. Durk, or Mr. Banks, requests reconsideration of the order of detention for him pre-trial since December 12th. New information has come to light that impacts not only the veracity of the evidence presented to the grand jury, but of course the government's counsel's representation to the court at the first detention hearing. In light of these developments, Mr. Banks presents the court with a substantial bond package that mitigates any risk posed by his release on his condition. Number one, fan edits with the song. It says, in arguing for his detention, the government attempted to hold Banks responsible for video clips of YouTubers and Instagram users have edited, produced, and posted to social media, but with whom Mr. Banks has no affiliation. At an initial detention hearing, the defense called into question the accuracy of the paragraph of the superseding indictment, which references lyrics from a song by the recording artist named Babyface Ray that features Durk. They mentioned this whole got the Addy, go, go. It said the defense counsel produced an affidavit from a sound engineer and music producer, which says that approximately 7 months before this date is when they did the song. Thus, the song could have not been commercialization by Banks' participation in the murder, okay? And could have not referenced an audio news clip that was taken shortly after, like the government led the grand jury to believe. They basically then just say, this shit was cap, okay? Following the hearing, the defense sought clarification by email about what the blah, 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 that featured both the TMZ news footage and blah, 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 and yeah. The first post was by a user with the handle OTF Edit, right? So this person posted it first. OTF Edit. Oh, their page down. Or maybe there's a period afterwards. Yeah, it's down. Second was posted by My Mixtapes. And the videos do, in fact, contain audio and video of the news coverage, which Taekwon Bowman, which is Quando Rondo, could be here screaming, but it's superimposed over the song, which means it's cap. And they're saying the critical flaw for the government is that Mr. Banks did not create these videos, and the government has failed to show any nexus between these manufactured clips and Mr. Banks. These videos are not created, posted by Mr. Banks or his discretion or direction. The internet users who posted a video or OTF Edit and My Mixtapes and their apparent fan pages maintained by people that have no affiliation with OTF or Mr. Banks. And I think here's the link to it. Right? So they're right. And here's the OTF Edit thing. And they said, oh, they were talking about a YouTube channel. Okay. And then My Mixtapes posted.
He's pulling out a man who had been shot in an SUV.
Oh, so this is another song they're saying it got superimposed in. Okay. By the way, his new proposed bond package, $900,000. Okay. So a bond secured partially in full by approximately $900,000 in equity in real properties, $1 million tendered in cash by Alamo, $150,000 tendered by Nizar Alibabi or Ali Bahia, which is an associate, home detention with electronic monitor, around-the-clock security, ensuring compliance with all conditions, reporting to pretrial, and additional third-party sureties. Okay. Now the government is going to think, the judge is going to think about this, okay? They're going to actually consider this, and we will see where it goes. Okay. Chat, before we get to Shannon Sharpe, we actually do have some stuff. Let me see if I could find this to play. Give me 1 second. All right. Let's just look at this Tory interview. After the Tory interview, we're going to get straight to Shannon Sharpe, so don't you worry. We're going to get to Shannon Sharpe.
Yo, T. Neal in the building, Shade 45.
But Shannon Sharpe, Tory Lanez did call in, and he was talking about his case. And, you know, I know we haven't heard from Tory in a minute, but this is Tory talking from behind jail. And he talked about his case a bit. And he's a little bit confused why, you know, he's even incarcerated still. And listen to the points he makes.
With what I can speak on,
Right,
is just the blatant evidence. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of this evidence was uncovered. Even though I was screaming this at the top of my lungs, a lot of the actual physical evidence was uncovered after trial. You know, there was a ton of prosecutorial misconduct from the prosecutor, things that they tried to hide and suppress, evidence that would have exonerated me that they tried to hide and suppress. But, you know, God sees all. And at the end of the day, God's been on my side. And he told me at the very beginning of this that at the end of this, not only would I get out of this, but that I would get out of this and be bigger than I've ever been.
Facts.
And I've watched everything happen into full fruition, whether or not people can see it or not. See, that's the thing about me and God's relationship. God allows me insight on things that are about to happen.
Okay, he's going to talk about the case a little bit. I want to get to that.
For us to pay, to basically get back on appeal and also get...
Okay, so this is an update on Tory's case.
Nice.
And the Hands of God Project basically allows for us to pay legal fees to get prisoners that were excessively sentenced to basically get back on appeal and also get resentenced and get home.
Right.
And I send about 7 people up a month for resentencing. I give them all lawyers, all legal. The same lawyers that I use are the same lawyers that they use, so they're not getting some second-rate lawyer or anything like that.
And you're doing that from all right there.
Yeah, I'm doing it from jail. So I send 7 people up, $14,000 a person every single month.
Wow.
No matter what, so I can give back because I see what kind of hellhole prison can be, and I know that if you have no, you know, relationship with God or those type of things, it can feel like no one's here for you. And so I called it the Hands of God Project because if you feel like no one's here for you, at least you know that the hand of God is on you. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, like, that's what it was about. And so there's so many things that I had to come here and learn and see how people were being treated. This is modern day slavery. I want to say that as well. You know, I've watched dudes, you know, that have no support system, no family, no family system, nothing to support them and put money on their books. I've watched those dudes wake up and bust their back and work every single day for 9-hour days and make 35 cents an hour. And when they get to canteen for the month, all that money is pretty much gone and they don't even have a lot of food. It's just like I've never seen this. This is like, it's almost like when you go to prison, you go back to like the 1960s or something. It's like,
damn.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like you're being underpaid. And 35 cents is a high paying job. Like they got jobs, it's like 10 cents an hour. Like it's just bad. Like it's so bad. 35
cents is a high, that's crazy.
The highest paying job pays $2.50 an hour. That's like, yo, you're a baller. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like in the prison world, that's like, yo, you have like you're Elon Musk.
Wow.
So you have to think about a hostile environment, and then where I'm at, it goes by levels in California, and you know this is gangland. You got to remember.
So that levels thing, what is that? Like, what is that? We can touch on that real quick. What's that? What is that?
All right, so the way it works, it goes in levels. So they got level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4.
Why this nigga Tory sound like he on FaceTime, man? He sound clear as fuck. This ain't no jail call.
And that's the you know level of custody level that you're on. So basically, like level 1 is usually like pettier crimes, or like you're about to get out, or you know you've been doing well enough that you're on a level 1, so you're on the most, you know, quietest, like freest yard you got. You know what I mean? It's not a maximum security, it's more so minimum security.
Right.
Level 2 is like, okay, you're starting to bubble up now. Like, you know what I'm saying? You probably in here for robbery, things of that nature, you know what I mean? You know, but it's ultimately you're on your way out if you're on a level 2, or you're in good sailing. Level 3 is like, all right, it's cracking now. Like, all right, this is where all, like, you're in here for shootings, you're in here for, you know, maybe you murdered somebody, Level 4 is like, all right, you did some heinous, wild stuff, or whatever the case is.
Okay, let's get to the him talking about the case.
And level 4, you know, like there's all types of people. There's real life politics here. Like I said, I'm always a light, so my attitude, once you talk to him, you realize, like, nah, that's a good guy right there.
You know,
nah. Everybody in prison on my side, they like, yo, we know that's bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Got there. Did it take them a minute to warm up to you, to figure you out?
Nah. Everybody in prison on my side, they like, yo, we know that's bullshit. They're like, we know that's bullshit. Everybody knew that was bullshit, and everybody a lot of people on the outside knew it was bullshit too. But it was just like, you know what? Tory's convicted. This is what it is. We're gonna go off of this. But let's talk about this for a second, right? Let's go into this.
Okay.
I want you to imagine that they're saying that you shot a gun. you're in jail for 10 years for a gun they're saying that you shot,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
When they go look at the GSR on the thing, they say, hey, the GSR is on two people. They say the GSR is on you, and they say the GSR is on another person. And then they say, well, now the GSR is on you. Let's test you. Let's make sure that we DNA test you. And you say, you know what? Yo, you guys can DNA test me today, tomorrow. What day would you like me to come in? I'll come in freely.
Right.
You go give your DNA test up, and when you go give your DNA test up, they tell you you're inconclusive. So all throughout your trial, they don't DNA anybody else. They only DNA you. But even though, despite the other person has GSR on them, they don't DNA anybody else. They just DNA you. And it comes back inconclusive. But you're like, yo, I never touched this gun. So at that point, you're sitting there like, why are they saying that I did this? So now it gets to a standpoint where they don't DNA anybody else. They DNA you. They say inconclusive. All throughout trial, they kept saying, hey, Tory he's inconclusive, so he's not included, but we can't say that he's excluded.
Right.
So that was what their whole argument was. Well, he's not excluded, so this is like, it's a I don't know.
I'm wondering, I know he's convicted at this point, but I'm wondering if it's smart that Tory is even talking like this openly, publicly in the interview about the case, because I think it would then bring people into question and say, well, Tory, like, why didn't you just testify? Because I think part of the conviction here is that there was no one that gave a solid testimony that was basically like really backing Tory up. I mean, you could say that Kelsey tried to, but they pretty much spun her around and she basically was just like, oh, I don't know what's going on no more. But if Tory's now talking about this situation, maybe he should have tested. I don't know.
Test is what the DNA test is saying. It's I don't know. It's inconclusive. It's not yes or no.
Right.
So I go to jail. I get wrongfully convicted. There's no physical evidence against me, but I get wrongfully convicted. And then this is when all the revelation comes out. This is when I'm like, yo, you know what? I'm not having this. I go tell my lawyer, yo, go get another person to go DNA this gun and go check the same DNA stats and results because something funny is going on here. I never touched this gun.
Right.
Sure enough, they go do that. And like I said, I'm 100% excluded. 100%.
Wow.
Excluded from this gun. So I'm 100% excluded from this gun.
No question.
No question. I'm 100% excluded from this gun. There's no fingerprints of mine on this gun, on the magazine.
Yo, chat, I'm also like kind of torn because I guess I'm a civilian. Because even like Tory explained the situation, bro, I'm not taking 10 years for no chick who's going to be. Yo, you know how many niggas, motherfucking Meg Thee Stallion and Kelsey are, yo, they're sucking up the entire, like half the planet, my nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like, allegedly. You get what I'm trying to say? It's like, bro, they're out here fucking and doing whatever they want with whoever, my nigga. I'm not doing time for them. And I get it. Tory might think he identifies with the streets, but you know what I would be doing, my nigga? I'm definitely getting on that stand and said, yo, I didn't shoot nobody. I took the gun out of her hand. That's all I did. She was trying to shoot her best friend. I don't care if y'all call me a snitch after that. What Tory is going through right now, Tory, you were there. You, bruv, like, my nigga, I'm getting on it and be like, I never shot nobody. I try to stop her from shooting her or whatever the case is. Because, like, you know, yeah, we could say everything about Tory getting set up and this and third, but like, bro, the reason why the jury went with this, they never, like your lawyer tried to like hint that there's another theory, but they needed someone to say it. They needed someone to say, Tory was not trying to shoot this woman. The argument that started from earlier in the day was about these two women trying to fight. They already fought. And that's when a gun got introduced. They're drunk. One was trying to point the gun at the other. I tried to break it up. That's the only way I ever got close to it. The gun went off. But I never shot nobody. I wasn't trying to shoot nobody. I'm a man. I'm a grown man. I don't need to shoot a woman. Like, I think that would have worked.
On the bullets. However, there's 4 other fingerprints and 4 other DNAs on this gun. So this gun is not wiped down. Nobody wiped this gun down. 4 people are contributors on this gun. The main contributor is a 95% contributor. That means 95% of the ownership of this gun should go to that person. That person is not me. The other contributors of this gun is another male and 2 females.
Right.
Now, if the other contributors of this gun are a male and 2 females, but I'm 100% excluded, why the fuck am I here?
That's a fact.
Why am I here? Well, then let's take it a step further. They said that this person was shot, and they said that they retrieved bullet fragments out of her foot. Supposedly, allegedly. Those fragments that they so-called said they took out of her foot, Cedars-Sinai Hospital comes back in my discovery and says, hey, we lost the bullet fragments.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What?
Now, come on. I've watched a lot of episodes of Law and Order.
How do you lose?
A lot of episodes of CSI. I understand that the police can do things like that. But the hospital is not going to lose whatever they claim that they extracted from any part of your body. They're not going to lose that.
Well, how do you lose bullet fragments? How is that possible?
Exactly. Now, let's take it a step further. They used up every bit of DNA so that nobody could get retested. So right now, if I wanted to test somebody else for this gun, I couldn't.
Because there's no DNA.
Because there's no DNA left. There's a certain amount of DNA that they put on a gun for you to test it. They used all of that DNA testing me, knowing that I was not the contributor, so that they would not be able to have enough to test anybody else and convict anybody else.
Wow.
So then on top of that, then they sealed the gun. So nobody knows where this gun is registered to, if this gun is licensed. You can't see this. You can't find this gun. It's somewhere sealed. You'll never see this gun ever. So even in trial, they didn't produce this gun, and they kept saying that it was sealed. It was sealed. It was sealed. Sealed. No one says any objections. It's sealed. It's sealed. It's sealed.
Right.
Okay, cool. Now that that's done, I want to go back over these facts with you one more time. I'm in jail for a gun that they said that I used to assault somebody with. I have no fingerprints on this gun. I have no DNA on this gun. This gun is not even around for you to see this gun. The bullet fragments are missing according to the hospital. So you can't even say that these bullets came from this gun. And on top of all of that, I'm 100% excluded from the bullets, from the gun, from the magazine, from any fingerprints on this gun. However, there's still 4 other people's prints on this gun. So this gun has not been wiped down. Why am I in jail?
Wow.
Why am I in jail?
Wow. I mean, well.
So with that being said, it's like, I've ate this. I ate it. You know what I'm saying? I took the time. I didn't get on the internet crying about it. And I took it like a man, and I said, God is gonna handle my situation. And that's where I put my trust in, and that's why I've been fine all this time. Because He will do it for me. He will do it for me. And I remember everybody laughed at me because I put out this tweet when I was right before trial started, and I said, no weapon formed against me shall prosper.
I remember that.
Blah, blah, blah. And I said, I'm gonna let this tweet age. And everybody laughed at that, right? Everyone was like, whoa, this didn't age well when I lost. Everyone was like, oh, this didn't age well. But the funny thing about that thing is that I said let this age for a reason. If I knew I was gonna win right then and there, why would I have to let it age?
Facts.
I knew I was going to go through tribulation, but I knew at the end, God's promise was that I was going to be bigger and better, and I was going to beat this situation.
Well, family, that's
what will happen.
Hey, well, that's what I'm here for. I'm ready to expedite that situation.
It's time.
Yeah.
And that's why God is aligning, and that's why I don't take anything by coincidence. God is aligning every person that's supposed to be in my life right now, and He's removing everybody. And guess what? It's going to be a lot of stay over there, my G's. Like it's going to be a whole bunch of that. A lot of those. You know what I'm saying? The thing about it is like I'm not a bad guy. I'm not a villain, but I'm far more cutthroat than I used to ever be. So it's like the things that I used to be susceptible to allowing to happen around me will never happen again. I run a very tight shift. I'm the boss of my company, but at the same time, all my life I've been a boss, but I've never taken the chance to partner with other bosses and create an empire. And so it's people like you, Tony Neal, and people, like Dre London, and the ones that are truly, I'm gonna go into my next chapter with. There's a different grace, there's a different light that's about to be shining on us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even the people that right now that may look at you and be like, yo, Tony, why are you linking up with Tory? And what is this? And we don't know what's going on. They know deep down the conviction that I'm talking with is not for no reason. They know I know something that they don't know.
Right. Right,
They
man.
know I know something they don't know.
Man, hey, man, I ain't worried about that. I've been doubted my whole life. Why you doing this? Why you talking to? Yeah, I had that shit. Well, you ain't scared
Absolutely.
to do this with Tory? Nah, what the fuck? Nah, nigga, no, fuck no. Why you doing? Why you imagine public announcement? You know what I argue, man, all that shit. Then fucked around and got the Soul Train shit through them. Can you believe that shit? So it's like I always, you know. Ah man, Akon's like then now his cat is out here killing motherfuckers, like killing shit again. Like it's always a doubt
Of
before.
course.
It's
Of
always
course.
gonna be a doubter before the
Something great.
realization. And yo, and you know, killing part, they're not gonna come back and apologize. That same person is not gonna come back and say, you know what, you was right, bro. I apologize. No. They'll try to find a way to get
But that's the
in your
thing.
shit.
And
Yeah.
that's the thing when I say like I'm more cutthroat, it's like all that Hollywood shit that niggas used to be able to run by me, that's you can't do that to me because I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
hold you to it. See, there's a lingo that we learn because we're Hollywood and where everyone's famous and everyone's and da and everybody has pride. Pride. What a funny thing. So everybody
Crazy.
has pride, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
don't have no pride. I'm paging you, bro. Where's my verse? You're
Right.
not gonna do it, fam? Tell me you're not doing it, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not even playing I was in the studio this time and yo, fam. If you're not doing my verse, fam, you should have never said it out your mouth. You
Right.
feel me?
Right.
Now it's like, yo, like now I need you to tell me right now whether or not you're gonna get it done by this time or if I'm gonna be telling you fuck off.
Right.
It's very simple.
Right.
I don't need nobody for nothing musically. In fact, bro, I don't even care. And I want all the artists listening to this to understand something about Tory Lanez, bro. I no longer give a fuck about anybody that's famous as far as like me trying to get on a song with them. I don't want to get on a song with you niggas. I don't give a fuck about you guys. I care about the artist that's coming up, that's just talented, that's just waiting for that break. That's who I want to work with because
Fact.
that was me before. I don't care about working with you famous niggas that have everything already. That this shit, a feature of Tory Lanez, to you, it doesn't change your life. I don't want to work with you.
Right.
I want to work with the guy who needs it, dog. I want to work with the guy who, once I give him this record, he's going to go and he's going to take off. That's who I want to work with. That's who moves me. I'm moved by the people. I'm not moved by the fucking fame. Fuck the fame.
Well,
Fuck
you
the
show,
media.
hey man, you showing it. You showing it. Your independence. You know, shit. Like, I mean, goddamn, you like the independence leader. Like, you look at your numbers still
Real
right
talk,
now.
bro.
Like,
And I ain't gonna lie. And now I finally figured out the perfect independent distributor for me to go to. I'm not rocking with nobody else. There's a distribution that just came out called Parasol. It's PRSL. And they did all the marketing for the last album I dropped called Peterson. They did all the marketing for that. They did all the helping me get independent playlisting and everything. And
so
like,
what's the name of it again, so everybody can know?
it's Parasol. That's where I distribute from now. It's Parasol is what the name of it is, but the way it's spelled is PRSL.
And what is that? And what does that mean? That's like, what does that mean?
Parasol is actually I don't know. I think parasol is like French word for like an umbrella or something like that, which was actually crazy because it's like the same thing as my shit.
We talk
right?
about
So
hey,
we
I'm talking
felt right
about
at
some
home.
fucking. Hey, you talking about some fucking synergy right there? Wow, that's crazy.
We felt right at home, and
that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and it's crazy, man, because these guys, you know, they get it. They understand artists like me, and it's hard to understand an artist like me, but you know, they are very new, and I do know that is going to be the hub for like real independent artists to really have a major career but still be independent. So
Now,
it's like
when you get an
the major
opportunity,
without the
man,
major.
when you get an opportunity, I know you talk from there and all that stuff. When you get an opportunity, hook me up with them.
Oh, I will. I
That's for
got you.
real. Plug me
I
with
got
them.
you. I got you. They're looking for new talent and stuff too, and they're flexible, bro. They giving services, they giving playlisting, they giving marketing, they doing everything.
Bro, I want to work with them directly. Like, hook me up.
Yeah,
I
for
get
sure.
what you
Don't worry,
saying.
I'm gonna line you up with them.
Fuck all that. I get what you saying. All that artist shit is cool. I could do that, but I want to work with them directly because that's the language I be speaking. You know what I'm saying? I'm on that. You know what I'm saying?
We'll put that together. We'll put that together, Tony. That ain't no issue. I'll go holler at them in the morning. That's nothing.
I need that, bro. I'm on that. That's how I feel right now. Everything independent, everybody could gotta control their own destiny, man. Like everybody, you gotta be able to control your own shit.
Oh man, trust me, man. But that's the greatest thing about being independent. About and we've gone through it, Tony. Like we've been the independent person that's had to go out there and grind and get it, and so we know about that hustle, about that uncertainty that kind of still drives you, you know, like we know about that. And at the end of the day, as long as we have that, I don't see where we're ever going to run into any problems. And like, that's why I say, like, man, I know that they get a hold of you, they're going to be like, oh, no, we need this guy immediately.
Man, for
You know what
shit
I'm
show.
saying?
That's where I want to be. I want to be where I'm
And
needed.
plus, you know what's great about them is like they're the type of people where right now they're in that building phase
Okay.
where they're just trying.
All right, man. I think we got the gist of this. Yo, man. You know, every time I've talked to Tory, I give him so much credit because he's definitely a source of positivity. And when you talk to him, he's not down on his luck, and he's not like seeming like, oh man, I'm depressed, like I'm gonna be in here for 10 years. He's pretty much like, his brain is working, his creativity is working, he's making music, he's doing everything. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you, this is like jail's like rehab for Tory. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's you may have incarcerated his body, but his mind is definitely not just locked in those walls. I've spoke to him and he has ideas for all type of different things. You know what I mean? Like he's doing business from behind bars. He's making music from behind bars. He's doing a lot, and I really applaud him for that. In terms of him getting out, man, just being honest, I think that road is tough. I think that the path to that is tough, unless you never know. Like, I do believe if someone like, say, a Kim K or someone who has some significant influence that are trying to help out people that are wrongly convicted or whatever, if those people really start campaigning, but this is such a very controversial case that I don't know if people want to stand next to it. But I think that's one of the ways he could get let out. There's an appeal process, and he's going through it and trying to get every legal means to get him either not really a new trial, but really to get this thing tossed out and get him out of jail, or even get him out of jail on bail while he kind of fights this. But I do think the road ahead is definitely tough. It kind of comes back to what I was saying about early on. Listen, obviously I'm a civilian, so I'm speaking with the sense of, if I didn't do something, I'm not staying in jail for it. I don't care if y'all call me a real nigga or not. I'm not staying in jail for it. Like, there were 4 people in that car. 2 of them are going on with their lives. They've had kids. Like, I think Kelsey had a kid or something. Like they're moved on with their life. You're in limbo being treated like an animal in a cage. There's no real nigga or no street shit that could be in you for you not to be like, hey, listen, this is what happened. Obviously it's a little bit late because when you choose not to testify, it's not like you come back later like, no, I'm ready to testify. But the point is this. You have to operate as someone who was wrongly convicted and not think about, well, what would the streets think about if I do A, B, or C? Like, because the streets would say, well, you got convicted, so you got to eat that. You can't, like, the street shit means you should waste your entire life in jail because you keeping it real. But the humanity, civilian part of it is like, bro, you've been incarcerated for damn near like two years because of something that your own story says you did not do, and you're wrongly convicted. And you should be screaming the truth of what happened to the top of the mountains. Every time there's a microphone, a phone in front of your mouth, or any type of person that's willing to listen until you get free. If you don't do that, how much do you owe to the streets versus you owe to your family? You have a son. He's growing up without a father right now. You have a family that, you're not able to provide. Not saying Tory's far from broke, but you're not able to be there physically and do things for them that you would normally do if you were free. You got to choose yourself at a certain point. This was not a street situation. This wasn't y'all went out to go kill some niggas and then you got caught and then now, but you weren't the shooter, you were the driver, so are you going to tell? This ain't that. The story that we all heard, 2 girls got into it, bruv. They got into it because you were fucking both of them. They were both drunk. Y'all came from a party where you were flirting with Kylie. They got out. They were already fighting in the car. They were whatever. You were a little bit lit too. But if the story really is that you never pulled that trigger, you weren't the person who shot that gun, that harmed that woman, that shot that woman, you should not be in jail. And you shouldn't have to be beholden to any street codes or whatever. Because I'm going to be honest with y'all. I keep telling all y'all, I don't care if y'all street niggas, y'all get into it with y'all girl, y'all better call the police. That ain't snitching. Because you can't put your hands on your girl. Your ass going to jail. Like, there's nothing you could. A woman could put you in a position where you can't do nothing but call the cops. She do something to you or she hits you, whatever, like, you a bitch if you. But if you like, yo, I just want you to leave. She wilding out on you, breaking shit, doing whatever. What you gonna do? Just, oh, I'm a real nigga. I'm just not going. So the point, that's the only thing you can do. That, to me, that's not snitching. But I'm not from the streets. That's a domestic issue. You can't put your hand on women. So anyway, man, Tory's music will always keep him alive. When I mean alive in presence, and his artistry is always gonna be respected. But I ain't gonna lie, man, Tory's a good nigga, man, and it does hurt. It does hurt me that my boy's locked up, man. And again, every time I talk to him, he's happier than me. By the way, you know Tory watches the stream. Like, yo, Tory listens to the stream. Every time we've had like a little controversial moment, Tory's listening to this shit. Like, Tory's like, I don't want to make it seem like my guy's in there crying. Like, he's not at all. But I'm telling you, man, Tory's a good guy. And man, I just know not only music will be better if he was on this side. I just know Tory is a guy who, man, him being incarcerated, being treated like an animal, being told when he could go to sleep, leave his cell, do all that type of shit. That's not for my man Tory. And I really don't believe the story that we're adopting that got him convicted is really what happened. So just keep sending your prayers and hopefully this resolves itself at some point, okay? Chat, we do have breaking news.
Shit. Like, they don't.
We do have breaking news. It appeared that Uncle Shay is most likely finito at ESPN. He put out a statement 28 minutes ago. It says, my statement is found here, and this is the truth. The relationship in question was 100% consensual. At this juncture, I'm electing to step aside temporarily from my ESPN duties. I'll be devoting this time to my family and responding and dealing with these false and disruptive allegations set against me. I plan to return to ESPN at the start of the NFL preseason. I sincerely appreciate the overwhelming and ongoing support I have received from my family, fans, friends, and colleagues. Shannon Sharpe. Shannon, as I said, I've been there. Days like today, days like 2 days ago, or whenever the allegation hit, I know that all too well. I know I've been giving a lot of commentary on this, but I don't want for any second. I have no problem with Shannon Sharpe. And if anything, I've been telling you, I think that whole line, that's a fact. I don't believe that shit at all. But I ain't gonna lie, she lined him up because there's evidence that people won't contextualize. You know, we all know what happened. Shorty tried to introduce him to some BDSM shit. He finally got down with it. Like, all right, cool. All right, that's what we doing. He started using that type of language because that now he feels that's the way to have the dominance over her. And she knew how to selectively clip this, record this, that now makes it seem like this guy's abusive. It'll never be seen in context because we're men. When you hear someone say on a tape, I might choke you in public. You don't gotta. You don't gotta. You don't have an opinion in the decision. It doesn't sound good. It'll never sound good. It's the proper lineup, and I think Shannon probably at this point realized only his supporters, his true supporters, and I know what's gonna happen. Shannon's gonna be fine. He's gonna realize all that ESPN, Fox Sports shit, that shit's clipped for him. But this is where, Shannon, let me tell you this. I'm telling you this as a man. Just like, you see, when they try to get rid of me, you know how many times, I relied on, listen, I look at that number right there, and it said we got 12,000 on YouTube, and I look on Rumble, we got 3,000 over there, and I said, damn, I'm 15,000 strong. Rely on your people. It's okay. It's okay. You're going to be fine. But you got to get through this. His supporters are going to have to make a decision, and they're not going to change anything, but they're going to see. You should know his character. You should be able to say, nah, my unk getting lined up. He was stupid, though. He's stupid. Yeah, you know he shouldn't be fucking with no 19-year-old. He's stupid. He a little freaky ass nigga. But he's not a rapist. You see, when you deal with these big companies, they know you're not no rapist neither. But they can't make no stance. And by the way, Shannon, you learning something else that's important. In the last 24 to 48 hours, my man Shannon, you done seen all your colleagues. Because they seen the writing on the wall. They all had secret meetings to say, how we going to do this first take shit without him? How we going to do this without him? Hey, what's the exit plan? Look, they had the meetings behind your back. That's why they all came out, and they all have positioned themselves to be in the perfect position that when this happened, because I'll be honest with you, I think ESPN gave you yo, we fuck with you, but we owned by Disney. They allowed you to announce your departure. If they were going to announce it, it would say that would be a bigger story. And that's how cancellation works. They wait on a decision to be made by a partner that seems punitive. ESPN did you a solid, my brother. They allowed you to announce that you're departing, not they're sending you away. Because the moment they say they're suspending you, as I said, domino effect. Everything else has to fall in line. Every sponsor got to go. But you said you're stepping aside. I bet you won't step aside from Nightcap and Uncle Shay Shay show, or what's it called? The Club Shay Shay. You own those things. You're the proprietor of those things. You won't step aside. And you shouldn't. But ESPN did you a solid. It's basically to say, we're about to fire you, but instead of firing you, we'll let you just resign. You don't got to say you got fired. Trust me, they're a company. You can't blame them. They did you a solid. Here's the thing. This is going to be a permanent scar for Shannon. Trust me, I went through it. They tried to cancel me about like 5-6 times. The last time, everybody thought they had me. Oh, they said, we got him in the vice grip. We got him. Drop the guillotine. He's done. I seen friends start to position their angle to say, well, I ain't coming back. I seen their rhetoric go out, and I looked up. These were people who I had the smoking gun. I work in the media. I'm the biggest of any. I know all of these niggas' secrets. People came to me with the shit to end them. I've always did this. I told y'all all the time. I hit them. Yo, this is what they're trying to do to you. Listen, you go handle it. I'm going to fall back. I saw those people when they thought it was done. They all start positioning themselves. Well, I ain't going to lie. Yeah, hack. Like they were all positioning themselves when they said, well, act is done. So now we could look like, hey, we stand with the rest of the people. Yeah, act is done. After they saw me rose from the fucking ashes, the grave, like the motherfucking Undertaker, I've seen a lot of the rhetoric get a little bit. Oh, shit, you still alive? Oh, yeah, nah, no, he just had to go through that. I've stopped answering a lot of calls since then. It was the best reminder. It wasn't a good experience, but it was the best reminder that in this fucking industry, there really is no friends. Remember I told you that. So Shannon, you're looking around now. You gotta look at Stephen A. Stephen A. was shucking and jiving, just oh man, we got Uncle Shay Shay here. Oh my God, let's talk about LeBron. As soon as he had a talk with the bosses, he started positioning himself because they gave him the red light. He's done. Remember this moment, Shannon. The ones positioning their side, they might not say fuck you, but they're positioning, and it'll come with the very subtle things. I do a show with you every day, or not every day, but every couple times a week. I'm talking about Stephen A. when it comes to Shannon. Why are you on air talking about my lawyers is handling this bad and how we do? Why you don't holler at me like that first? The bosses told him what it was. Well, if I'm helping out ESPN claim they love me and they follow me, how's Pat McAfee got Paul Heyman just kicking my back in? The bosses told him it's over. So Shannon, just sit here and remember this. You're going to be fine, my brother. You see with this cancellation shit, they ain't going to cancel you. You got a real fan base. You got a real audience, my nigga. Don't you worry. You might not get another Cat Williams moment, but you'll get other moments. You'll be fine. Fuck these linear platforms. You'll be good. But you got to remember this moment. All the niggas who was shucking and jiving with you. All the niggas that was happy that you were helping them. The moment they got word you were done, it's Game of Thrones. Off of his neck. I don't think Shannon should be surprised, but I think he should be aware of what's happening. This lawsuit doesn't look good. I'll be honest. I understand why he was trying to settle. This woman has him dead to rights. She rocked him to sleep. She has him saying things that, again, he's leaking stuff to the media to give context. Context won't matter. Because only your audience will care about the context. Every now and then when they get mad at me and they'd be like, oh, well, what about this? Remember when we were trying to get him out of here for that? They always bring up a video I did about Tyga when Tyga was dating Kylie Jenner. And I mentioned a story. And I said, and it wasn't even a real story. I said, this is a dynamic. I went to college. This is dynamic. Everyone acts like, yo, that's a 30-year-old act saying that's cool for men to be with 17-year-olds. Someone who doesn't like you doesn't give you context. They won't even go back to the original source. So when that woman put out that text that says, so all they're going to hear is, I'm going to choke the shit out of you. They won't go back to the whole thing where she was sending you pictures of her being choked. She was talking about you getting her a leash. She, like, after she showed you a picture of a woman being hog-tied like a fucking stuffed turkey on Thanksgiving dinner, and you said, I don't know how to do that. She said, oh, we could just use a handcuff. Nobody's going to give you that benefit of the doubt other than your fans. Them casuals who watch ESPN, no, they won't. And every one of your colleagues, they all read that. Here's the thing, too. Stephen A., I fuck with you. But this is why sometimes even some of your closest associates, you got to realize that they're never going to torpedo what they got going on for you. And sometimes you rather take a Ye approach. Like, you know one thing I like what Ye said? Ye said, I don't expect everybody to dick ride and agree with everything I do. But you don't got to denounce me. Shut the fuck up. You don't got to. You can be like, I don't got no comment about this. I got no comment about this. But when your peers and people who the public think are supposed to be your friends, because we don't know who really friends and who we thought Shannon and Skip were friends based on their chemistry. We only found out later they weren't. So when your peers are publicly distancing themselves, speaking out against you, they're kicking your back in. Stephen A. Smith. I remember when Shannon came over there and he was blushing and he was gushing. He was like, "Oh man, we got Shannon. Uncle Shay Shay's here." And really, he wanted to get back at Skip. Talked about how he talked to you all the times off camera and privately while you were going through your saga with Fox Sports. How much he rocks with you. How much you were a real person. Shannon, I know you're going to see this. Think about this. When that woman came out against Jay-Z and Rock Nation, talking about she believes Jay-Z gang raped her with Diddy, Stephen A. Smith vehemently said that woman was not telling the truth and actually defended. Remember that. Defended Jay-Z. But a nigga he do a show with all the time. A nigga who is, that's Uncle Shay Shay. The unmitigated ball. When it came time for you, he don't like how you handled it. Just remember that. Maybe he just knows Jay-Z better than you. I would probably guess no. Shannon's going to learn an important lesson with this whole thing. As I said, I believe that ESPN did him a solid. They're telling him we're indefinitely suspending you till we conduct and conclude our investigation. And they probably told him we don't want to fire you, but it's going to take us some time. I think they said, hey, we're going to allow you to say you're stepping aside, but we're going to continue our own investigation. Now, I'm going to be honest, they're going to do him a real solid if they don't put out a statement about it. But I guarantee mainstream outlets are going to hit the PR for ESPN so much that they may have to put out a statement. And I hope in that statement, if they're really doing you a solid, they don't say, we agreed amicably for him to step aside while we conduct our own investigation. Because again, and by the way, they're conducting investigation no matter what. But saying that almost means they're saying, you know the word in and how, come on, right? I'm not gonna lie. Shannon, you're gonna realize a few things too. That Cat Williams interview you landed was a gift and a curse. It was a gift and a curse. Now, I'm not here to speak on if you're guilty or innocent of whatever this woman is accusing you of, but I do want you to understand the landscape. There was a lot of your peers that was always kind of feeling like they felt the way. Nigga, you start walking in the building a little bit different after that. If you can't tell, you might be blind, just like Stevie Wonder. Watch how your peers are dealing with you. I know people don't like this guy, but he's actually right about this. Jason Whitlock has done amazing commentary on this. Okay? He's done really amazing commentary. And a lot of his commentary is pointing out how his peers are moving. Okay? Remember, Stephen A. Smith is saying he's considering a presidential run. Listen to this.
When these stories come out at some point this morning, some point before the week's over, ESPN's going to be like, deuces, I'm good.
It already happened.
Seen enough here because Stephen A. Smith publicly questioned the strategy of Shannon Sharpe and his team.
going on the offensive to defend himself, I completely understand where Shannon Sharpe is coming from. On the other hand, when his legal team issued out the press release on X yesterday, and they spoke about, they mentioned her name, and they revealed some of those explicit text messages, that was uncomfortable. And I don't know if that's a strategy that would work.
That was uncomfortable. I don't know if that's a strategy that would work. Let me translate for you. When I was sitting up talking to Dave Roberts and the other executives at ESPN, and we were talking about who to replace Shannon Sharpe with, we was like, man, this is a bad strategy. He overplayed.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If I'm Shannon Sharpe, I'd be disappointed at Stephen A. Smith, man. Sometimes when it's about your mans, if it is your mans, you either ignore it completely. And yes, the fans are going to call you. And by the way, I take that. Like, if it's sometimes I let y'all know, oh, that's my man's. That's my man. So I'm going to call it bias or whatever, but I'm trying to. Stephen A., which I guess he probably did feel a lot of pressure that he had to give his official stance. But once he said this, it was like, oh man, even he's thinking that Uncle Shay Shay cooked.
That was yesterday, and they spoke about, they mentioned her name, and they revealed some of those explicit text messages. That was uncomfortable. And I don't know if that's a strategy that would work.
That was uncomfortable. I don't know if that's a strategy that would work. Let me translate for you. When I was sitting up.
Let me tell you this, chat. One thing I know about Stephen A., he's devoted his entire life to this media shit. Stephen A. and Skip, they're kind of two peas in a pod. I've heard both of their interviews. I look up to both. I've heard both of them talk about how much they've sacrificed their personal life, even family life, for their career. Whether it's personal life in terms of having a girlfriend, a wife, kids, or even healthy relationships with either or, because they're this person that is whatever. Don't ever think if they have that demeanor, you're their mans so much that they would ever jeopardize their shit. Fuck no. Now, I'm not saying Stephen A. should have said, yo, I know Shannon. Shannon's my man. This guy, Tony Busby, full of shit. And y'all gonna have to give me more evidence, or I'm gonna wait until this goes to court and everything comes out for me to make up my mind. It ain't take that. He just said, yo, I'm already uncomfortable. You know what that means? Day one, he uncomfortable, which means he's saying, let me out the car. I'm good.
Up talking to Dave Roberts and the other executives at ESPN, and we were talking about who to replace Shannon Sharpe with. We was like, man, this is a bad strategy. He overplayed his hand. He threw gas on a lit fire, and he's provoked her team to start putting out their side of the story. And they seem to be working with Harvey Levin and TMZ. They've taken on a formidable foe, Harvey Levin and TMZ. TMZ Sports, TMZ has been pushing this story hard. TMZ clearly has a connection with Tony Busby. And so the next thing you know, TMZ has a story. Shannon Sharpe accuser confronted him over alleged rape. No means no. And here are the text messages to prove that this happened. Shannon Sharpe's accuser confronted him over the alleged January 2025 sexual assault with a newly released text message.
Let me pause this. We'll get back to it. You know why I wanted to lead in? Like, there's two shows that's killing it right now when it comes to sports. I don't even really watch ESPN like that. Of course, shout out to Nightcap and everything Shannon Sharpe got going on, and Stephen A. But it's Gilbert Arenas' show. And of course, for me personally, man, I love It Is What It Is, because really, it is what it is. Now, shout out to my man Mace. Shout out to Killer Cam. They always give a real good perspective that's not really industry. They don't give an industry take. They still talk like niggas in the barbershop, and I like that type of conversation. They don't talk like HR is watching the clip, and I like that. Mace made some very interesting points, and I have something to add on to it. Let's play this.
For him to offer $10 million says that there might be some truth to this, because I'm not offering nobody no $10 million if I know I didn't do anything.
Let me stop you, Mace. I wish I was on the show with y'all. I got one better. This girl is selling her booty for $50K. Still a lot of money, but she ain't see $10 million in this lifetime or the next. If she turns down $10 million, what does that tell you? Fuck what he offered. Because I could say, yo, he only offered a 10 because he was about to get 100. If she turned down the 10, what does that tell you? Now, some might say, oh, no, she got much more. No. Because here's the thing, especially when you got money or whatever, when you deal with somebody that don't got money, you think she's going to turn down a guaranteed 10 to go gamble for 50? She's going to take the guaranteed 10. Come on now. Like, people, use your brain. First of all, she probably ain't going to get the 50. But let's say she gets 30. It's going to take several years, dragged out. You got split it with your lawyers, public embarrassment. They're offering you 10 on the humble privately. Now, Mace is going to say something that's going to add on to my next point. Let's keep it going.
And I think the only reason that $10 million didn't work, Killer, I want to know how you feel about this. I think the $10 million didn't work because the pimp need his cut. Just...
Thank you. Let me flush out that point because they get a little silly with it. When it says the $10 million didn't work because the pimp needs his cut. Maybe the $10 million didn't work because whoever may have put this woman up to it, not saying it ain't true, but the quote unquote pimp is somebody who's backing her. They don't only want $10 million, they want blood. Now we're going to get into who could have these incentives or these reasons. But all I'm saying, a chick who does OnlyFans, you offer her $10 million, even if she thought she could get 50. I think she might take that. The mere fact they played hardball till it got to the public and now she's gambling the dice because she may never get anything tells me whoever is in her corner is saying 10 mil. Nah, we good. That doesn't seem like it's coming from her. She don't got a pot to piss in. Whoever is backing her is saying, nah, 10 ain't enough. That's not her saying that. It's whoever's backing her. Do you get what I'm saying, Chad? Whoever is backing her is saying, no, 10 no. Because she don't got a pot to piss in. $10 million is going to change her life. You think she's going to turn down a guaranteed 10 to gamble? Would y'all? If I give you 10 right now, if I give you $10 million right now, but you have a 40% chance of getting, say, $30 million, would you say, I'm going to risk the guaranteed 10 for the 40%, or let's say 50%. Yeah, it's a 50-50. Yep, for the 50% chance of winning 30, or are you going to say, nah, give me the 10, nigga. It's $10 million. You don't have nothing. You're going to take $10 million. unless you got somebody who's backing you who to say, nah, trust me. No, we got this. Like 10 million ain't nothing. 10 million is a lot to her. To whoever the pimp is, 10 million ain't nothing. Maybe.
Just allegedly. I'm not saying there is a pimp, right? Let me give you. It's just an idea. This is just an idea, right? So if there's a pimp, right? Why y'all keep laughing? I know this is why they flew me back in. They wanted to know my take. But listen, all jokes aside, if the girl said I want 10, this may be the lawyer, right? Just hypothetically, all of these things, right? And the guy who put her on to Shannon was like, you didn't even know him. I put you on them. You didn't even know who that was. You was asking about college.
You was asking about college.
Yeah, this.
Now, he's taking his theory to say whoever lined it up first put him on to Shannon. I don't think so. I think whoever, if there is this quote unquote pimp, whoever lined it up just found out who Shannon was fucking with and waited until shit got a little bit rocky and came on and swooped in. Ain't nothing worse than a woman's scorn. The reason why I don't think the pimp existed before, I think in this naivete mindset that she had, I think she would have had a child for him. I think if she was thinking about, oh, this is my lottery ticket, I think she wanted to cash in on the lottery ticket by having kids for him. I really think that. She was talking about kids all the time. I think she was down to have a child for him. If it was a real pimp that's doing this, they would have said to her, no, we're not doing that. She clearly wanted to try to anchor him down with a child. The pimp wouldn't tell you to go do that. I think the pimp or whoever is her backer swooped in, but probably became influential. Somehow found out about her, but became influential in her ear when they were going through it. That's the important thing. Okay?
This is your Thurgood Marshall right here. Him right there. For real? Yeah, that nigga worth a lot of money. You know how guys be, and they pushed her on her. And then she said 10. And he was like, 10 is my 10. You got to put in your number for yourself. That don't have nothing to do with mine. 10 is mine. That's what we discussed. I'm just telling you, I ain't been out the streets that long. I know this is how peace think. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody's watching this and you know that behavior, you just put it in the chat and say it's Mace lying. And then another thing I want to look at in this whole entire case, right? I heard something about 50 or 25,000 a cheek.
25,000 a cheek.
That's what she texted him. She need 25,000 per cheek.
What are you doing with a cheek to pay 25?
Again, we talked about that yesterday. The 25 per cheek was because she was having him pay for the apology of fucking the girl on Instagram Live. She asked for 50. He was being slow with the 50. You know, Uncle Shay Shay, he got them big thumbs. He couldn't type quick enough. She sent him the PayPal. He couldn't get the, Uncle Shay Shay. Like, he couldn't get to that too quickly. So she was trying to expedite the process. She sent him a nude picture. She was split wide eagle. The ass was plump as, I got the full pictures now. I ain't gonna lie to you. Shannon done leaked the picture. Well, I don't know if y'all got those. I got the full pics. It's crazy. I think Shannon saw that shit and nearly busted a blood vessel. Her ass fatter than a swamp possum, nigga. So she was waiting for the 50K. So she sent the shit, spread eagle, the pussy look. Oh my God. Like a Georgia peach. And essentially, she said to him after that message, if you want this shit, send that bread. 25 per cheek. She already asked him for the 50K though.
If I hope all of this is untrue. If it is true, then they gotta do something about this. If ESPN can endure this, then they should give guys like Paul Pierce his job back.
Ooh. Mace is spitting now.
They should give Matt Barnes his job back.
Yep.
And even Michael Irvin, our own Michael Irvin, should get his job back.
Yeah.
If people are not just gonna, honor what they supposed to honor, to me, I believe that he should keep his job if he's innocent. But if he's guilty and ESPN keeps him, then ESPN need to give all those people their job back. But I don't really know how this is going to turn out.
That's very true.
And I saw really was the interview with Stephen A. when he was speaking of it. And I was watching it very carefully, Killer.
Stephen A. said something about this already?
Yeah, because Stephen A., he didn't stand with Shannon Sharpe like he stood with Jay-Z. When he heard about Jay-Z, he said, the guy I know, this is not true. When it came to Shannon, he was like, I wasn't there.
In a nutshell, yeah.
I gotta keep it ecstatic, you know what I'm saying? Because he wasn't there for Jay-Z neither. Word. You wasn't there for Jay-Z. You were not there for Jay-Z, but you went out on a limb because of the character of guy you know. So I'm not saying that you're wrong for that. I'm saying I would have thought that the same standard would be.
Now, let me speak a little bit more to this. Let's call a spade a spade. You see, everybody, this is why I say all these motherfuckers is phony. This is why you got no friends in this industry. People are always trying to judge a situation, wondering if you're completely done. Then secondly, they're also trying to judge a few other things. There's a few other variables you're judging, right? Like, for example, with Jay-Z, there was no, like, actual smoking gun where like, say, Jay-Z took a picture with the girl. None of these motherfuckers like anybody, even Stephen A. He don't like Jay-Z enough to be like, oh no, I know his character, I'm gonna vouch for him that much if there was like certain shit. My bad, my landscapers, I could hear them. The point is this. None of these guys fuck with each other enough. Like, for example, the reality with Shannon Sharpe, that's why nobody gonna stand with him, is that for you to stand with Shannon Sharpe, really, is to say, yo, bro, listen here, man. We all dealt with these little gold digging bitches before. We all had a chick that was, you tricking on because we older, because that's what it is. Like, we ain't gonna be green. Like, the nigga 50, she 20, he tricking a little bit, she putting that good old pussy on him. Check this out. Is he freaky? Yeah, he freaky. But she was into the freak shit too. Despite what you hearing on that audio, I don't think he really gonna choke her. Cause y'all gotta show me a picture of or a video of her showing bruises of him choking. Well, even that, I ain't gonna lie. This is why this shit is kind of like fucked up. Because for anybody to stand with him, you have to give context and say, despite what I'm seeing on a video, an audio, or whatever, I believe my mans, and I believe this is a context. Number one, that's really putting your head on the guillotine for that. Because if something else come out, and I think also this idea, this is why Tony Busby don't have to release that sex tape. The mere fact they've described the sex tape to say it's a 30-second video of a nigga choking a chick out while he's fucking her, bruv, you can never defend. Like, bro, nobody's gonna be like, no, put the whole sex. Bro, it's just too much shit. And, a lot of that is Shannon Sharpe's fault in allowing all that stuff to happen. I guess maybe he trusted her like that. But there is a slight difference between Jay-Z and this. I don't think that Stephen A. would have said this if there was audio of Jay-Z or pictures or videos of Jay-Z with that victim. People like Stephen A. are constantly weighing relationships because they're never cool with no one. They only see you as a business opportunity. You're Shannon Sharpe, you're hot. Pause. Like you got a lot of buzz to you. You're a business opportunity until you're not. Jay-Z, you're not going to kick his back in because you think he's important in business until you know for sure everybody going to kick his back in. And the thing with the Jay thing, it was like, even though the accusations were damning, there was no hard proof coming. So it made it easier for these niggas to be like, you know what? And here's the thing. They curried some favor with Jay behind the scenes because now when Jay sees them or whoever the fuck he fucks with that might be cool with him, they're going to be like, yo, I appreciate you, how you spoke about me when I came up. So now they curried some favor with Jay. I think they would have gave Shannon Sharpe the same amount of grace, except the hard evidence is too blatant. Like, what are you going to say? Let's say they drop the sex tape where he's choking the shit out of her and fucking her. You're going to be like, oh, no, you know, we all be on that freaky shit. No, we don't. Not everybody likes to choke chicks out on some BDSM shit like that. No. Well, what about this audio? He says he's going to choke her outside of sex. You're going to look crazy after a while. So, yeah.
There, right? For a guy you work with every day. Well, not every day, but, you know.
Damn near.
And I'm not taking a shot at Stephen A. It's just an observation.
It does sound like you was taking shots at Stephen A. From what you saying, I didn't see Stephen A. shit, but what I'm gathering, what you said from Stephen A. said, he basically said, I don't know the nigga like that.
Well, I ain't putting my hundreds of millions on the line for him. And for him to offer 10 million says that there might be some truth to this, because I'm not offering nobody no 10 million if I know I didn't do anything. And I think the only reason that 10 million didn't work, Killer, I want to know how you feel about.
All right. Now, a lot of people are bringing up a lot of different clips, chat. Not going to lie to you, okay? So, for example, these clips are coming back to haunt Shannon. For example, the Monique clip. And I don't know if we've played the Monique clip. I think we did last night. But the Monique clip, and then specifically a Cat Williams clip. Let me play the Monique clip. Where is the Monique clip at? I feel like we played that before. Played it last night, but we'll play it again. Also, we get to the Sky Bree stuff because, you know, those clips were like surfacing. You know, Sky Bree, we'll talk about it in a second. Monique Shannon. Here we go.
Dating. What advice is somebody if a group of women were in here and it's like, come on, they talk to us. How this dating thing? Because it's Mo is different now than when you and I.
It's different, baby. I'm grateful I'm not 56 and trying.
What you trying to say? What you trying to say? Mo,
I'm looking right at you.
I know you looking at me.
I ain't backing down. You better take your old ass and get somebody to love you.
Damn, Mo.
Now I'm looking right at y'all. Let me tell y'all what Shannon needs.
Let me
tell you what my baby need. He need him an old fat gal who can bake good cakes, make some smothered turkey wings, who gonna rub his feet at the nighttime, okay, and gonna have a sip of his cognac to make him feel better about himself when he come home at night. That's what Shannon need. You don't need no 26-year-old girl. You don't need no 36-year-old girl.
I know.
This is your auntie talking to you. Take your old ass and get you an old bitch out there that can love you old. You're trying to hang out with these young bitches and you can't do it, Shannon. You just can't do it. Dang. When they want you to go for the 4th round, you looking at her like, bitch, listen, I need you want some money to go to Starbucks?
Yeah.
Prophetic. Shorty says she needed a dick at 11:30. Shannon says it's too late.
To go for the 4th round, you looking at her like, bitch, listen, I need you want some money to go to Starbucks?
Yeah,
because I can't go no further. But if you get your older girl, when you get to that 4th round, she's gonna say, hold on. Let me go get you some eggs and cheese and some toast with apple butter, because that's gonna get your energy back.
Okay. Now, what also came out, and by the way, as I was mentioning pimp, chat, do y'all think this is a coincidence? Is a few weeks ago this audio leaked, okay? So a few weeks ago this audio leaked. Now, let me give you some context. Apparently this is Matt Barnes trying to solicit information about Shannon Sharpe on the behalf of Shaquille O'Neal, because Shaquille O'Neal supposedly doesn't get along with Shannon Sharpe. And listen to this clip. This came out weeks ago. Now, Matt Barnes and everybody else been saying this is AI, but from it's one of those if you know joints. It don't seem like it's AI. It's one of those, oh, you got somebody expose your voice notes or whatever to them, and now you're claiming it's AI. But it appears Matt Barnes, which I didn't know Matt Barnes was a do-boy, he was trying to solicit information or some type of info about Shannon Sharpe for Shaq. Listen to this.
I don't know if you're on this kind of time, but I was in a group chat the other day, or actually just yesterday, and Shaq said he's paying top dollar for any information on old boy. So, again, I don't know if you're on that kind of time or not, but Shaq is known to throw large sums of money around, so just want to put that out there. I ain't quiet. Hey, he said, please keep it quiet.
Now, some people think this was sent to me. Like, no, this was sent to someone else. They revealed it clearly.
He said that Shannon did some shit back to him a while back, and he's been off him. So that's why he's doing this. But please keep his name quiet.
Now, what does Shannon do? We're going to see in a second.
Have you guys talked? We haven't. Shaq feels the way he feels, and he's perfectly fine to feel that way. I said what I said. I still think Shaq is a phenomenal basketball player, even though, he minimized my career. I'm fine. The thing is,
so, and I'm going to play a little video about their back and forth, but it's very interesting. Shaq, Shannon Sharpe beef. Hold on.
Was Shannon Sharpe, episode 21, All the Smoke.
Okay, what is going? I'm trying to. Okay, this is part.
Hey guys, it's your love always the most dominating big joker shows how smart.
So basically, Shannon Sharpe has said something, giving Jokic like some credit. And I think Shaq had said, by the way, it's really like a stupid beef. And it goes to show, and respectfully, bro, I know I ain't in these niggas' leagues. And I know Shaq got something against me, which is, it kind of stems, like, Shaq is really petty. Like, bro, I really have no idea why Shaq is like this. Like, he's really fucking petty. I'll tell you my situation with him. The nigga felt away because I posted the Home Depot girl that he DM'd, and he felt I was getting it hot for all his bitches. Shaq is 60. I didn't know Shaq had mad bitches. It was only after I talked to Tusi and all these. Shaq DM'd everybody's girl. Like, Shaq is trying to fuck, like, Ari and all these other girls. Like, Shaq think he's 25. You know what I mean? It's all good. I get it. You're a billionaire. You're one of the best basketball players. I get it. But he was mad that I posted it. He's like, yo, I remember he said, yo, Ack, you broke? Like, why you posting? And I'm like, dog, you're Big Diesel. Like, you're messaging a girl from Home Depot. Everybody's going to post it. He was really upset. I realized afterwards he DM'd like 3 girls I've dealt with. I ain't gonna lie. I was talking like some girl not too long ago. Like, he DM'd her too. Like, nigga, it was like 4 weeks ago. I was like, how the hell? The chick got 300 followers. Shaq is obsessed. But I get it. He doesn't like me for that. But I'm also a little confused because I'm like, bro, you're a billionaire. Like, what's going on with you? Whatever it is. So I only say that to show how petty it is, right? So apparently his issue with Shannon Sharpe is that Shannon Sharpe basically called out Shaq after Shaq said that, I believe he said that Shea Gilchrist or whatever his name is, whatever his dude's name is, guy that plays on OKC. I don't know how to really say his name. He said he deserves the MVP. Shannon Sharpe actually says, I actually don't like, Shaq must be like low-key hating on Jokic because Jokic deserves the MVP. And maybe Shaq is being a little bit of haterish because Shaq's a big man and Shaq's game wasn't like Jokic. Shaq went off on him on a Instagram post. Ever since then, Shaq is wanting to get this guy. Now, I could only attest to what I could attest to. Remember, Shaq got mad at me for one Instagram post. First of all, Shaq was talking gangster to me in the chat. Nigga, his messages with me was like almost like, yo, nigga, you know I could get you touched. And the whole time I'm looking, I'm like, man, aren't you a cop? Like, he's a cop in like Palm Beach. He was talking mad gangster to me, and I was just like, bro, you're like big D, like you're my childhood hero. Like, calm it down. Shaq was talking so crazy to me. Nigga, I could even show you. I told Shaq, I said, bro, you're saying too much. Like, if you're really gangster like how you're talking, if something did happen to me, they're going to lock you up because of how you're threatening me in the DMs. Like, this is crazy. Just calm down, bro. Like, what are you doing? But that was a moment I was like, yo, the way how y'all look at Shaq is not how Shaq is. Because I've never interacted with him before. So I realized, and then I've learned other things afterwards. I learned that Shaq was allegedly getting extorted in LA when he was there. Shaq thought he was fucking with some Crips over there. Shaq name came up in something like they're claiming he tried to put a hit on somebody. So Shaq really think he's gangster like that. And I didn't really believe none of that shit until, like, by the way, after me and him kind of got into it, because I'm like, man, what the fuck? Like, because Shaq was like, now I'm going to see you, nigga. I'm going to see you. I'm going to get you touched. I'm like, what is Shaq talking about? Gilly from Gilly and Wallow, or $1 Million Worth, he called me and be like, yo, Ack, what'd you do to Shaq? He's calling niggas about you. And I'm like, Shaquille O'Neal? So apparently Shaq think he's a thug. I'm going to be honest with you. He does think he's a thug. And when I now look at like his history, Shaq was involved in a case where somebody got killed. Where because he was with the Lakers, he avoided getting charged because they're not trying to charge a star Laker player with allegedly putting a hit on a nigga, but they charged somebody for killing a nigga. And according to the word in the street, it was because that person Shaq wanted eliminated. So even then I'm processing, wait, Shaq is getting niggas clapped? Like, that's crazy. You get what I'm saying? But apparently Shaq is like tied in with the streets and all that shit. Whatever the fuck. I really don't give a fuck. The point is this. Shaq's a billionaire now. He's retired from basketball. He's on or TNT or whatever the fuck he's on. Bro, everybody loves you. Even niggas who hate you love you. The mere fact he's so petty, it's either he got too much money or there's some other issue going on. I don't really care to know. But when it came to the Shannon Sharpe shit, I was like, I thought it was just me because I know rappers don't like me for whatever reason. You get what I'm saying? But with the Shannon Sharpe shit, I'm like, wait, Shannon just disagreed with you and kind of like calls you a hater. How do you hate him that much? Because he went off on his tirade. This is what Shannon's about to read.
Ocho, everyone's family. Okay. Shaq, about the comments that I said last night.
By the way, if y'all think anything I'm lying, my nigga, listen, I could do a deep dive on it if y'all want. So somebody was acting like they had Shaq's sex tapes back in the day, okay? Or whatever the case. By the way, this also connects to Whack 100, right? There was supposed to be some extortion shit, Shaq murder for hire. Just search that. Bro, just search it. Look, the nigga testified, Shaq told me to kill people. Brother, I'm not making this shit up. So again, like, I remember when Shaq was talking so crazy, I'm like, what the fuck? So after I had to do a whole deep digging into Shaq's history, because even when I was talking to Gilly, Gilly was like, yo, Ack, I'm going to be honest with you. Shaq tapped in with the streets. I'm like, bro, we're talking about Superman, the nigga who like fucking is the big goofball at the NBA All-Star games, like dribbling like crazy, and we laugh at him and we love him. And they're like, no, he's tapped in. And I'm like, what? But I went into all his history. Shaq think he a street nigga. This is a fact. Shaq think he's a street nigga. And there's multiple cases. He hasn't, well, actually, he did hit up a chick I was talking to like a few weeks ago, which I'm going to say, Shaq, I'm going to keep it cute with you from here on. if you want me to go do a whole deep dive on your history, nigga, you don't want to end up like Shannon Sharpe. I'm going to just say that right now. Because as much money as you think you got, I got a lot of motherfucking time. And I'm only saying that because Shaq is playing bully in the background. He's whatever you're hearing this nigga said, me and Tusi got on the phone was like, yo, why this nigga hit my baby moms? Shaq, I don't know what the fuck going on with him. Just leave me alone, my nigga. I hear you getting niggas clapped. Just leave me alone, bro. Like, I want no, I'll actually try to apologize to you because I don't want to be beefing with you. I like you. Like, nigga, when I play 2K, like, you're one of the characters I play. So let's not beef. But if you hit up another one, like another chick or doing some weird shit with me, I might have to just spend a week breaking down all the allegations that you try to get people killed. Okay? But I don't want to do that. All right? And also, the reason why your name is getting thrown up in this. Exactly. So anyway, I just had to put that out there because all that little lovable Shaq shit is like, I'm telling you, it's all cap. All cap. Like, the nigga talk like he's a Big U descendant. Except Big U broke compared to him. Like, he's rich. You know what I mean? Shaq ain't gonna bust a grape and fruit fight. But he'll pay for niggas to get you hemmed up, beat up, shot, stabbed, killed. And the funny thing, and I'm like, nigga, you know, this could be an open air. Like, Shaq, nobody's impervious. It don't matter how long you live on this earth, my nigga. They'll get you at some point. Like, just calm it down. You're a legend. You got a statue outside the fucking crypto arena. Relax. Anyway, I know how petty that nigga is, okay? I'm telling you personally, I know how petty he is. I've been trying to apologize to Shaq for like a year now on stream. The nigga is petty. And I'm telling you everything about it. And I only fell back because I realized he's been accused of getting niggas clapped. And I'm like, I like living. And I don't want Shaq using his $1 million to try to get me eliminated. Okay? Shaq, I got no problem with you. But I do think some of Shannon's problems, probably, Shaq is the type of nigga who will put money in the streets to fuck with his ops. So this whole Shannon Sharpe shit, and I'm going to play you the audio. Oh, wait, hold on. We already just played the audio. Let me play the audio again. Like, Matt Barnes runs the whole podcast. Why the hell Matt Barnes sounding like he's Lil Woody on the phone? Why are you saying this?
I don't know if you're on this kind of time, but I was in a group chat the other day, or actually just yesterday, and Shaq said he's paying top dollar for any information on old boy. So, again, I don't know if you're on that kind of time or not, but Shaq is known to throw large sums of money around, so just want to put that out there. I ain't quiet. Hey, he said, please keep it quiet. He said that Shannon did some shit back to him a while back, and he's been off him. So that's why he's doing this, but please keep his name quiet.
Okay. So let's get into this.
Shaq said, you took me sticking up for Shay as jealousy of Joker shows how smart you are and how you say anything to get clicks. That's not what I did. But anyway, so here's the clickbait for you. If I ain't ranked in the top 10 in your profession, then you can't speak. Don't forget, I know what you did to get where you're at. Me jealous sounds like you jealous. I know you're trying to stay relevant by gossiping on your podcast. We don't believe you. You need more people in case you forgot 4 rings, 3 finals MVPs, top 50, top 75. And to be quite frank, all this success you got still under me. You don't know my work ethic, but according, I work less, but not blah, blah, blah. But anyway, love you too. If you need help making money, it's better ways than gossiping. I'm too old for this ish. Love always. The most dominating big man ever. Never took it serious. Remember, I know you and you know words of Skip Bayless. I'm better than you. Hashtag G14 classification. I have it. You don't. Not in my profession.
Wait, when that happened?
He just about 10 minutes ago.
Shannon, that's the moment you fucked up. Trust. Take my word, my nigga. I guarantee somebody found out the bitch you was fucking. Because nobody knew you was fucking this girl. Somebody found her, not saying Shaq, and somebody got in their ear. And I'm telling you, it's one of your ops. I'm telling you this. Unless you want to be in the land of coincidences, I don't think you want to be in that land. Shannon, one thing I realized when I was reading the lawsuit against you, you old. You hella old. What I mean by that is not in age, is that I don't even think you're green. Is that you just don't know how younger people are thinking. Because your mind ain't programmed to that. So a lot of things you were doing, you were moving like an old nigga. It's not, again, not age, but your actions with things, your demeanor towards whatever. Also, Shannon, I'm giving you a light warning. By the way, let's keep it. Shannon, he ain't never going. Well, it'll take about 10 years or like 5 years. You'll hear him admit what I'm about to tell you now. He gonna tell y'all at some point that the niggas who he was beefing with, like, or having friendly competition with, they were playing another game. Shannon, you see when Skip Bayless and Charles Barkley are going at each other, it's not just words. These are all millionaires going at each other. They're all playing a dirty game. And if they could expose you, get you to lose your job, trick you out of your position, they will. You thought you and Shaq getting into it, you probably brush it off as, man, because I hear you in the clip. You're like, I don't know why Shaq, I still think he's a phenomenal. Shaq was trying to line you up from back then. Now, I'm not saying Shaq did this because I have no proof. But I'm pretty sure a couple dots are connecting today for Shannon. Old Uncle Shay Shay. Watch how he talks about this. And this is how you know you're oblivious. Because I was oblivious. I was just like, Shaq ain't mad at me. Then I realized he was. I'm like, wait, how did Shaq... Shaq hit up a chick that had 300 followers and her page was on private. DM'd her. 4 weeks ago. It's a new chick I'm talking to. 4 weeks ago. 300 followers. I don't date popular chicks. Shaq in her DMs. She even came to me. She was like, did you say something? Like, there's a couple blue checks in my like DMs and stuff. I'm like, what are you talking about? She was like, the chick, it was in Spanish. She don't know who Shaq was. She says, this guy is DMing me. She showed me the phone. Shaq! Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. Bro, her page private and she got 300 followers. Shaq! Yo, let me tell you this. This is why I've been apologizing to Shaq. Like, I've been trying to get cool with him, but I don't know what, like, nigga, just because. Anyway, Shannon, what I'm trying to tell you, when I say that story, I'm trying to tell you, I don't think you thinking that deep into it. And that's exactly why you get lined up. Because not only he don't fuck with you, you are also kind of seen in the same competitive league as him. And of course, I think that nigga will line you up. Shaq a slimy nigga.
Wait, Shaq in the chat?
No, he on IG. I've never professed. I've never professed that I was as great as Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
But what I will say,
yes, sir,
I got what I got because I worked my ass off. Now,
yes,
Shaq has been the one that said that he didn't work as hard. He did.
You see, he think this is about basketball still. Shaq is telling probably Matt Barnes and all his dude boys, yo, I got 100 bands if y'all get me some info, or maybe 200 bands. Shaq's a billionaire. He might be like, I got $500,000 if y'all get me some info on this fuck nigga. Yo, get me a proof that he's really gay. Get me the video of him sucking some dick. Allegedly. If Shaq put all the effort he's putting into beefing with ops and getting at bitches that he put into the NBA, he would have had 20 rings. That's a fact.
Didn't train as hard. He didn't eat as well as he should have.
Right.
Shaq is the one that anytime someone wins an MVP, he talks about how he should have been the MVP over Steve Nash. Now, you guys have heard me speak glowingly. I say Travis Kelce is better tight end than I was. So was Gronk. So was my guy, what's his name? For the Chargers. Antonio Gates, Gonzo, Big Winslow. I'm cool. I got no problem. You know why I got no problem, Ocho, with giving people credit?
Right.
Because I got everything out of my God-given ability. God gave.
I ain't gonna lie, Shannon. You thought this was about basketball. Y'all don't see Shaq on TNT? You think Shaq on there is just talking X's and O's, bro? Bro, Shaq doesn't live the life of like the greatest life, my nigga. You think he give a fuck about these basketball players? Shaq up there who's 55, or I don't know how old he is. He still think he's 30, bro. Like, that money gonna make you feel like that. Yo, Shannon, apologize to Shaq with me. Yo, Shaq, I'm gonna apologize for Uncle Shay Shay, okay? I'm gonna apologize for Uncle Shay Shay. Because he wasn't familiar with your game. I got familiar with your game. So, Shaq, I apologize for Uncle Shay Shay. Anyway. All right. So Shannon is out at ESPN. But people are definitely bringing up videos that's showing that Shannon was bugging. He was starting to feel himself. For example, they're bringing back up this clip of when Cat Williams was on the show, and Cat Williams was talking about Jonathan Majors and how a white woman took down his career. And I get it. Gabriela Zuniga isn't a white woman. She's actually from Spain. She's Spanish. But the lack of melanin, people do kind of put her in that thing of being a white woman, especially how she speaks about black people. You know you're not someone that fucks with black people when you're saying, put a black baby in me. Like, you know, you're almost making it. No. Like, even if you would say, put a mixed baby in me. Like, no, you're just saying, put a black baby in me. It's almost like you're kind of caricaturing the entire situation. Listen to what Cat Williams said to him.
Want to get with a white woman because I was scared she might have me running down the street like Jonathan Majors.
There you go. Come on, Cat.
Not because I didn't like white women. I think white women are as great as any other women. But I'm not going to act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends. And that's the truth. That's the truth. Want to get what...
Cat Williams might have got this one wrong. I think they took down Shannon Sharpe in 1 weekend. We ain't get to the second weekend yet. We didn't get to the second weekend yet, chat. We did not get to the second weekend yet. It wasn't 2 weekends. It was 1.
A white woman because I was scared she might have me running down the street like Jonathan Majors.
There you go. Come on, Cat.
Not because I didn't like white women. I think white women are as great as any other women. But I'm not going to act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends. And that's the truth. That's the truth. Want to get with a white woman because I was scared she might have me running down the street like Jonathan Majors.
There you go. Come on, Cat.
Not because I didn't like white women. I think white women are as great as any other women. But I'm not going to act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends. And that's the truth. That's the truth. Want to...
Now, these clips are surfacing as well. Here we go.
I was talking about date your age. Well, I want to date my wage. I'm finna shut all this ish down tonight. I want to date my wage.
Stay right
so
there. Stay right.
Where y'all at? Hey, chat, where they at?
Hold on. Cause you know I keep it on me now.
Yeah.
I keep it on me. You want to date your what?
I want to date my wage, not my age. I want to date my wage. So where are they? Cause y'all always talking about date your age. I want to date my wage. So come on with it.
Well, you talking?
As a matter of fact, I'm taking applicants as we speak.
Well, you talking spicy tonight, boy.
Everybody always talk about date your age.
Now, I didn't know this was an ongoing conversation. I've never seen Shannon with a woman. I thought they said he always was with this gay stylist. But apparently people knew that he was hanging around young women. And, I mean, I don't even want to get into that conversation, even though a lot of people had conversations about it. Like, for example, Charlemagne actually spoke about it, and he kind of called out Shannon a bit by saying, yo, bro, let's see, Charlemagne. He spoke about, shout out to Uncle Charla. You see, my man Uncle Charla, he been through the gamut as well. You know what I realized? Some of the things that he came out on the other side, gladfully, successfully, but he came on the other side realizing that he might be right. At a certain point, you getting all this money, you're doing good for yourself, you're feeding your family, you're setting aside money for generations to come, you got all type of great things, building businesses. At some point, you got to check out the whole game. Go get one loyal chick who gonna hold you down, not backstab you, not gonna set you up, and ride off in the sunset with her. That's what Charlemagne did. Charlemagne used to brag about cheating on his wife. Then when shit got real, he married his wife. Used to be listening to Brilliant Idiots. He'd be like, yo, he said, I ain't cheating 3 years. I'm like, damn. You know what got him in that mode? Getting into some real shit. And I ain't gonna lie. For a while, I was like, man, how they done got, man, light-skinned Charlotte a little different. But I'm now realizing light-skinned Charlotte is smart as shit. I think a lot of us believe that we get all this money and fame to be able to slang dick at a rapid pace and fuck as many girls as you want until you realize that same mentality becomes a thing that hurts your career. It becomes the women you deal with and associate with that now start saying shit about you or alleging shit that now your career is in jeopardy and your livelihood is in jeopardy. So I know you want to have your cake and eat it too, but which one you want? Do you want just the women or you want the fame and the money that could help all your family? Because now you got 50 people depending on you and you get to realize, man, go sit your ass in the corner. It ain't about date your age and date your wage. It seems like you just need to have some dick discipline and just get with a chick that just ain't going to do all this. Because if you fucking, here's the thing. Yo, I be saying this. Instagram be looking like a menu. When you popping, Instagram look like a menu. Every time you, like, I be looking like, man, Mark Zuckerberg know me like the back of my hand. Every time I refresh, it be 40 women who looks like my type of woman that I like. So it's like you just almost end up. But here's the thing. You don't know these people. Half the time, the people who you're dealing with, they're not interested in you. They might even have a man already or maybe a pimp, who knows. And then they start looking at you just as a dollar sign and they start thinking about extracting money out of you. And if you're not willingly giving them what they want because escorting seems like the thing now or tricking, word to these rappers, some of them might start lining you up. It's about the age, actually. I think it's about this idea that, yo, I'm going to keep fucking women and having them be replaceable. Like, I think at a certain point, you don't got to get married, but you got to just consolidate and fuck with somebody who is going to be there for you and be a little bit loyal. Because what happens is if you keep thinking, because I think that's what Shannon was thinking, right? Let me fuck with this girl here. Let me fuck with this. Oh, I see another chick on OnlyFans. At some point, you're going to get some chick that's going to line you up. Like, for example, did y'all hear how he was speaking about Scott Bree? right? Listen to how he was speaking about Scott Bree. Here we go. It's like he just found the way he was gushing in this clip is like he just found Instagram Explore page. And all his Explore page was OnlyFans chicks. So now he's like a kid in a candy store. And this is a grown-ass man. He's in his 50s.
You know who Scott Bree is, Ocho?
Scott Bree? Who that is, Coach?
Yeah. How I do it. How I do
Hey, Scott,
it.
I mean, who is that? Help me out.
You know what I'm saying? She little something. She might be famous for vertical activity that she good at.
She a hooper?
Oh yeah.
Who she play for? Who she play for?
She got her own little thing,
Huh?
Man, y'all need to stop, man. Y'all need to stop. Y'all be on that bull jive, man.
Hold on. Who she play for?
Back in the day, she could have been on my team.
She played for on her back.
You know who Scott Bree is, Ocho?
Scott Bree? Who that is, Coach?
Yeah.
Now, I ain't gonna lie. I forgot Scott Bree hit me up back in the day. So I was like, Scott Bree. So my DMs was open with her. I hit her ass and I said, yo, you ain't lying my nigga Uncle Shay Shay up, did you? And she said, I got no idea who that is, to be honest. That clip of him talking about me is like a year old. I'm getting so many DMs and comments saying I'm the one who's suing him. Like TMZ just reached out. But no, it wasn't me. Now, granted, I know it's not her suing him. But I was trying to figure out, on some kind of messy shit. I'm trying to figure out, like, yo, you fuck Unc? You know what I mean? But she's saying she never met him, which just tells me Shannon Sharpe was basically a horny dog off the leash that was on Instagram seeing all these beautiful women that might be doing OnlyFans and probably was thinking, damn, shit, if I just trick on them for like $2,000 to $5,000, I could get some pussy. And he was just thinking he was a kid in a candy store, except when you run into one that at some point somebody says, yo, wait, hold on. He's only doing that for you? You know this nigga's about to get $100 million. It turns into a lot of things different. You get what I'm saying?
Real, Ocho.
Listen to Ray J speak on the matter. This is crazy.
Yo, Shannon Sharpe, bro, like, I seen that, like, I was looking at, like, everything that's going on. Maybe I'm tripping, but, like, she told you to do some bondage stuff. I remember when I did Love and Hip Hop and Princess had me in the bondage room, I had the ball in my mouth, pause. They had me tied up and she was whipping me and beating me and shit. And then, they wanted me to do that. I'm like, look, I don't do all that. It was choking. It was all kind of crazy shit going on in there. It was weird and it was painful and I hated it, right? It seemed like that's what y'all was doing. Then all of a sudden when you get kinky with it, like, I'm gonna choke you outside. I'm into it now. After she done tied you up, whipped you, put a butt plug in you or whatever what it was that got you going, which is to each his own. And I didn't mean the butt plug. That's not okay. Now she trying to use it again. Yo, Shannon Sharpe, bro, like, I seen that, like, I was looking at, like, everything that's going.
Yeah. Now, give me a short second. We're going to come back to the Shannon Sharpe point. I do know, and I've seen the comments. I see you guys talking about it. There is breaking news. Gilbert Arenas' son was seriously injured in a car crash. If you don't know Gilbert Arenas, former star basketball player, but also a very prolific and has a sizable podcast. His son, who was a budding, NBA prospect, Elijah Arenas, was seriously injured in a car crash. They're claiming that he's in a induced coma. They say, according to the High School Hoops Insider, he was placed in an induced coma due to smoke inhalation, and he didn't suffer any broken bones. Now, I really don't know what that means, but I think we all take the same sentiment when we hear somebody was put in a coma, that this shit is serious. But it says because of smoke inhalation, not necessarily broken bones or any other injury. So I don't know. I'm guessing maybe he should probably okay. But you never know. Hopefully, whatever the issue is, he makes it out of that, this phase. By the way, his mom is Laura Govan. Clearly, his dad is Gilbert Arenas. But Laura Govan appeared to address the news in an Instagram post. She was pleading with her 1.5 million followers. And she says, I need all your fucking prayers, okay? And, yeah, he was supposedly really good. Like, a lot of people, really always said this kid was really... He was probably going to be maybe even better than his father. Some people even projected, right? But he was rushed to the hospital with serious injuries after crashing his Tesla Cybertruck early Thursday morning. It's unclear what caused the wreck, but the luxury vehicle was completely mangled on the side of the road based on images we've viewed. Now, it looks like they haven't put images out yet, but it says, we're told emergency responders raced to the scene after fire personnel responded to a trapped patient but when help arrived, everyone in the vehicle had already made it out. Here's the dispatch audio.
Pluto TV.
Okay, we have to wait for an ad. Yeah, I don't got ad blocker anymore. Somebody say he's a top 5 prospect. Somebody say I heard he was better than Bronny. Well, that all due respect, that's not saying much. Here we go.
Engine at Rescue 104 with Life Force 73 traffic, 7922 Corbin. Engine Rescue 104 with Life Force 73. We are now upgrading this to a physical rescue response. Stand by for your additional companies. Physical rescue 7922 Corbin Avenue across the Blythe Street. That's 7922 Corbin Avenue across the Blythe Street, Channel 8, TAC 17. Metro Engine 104 is on scene at 7922 Corbin. Do you have a Tesla Cybertruck versus a hydrant? Looks like they do have an auto fire as well. I'll give you an update on the patient in a minute. Units reported a physical rescue assignment at 7922 Corbin Avenue. Agent 104 is on scene, confirming Tesla into a hydrant.
So it looked like the Tesla hit a hydrant.
With fire. That's our Life Force 73. We're on scene. 7922 Corbin. The Cybertruck is only involvement is the front hood area. It doesn't appear to be involving any batteries. We have one patient who's out of the vehicle now. The only person in the vehicle is actually with further here shortly. We're just validating that the vehicle's empty. The Metro Life Force 73, the vehicle's clear. We'll hold Engine 104, Rescue 104, Task Force 73, and Engine and Hazmat 87. Hold the taxi for a while. Units responding to physical rescue assignment, not on scene. You can make yourselves available. Engine Rescue 104, Task Force 73. Engine.
Now, I don't want to make any assumptions here, but, apparently them Cybertrucks, I don't have a Tesla at all, but apparently them Cybertrucks are really fast and, their takeoff speed is, really crazy because they don't have to spool up. Damn near it just kind of hits. And who knows? Maybe that's what happens. Maybe he lost control. I don't know the conditions right now in L.A., but they're saying he hit a hydrant, which... Don't they tout that these Cybertrucks are made of fucking adamantium steel, right? Cybertruck. They claim it's made out of the same shit that Wolverine's fucking claws was made out of. So these shit should run through a house, right? But apparently they're saying that this thing crashed into a hydrant, and he did get out before emergency personnel got there, but somehow, there was some issues with smoke inhalation. But even then, they had to put him in a coma. But why would they have to put someone in an induced coma for that? That's kind of crazy, right? Wow. Hopefully everything is good. Send my well wishes to Gilbert Arenas. Also his family, the mother of the child, of course, any friends and family of Elijah Arenas as well. Back to this Shannon Sharpe shit. He's stepping away. He announced it via the X page. I don't think he's stepping away from a show, right? I'm really wondering what the hell Stephen A. Smith is gonna say now. That's going to be the interesting shit. What the fuck is Stephen A. Smith finna say about all this?
I'm gonna choke the fuck out of
In public, too. In public.
Let me take a picture. I'm taking a picture real quick.
In public, it didn't come out right. It didn't come out right. Yeah, it did. The choking was on something else. And he just bleeded that shit in. Hey, tell me this AI. Oh, it's AI.
She said,
I told her.
that's not a good look. I don't think I want that.
Hey, it's AI. They've been mashing these shits up together.
Oh, man.
That shit is
That's
all.
funny.
They can't use none of this in court.
He in public talking like this. Oh, my God.
I want you to choke me. Read this. I'm going to choke you. Real good. In public, too.
No, man.
Yeah, it was cut and paste. Imagine the headlines on that.
Hey, man, they got to have. Nah, man.
All right, back to basketball.
Nah, man, they got to go back to flip balls, man, for the old.
Back to basketball.
I'm going to roast your big ass.
Sign language. Back to basketball.
They cut and paste Unk like that, man. Unk ain't doing that, man.
Let's get back to basketball. So LeBron first.
Get that whole $10. Man. Please. Just sign up. Hey, listen. She got some private stuff on there. Just sign up to the 1 year membership. That's it. You're throwing out too much money early.
He went past the OnlyFans threshold. You're supposed to just watch. And then you keep it moving. You don't say, can you come by? Can I fly you out?
No, leave it alone. He said he offered $10 million. I was like, wait, let me negotiate for you. Let me negotiate for you. Wait a minute.
You're throwing out 10, you already know it's some wild shit. Oh, it's some wild shit. If you're throwing out 10.
All alleged at this point, we will let the legal process play out.
It's some wild shit.
We was young in 5.
All that nightcap shit.
I'm gonna be his lawyer. I'm gonna be his lawyer. I'm gonna get him off.
You gonna get him off?
I'm gonna get him off.
No Diddy.
No Diddy. Right here. Did you say? If you gonna get him off,
you bought the beer at 11:30.
Hey, shit, how much you throwing out? How much?
Hey, baby!
If
you don't go out here,
hey, we got a Kanye, it's just nah, man, they say something to me too, man.
Enough.
He got me.
Enough.
When I was on nightcap, I swear to God.
Enough.
I swear to God.
Let's get back to basketball, please. Back to basketball. Enough.
I did not want you to touch my shoulder. Did he touch you like this again? Unhand me. Unhand me. What? He said he was going to choke me too. In public.
He said he's going to choke me in public. All right, said it in 5. Said it in 5.
All right. Okay. What else? All right. That's me again. Oh, we should do this. Okay. Did I cover everything on the Shannon Sharpe stuff so far? I think we probably did. I don't want to drive it into the ground. Anything else I didn't cover on the Shannon Sharpe shit? Give me 1 second. Okay, I did that. Okay, we'll do that in a bit. Somebody says Unkin 5. I ain't gonna lie. His audience gonna keep him afloat, man. But yo, them corporate entities, they're not about to fuck with him, bro. They're not about to fuck with him. Just let me look to make sure we covered every single thing with this. Here we go. Okay, I bet. Damn. See, chat, when it rains, it fucking pours. When it rains, it pours. So now they're coming out with some more information. Check this out, chat. They said exclusive. This is 52 minutes ago. Shannon Sharpe was accused accused of choking a female coworker at Fox in a previous unreported incident, sources tell Sports Rap Report. Sharpe's lawyers confirmed to FOS that an incident happened and say it was resolved by Fox. Sharpe denies that it was choking. Oh, boy. This is a tough thing. Give me 1 second. This is a tough thing for This is a tough thing to kind of really get through, right? So I see a lot of people asking, like, why would you offer $10 million, right? And some people feel like that's almost an indictment against him because that kind of shows guilt. Like, you know what I mean? These days, especially with the new wave of like sexual assault and stuff like that, shit, Diddy supposedly paid up and he went to jail. So do you think anybody's really going to pay up unless like you want it's some crazy shit? I think niggas is down to fight it. I mean, everybody seems like they want to fight it, but Shannon Sharpe came around and looked like he offered money. Now, there was a little bit different interpretation of why he may have tried to fight it. And his lawyer did release a press release. And they kind of try to explain why he would do that, okay? Check this out. So this was...
The lawsuit that was filed over the weekend against Hall of Fame tight end and media personality.
Now, they're going to speak from his lawyer's perspective because his lawyer kind of explains certain stuff to, like, the media. Supposedly it was a press conference. I couldn't find a press conference of just a lawyer speaking, but it's very important to know the lawyer that Shannon Sharpe went with. His name is Lanny Davis. Okay, Lanny Davis is a crisis manager. Okay, he's a lawyer. He's a consultant, a lobbyist, and many other things. Now, if we click on his Wikipedia, you're going to see a lot of things. His clients have been Harvey Weinstein. I think he's most notable, by the way, he's most notable for representing, you'll see here, Bill Clinton. So he lobbied on behalf of Bill Clinton, but also represented Bill Clinton supposedly for some other things as well. So this is the crisis manager that you hire when shit is going left, okay? Oh, the guy from Jersey. I didn't know that. So he's worked with politicians. By the way, I think he also worked with Trump. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Hey, sorry. I think he also worked with Trump. Give me a second. Trump. Yeah. In 2018, he was hired by, he worked for Michael Cohen, who was Trump's attorney. So he was the crisis manager for Trump's attorney who got charged. Davis later represented Cohen when he pled guilty to tax fraud, bank fraud, and a violation of campaign finance laws, okay? Yeah, he's represented a shit ton of people, okay? And he's the person that Shannon Sharpe is going with. So Shannon Sharpe is going with one of the big dogs who have represented people even high up in politics.
Shannon Sharpe has been one of the biggest stories for anyone who follows the NFL. Everybody knows who Shannon Sharpe is. The allegations against him are, on their surface, troubling. And Sharpe's position is clear. It's all falsified, it's all fabricated, and it's all part of a broader effort to blackmail him. So, like many cases when a person of a high profile is involved, there's two components, two courts, the court of law and the court of public opinion. And it's become clear to me from the outset of this effort by Shannon Sharpe and his lawyer Lanny Davis to push back, a lot of what's being said is intended for the court of public opinion. And sometimes the strategies are going to be very different in the court of public opinion than they are in a court of law. All that matters in the court of law is the final verdict. In the court of public opinion, it's what people think, and they're going to make their decisions, they're going to come to their conclusions, they're going to have their impressions early on. So it's critical to move quickly to get people to accept your version of reality and to see it your way and to support you and your position right out of the gates. And that's a big part of what's happened this week. And that's important to this update in the Shannon Sharpe case. Lanny Davis,
that's the lawyer.
And you may know the name. He represented President Clinton back in the 90s when Clinton had some things going on. He represented Michael Cohen, the former lawyer for Donald Trump, several years ago when Cohen had some things going on. And now Lanny Davis is primarily responsible for this lawsuit against Shannon Sharpe. Davis had a press conference yesterday regarding the situation. And one of the big aspects of the effort to prevail in the court of public opinion comes from placing pressure on attorney Tony Buzbee and the plaintiff in the case against Sharpe to release the unedited tape of what Davis and Sharpe believe were edited into a snippet that suggests a non-consensual sexual encounter. They believe that the full tape, the full video, will show the proper context and that it was consensual. And there's a lot of pressure being placed on Buzbee and the plaintiff to produce, not just produce it, but to surrender it to an expert who can determine whether the edited version is real and whether the unedited version is authentic as well.
By the way, this isn't the lawyer. Just to let you know, this isn't Lanny Davis.
Now, to me, that's always been part of the PR play because, and I posed this question yesterday and Davis accurately answered it, he's automatically and absolutely entitled to get the unedited tape as part of the discovery process in the lawsuit. You submit.
So to kind of, I don't know if, sometimes I feel like people might be talking and you're not understanding it. Just because they're long-winded or they're talking just not a colloquial way like I talk. So there's a sex tape that they're going to plan to show to the jury. Okay? In every case, you have to give discovery. So when it works in civil cases, so in a criminal case, discovery is from the prosecutors to the defense. The defense only has to reveal if they're bringing new things to the table, but basically you got to trade information that's going to be used in the trial. In a civil case, both sides have to trade what they have. So, for example, I want to see your phone records. Be like, well, I want to see your phone records. Y'all trade phone records. You get what I'm saying? Because in a civil case, it's like the idea of making a case or defending a case is kind of like almost very mutual, as opposed to when you're in a criminal case, all you got to do is defend yourself and you really don't even have to put nothing forward. You just have to work against what they have against you. So Shannon Sharpe is saying, well, y'all have put out these messages or y'all have put out these recorded phone calls. We want the entire phone call. And we want to have our legal or not legal, but tech experts make sure it's not edited. We want to make sure this is in full. We want to make sure this is the original copy. And again, they haven't really gotten that far in the court process, but they're basically saying we haven't gotten that yet. Right? And I mean, technically, they don't have to get it yet, but obviously Shannon Sharpe wants it now to be able to, on a court of public opinion, be like, yo, they edited that. You know what I mean? They don't have it yet.
A Rule 34 request for production, and you get it. You get it. They can't not give it to you, and if they've messed with it, that's another can of worms they're going to have to deal with. So putting the pressure on Tony Buzbee publicly now really does feel like part of this PR play. Why won't you release it now? Release it now. Show everyone. That's the problem, because they want people to think that there's some fundamental problem with the edited version, supposedly the one that differs dramatically from the unedited version. So that was a big part of the press conference yesterday. There were other things that were said, but the most important, and I was surprised when I first heard this. I thought Lanny Davis misspoke. Fairly early in the conference call, he mentioned that Shannon Sharpe, during efforts to settle the case before the lawsuit was filed, offered tens of millions of dollars to the plaintiff. And he used that phrase several times, tens of millions of dollars. And I, along with other people who were on the call, asked questions. And the way it worked was you typed your question in.
Okay. So it looked like the lawyer was talking and they were able to ask questions. Okay, so that's why he has exclusive. Okay.
Filed offered tens of millions of dollars to the plaintiff. And he used that phrase several times, tens of millions of dollars. And I, along with other people who were on the call, asked questions. And the way it worked was you typed your question in. You didn't actually verbally express the question. So you type the question, you send it, and you wait for them to answer it. Multiple people who were on that call asked the question of, is it tens of millions or is it 10 million? What's the number specifically? So eventually, after saying tens of millions several times, Lanny Davis said that Shannon Sharpe offered at least $10 million to settle the case. Now, I practiced law for 18 years. I was stunned by that because, and look, I know that within the...
What? I just missed that.
I, along with other people who were on the call, asked questions. And the way it worked was you typed your question in. You didn't actually verbally express the question. So you type the question, you send it, and you wait for them to answer it. Multiple people who were on that call asked the question of, is it tens of millions or is it 10 million? What's the number specifically? So eventually, after saying tens of millions several times, Lanny Davis said that Shannon Sharpe offered at least $10 million to settle the case. Now, I practiced law for 18 years. I was stunned by that because, and look, I know that within the confines of litigation, when you settle a case and you write the check and it goes away, part of the release agreement that you get from the plaintiff has language making it clear that we deny everything and the payment of money should never be regarded as proof of liability or admission of responsibility. Also, when the case is over, there's a confidentiality provision in there that prevents the plaintiff from ever saying what was obtained through this effort to settle the case. I was surprised that Lanny Davis was so candid about this because it cuts against the expectation and the idea and this effort to sell that it's all falsified and it's all blackmail and it's all extortion and I didn't do anything, but I was willing to pay $10 million. Now, the only way to thread that needle is to say, okay, well, it was pretty effective blackmail because he was willing to pay $10 million for something he didn't do, and she didn't want it. She wanted more. I just think that when you're dealing in the court of public opinion, it's not easy to spin those two plates. I didn't do anything. This is all falsified, and I offered at least $10 million, and she wouldn't take it. I think most people, this is my opinion, most people are going to hear those two facts, and most people are going to say, man, why would he offer $10 million if he didn't do anything? Doesn't mean he did anything. But when we're playing to the court of public opinion, I didn't do anything and it's all fabricated and falsified, and I'm going to fight this tooth and nail. Oh, by the way, I offered $10 million before it started. It's a tough one to balance. And I expressed that yesterday in an item that I wrote at PFT immediately after the press conference ended. And I'm updating this now, number one, because I think it's an important development as it relates to the court of public opinion, because Shannon Sharpe and his lawyer want anyone who's listening to this to believe that he's blameless, and he has every right to shout from the rooftops, I did nothing wrong. And we're trying to be fair to everyone involved in this situation. And it's an interesting case because only two people know what the truth is. And there's not going to be a whole lot of evidence that I think is going to tip the scales one way or the other. But did hear from Lanny Davis after I wrote my item suggesting that it's difficult to reconcile. I didn't do anything with, I offered her $10 million, at least $10 million, as Lanny Davis said. So what I'm going to do... And
so it's not 10 million, it's at least 10. Wow.
I'm going to write this at PFT, and he wanted to post his own op-ed at PFT, and that's just not the way we do things. But I said, you send me a statement, and I'll look at it, I'll consider it, I might use some of it, I might use all of it, and in fairness to Shannon Sharpe and to Lanny Davis, I'm going to read the whole thing right now. I'm going to copy, paste, no snarky comment, the whole thing at PFT later. But here's what Lanny Davis had to say in response to my opinion that it's difficult to reconcile Sharpe saying on one hand, I didn't do anything, and Davis admitting on the other hand that Sharpe offered at least $10 million to the plaintiff to settle the case before she filed suit. And this is all, until I say it's over, This is all from Lanny Davis, counsel to Shannon Sharpe. I strongly disagree with Mr. Florio's opinion that Mr. Sharpe's decision to pay Ms. Zuniga, who engaged in blackmail, a threat to publish private sexual activity unless she was paid substantial money, in any way infers that Mr. Sharpe was responsible for any wrongdoing, and certainly does not change his belief, and mine as his attorney, that Ms. Zuniga lied in her allegations in the complaint she filed and was responsible for an edited tape leaving a false impression of non-consensual sexual activity, and she has refused to allow that tape to be examined by an independent expert to determine whether she made any editing or deletions in the original tape that she secretly made during sexual activity with Mr. Sharpe. In fact...
Wow. Okay, that's interesting. So, chat, so now we're getting some more info. So, because, you know what I was thinking? I'm like, how green is Uncle Shay Shay? Chat. So, one in the chat, if you're a dude and you've let a woman record you and keep the footage of you fucking her. So this is sex. If you've allowed a woman to record you having sex with her and she keeps the footage. Now, I know niggas might record them fucking a girl and you might send the girl the footage because y'all kinky like that. But you've let a girl record you, and still, one in the chat for all my chat queens, if a man has allowed you to record sex with them on your phone, that's kind of like a no-no. Like, why would you let the girl record y'all? What the fuck? For her purposes. So two is the other option. So two or any other number is if you don't let no woman record you having sex with her. Do you record her? Probably. But if she's recording you, that don't sound too right. Because I was thinking about it, I'm like, Shannon can't be that green. Why would he allow her to record him? He has so much to lose. She could get mad at him. She could threaten to do whatever with it. Then I started thinking about some other stuff. Maybe he pulled up to her apartment. Maybe she has a Ring camera. Maybe she's surveillance footage. But it's no way, like, she's like fucking selfie mode while Shannon is beating it down from the back. No way, right? Or she got a camera set up, and I know she's an OnlyFans model. Like, no way Shannon would allow that, right? So that's the confusion. How does she has a 10-minute video of him fucking her?
Way infers that Mr. Sharpe was responsible for any wrongdoing, and certainly does not change his belief, and mine as his attorney, that Ms. Zuniga lied in her allegations in the complaint she filed and was responsible for an edited tape leaving a false impression of non-consensual sexual activity, and she has refused to allow that tape to be examined by an independent expert to determine whether she made any editing or deletions in the original tape that she secretly made during sexual activity with Mr. Sharpe.
Secretly made? Now that's throwing me for a loop, chat. How did she make a secret tape? A secret sex tape? Huh?
And this is all, until I say it's over, this is all from Lanny Davis, counsel to Shannon Sharpe. I strongly disagree with Mr. Florio's opinion that Mr. Sharpe's decision to pay Ms. Zuniga, who engaged in blackmail, a threat to publish private sexual activity unless she was paid substantial money, in any way infers that Mr. Sharpe was responsible for any wrongdoing, and certainly does not change his belief, and mine as his attorney, that Ms. Zuniga lied in her allegations in the complaint she filed and was responsible for an edited tape leaving a false impression of non-consensual sexual activity, and she has refused to allow that tape to be examined by an independent expert to determine whether she made any editing or deletions in the original tape that she secretly made during sexual activity with Mr. Sharpe. In fact, Mr. Sharpe decided to pay the substantial blackmail money demanded by Ms. Zuniga for the same reason why many other innocent people subject to a blackmail threat decide, usually painfully, to pay the blackmailer for the same reasons Mr. Sharpe, having absolutely nothing to do with any admission of wrongdoing. In Mr. Sharpe's case, as in the case of virtually all other subjects of blackmail, the reason was primarily to avoid public embarrassment for himself and his family and other adverse consequences to his life and reputation. I respectfully suggest that if Mr. Florio take the time to do fact reporting and interview many others who made the same decision as Mr. Sharpe to pay the blackmailer and be able, based on fact reporting and not opinion writing, to demonstrate that most people who decide to play blackmailers do so without the slightest implication of admitting to wrongdoing or any worry about personal wrongdoing. He may also decide in his own reconsideration on this subject that there was nothing inconsistent in my statement that Mr. Sharpe denied the lie, that he did anything other than engage in consensual sex, and that the tape secretly recorded by Ms. Zuniga was incomplete, contained deletions or edits to mislead the viewer into a conclusion that the sexual encounter was non-consensual. I am disappointed. Mr. Florio admitted in his opinion piece my challenge to Ms. Zuniga and her attorney that if they claim there were no such deletions or editing of her secretly recorded tape, then she should give her attorney permission to turn it over to a neutral professional investigator to determine whether or not it was altered in any way. All right.
Now, let me help break down what's going on, chat. So what's happening here is that they're trying the Jay-Z method with like that Alex Spiro used. So they're asking like, oh, give us the tape that we could. If this goes to trial, you have to get the tape. You have to. If that tape is going to be somewhat evidence, you have to get the tape. Here's the thing. Shannon Sharpe is or was being, in this middle of this $1 million, $100 million deal. They're trying to debunk everything now. So how it works in court, you get to many different steps before discovery. You get to many different steps before discovery. So, yeah, you might get the tape, but you might get the tape 5 months from now, 6 months from now. By that time, public opinion already made up their mind. So that's why they're trying to do what Alex Spiro did, like almost rush the process, like, give us the tape now, give us the tape now, give us the tape now. The court, if they don't give that tape up to y'all, they can't use it in court. But here's the thing, because, and all these, like, all these lawyers are like, we could call them ambulance chasers or whatever, but they know time is of the essence. They know right now, like, I could go look up that case in court. Didn't we look it up in court? Didn't I look it up in court, Chad? This shit was filed in what court? Let me see. Because we did pull it up. Shannon Sharpe. Here we go. We got the complaint. Wait, what? No. Hold on. No, this ain't it. Is this it? Yeah, we got it right here. This was filed in Vegas. Okay, yeah, this was filed in Vegas. If you guys are looking for the full complaint plus text messages are listed on Academics blog. All right. This is a complaint. It's filed in Nevada. I'll show you how I look up these cases if you're ever curious. How can I look it up? Nevada civil case search. I already got the case number. It's Clark County over there. Civil case search. You click on that. Oh, I might have to pay for it. It's all good if I do. Okay, enter the characters. MW. What is that? I can't tell. Okay. ZQXX, I think. Okay, we got the case number. The case number for this is... What's the case number? The case number is A-25-917-246-C. That's the case number, okay? So when you search that, of course it doesn't pop up anything. Oh my God. Or maybe I shouldn't put the hyphen. The hyphen might not need to be there. I think the hyphen they put in their own system. Let's try it again. Got to put this back again. 8PQ6. Oh my God! Now I gotta put this fucking case number back in again. I'm putting the right case number, right? Why is it not popping up? Search by defendant. We'll just do that. Sharpe, Shannon. Oh my God. This is MR48. I think that's an R, I believe. Search by defendant. Sharpe, Shannon. Okay, here we go. What is this? Shannon Sharpe. None of these are the joint. Oh, I think it's filed in a different court. The only reason I'm looking it up, and okay, this is township, so this is municipal. So municipal is not gonna have like a civil case like this. It's just gonna have like him getting parking tickets. So these are traffic tickets. You get what I'm saying? Now I gotta look. I'll look it up later. Oh, because it's in the 8th Judicial Court. Okay. So I ain't gonna waste our time by doing that. The reason why I was gonna do that is I was gonna show you the current status of the case. Bro, civil cases take a long time. Like, it takes a long time. So discovery is still not near. So when his lawyers is putting out statements saying, give us the videotape of that you secretly recorded, they're not going to give you the videotape, number one. Number two, they're also probably thinking about if, I don't know if, is Nevada a two-party state? I got to see. Like, first of all, it's kind of legal to just secretly record someone in sex anyway, right? But if it's under the yeah, it's very interesting. If it's at her house and she's recording it for, like, in some states, if you're recording bedroom activity to not commercialize and use, and that's why that whole idea of them calling out that, oh, they're about to put out a 30-second video, that would be an illegal thing that they could go after Tony Busby for. That would be breaking a law. That would be a crime. So this is why Tony Busby came back and said, we're not going to put out 30 seconds. We're going to just show it in court. Now, that's legal. There's like a lot of things to think about with this, and I think they're playing chess. They're trying to get Tony Busby to break the law because it's easier to then attack him criminally. That's what Jay-Z's lawyer kind of did. Jay-Z's lawyer pretty much attacked Tony Busby until the case fell apart, right? So I think that's what these lawyers are trying to do, but they're not Jay-Z's lawyer. But I was going to pull up the case to show that there's nothing that's gone on, which means they're not asking for discovery yet. But yet the lawyer keeps talking about give us the tape. Why would they give you out the tape right now when they're benefiting from running propaganda through the media and the media don't need the tape?
A blackmail threat, decide, usually painfully, to pay the blackmailer for the same reasons Mr. Sharpe, having absolutely nothing to do with any admission of wrongdoing. In Mr. Sharpe's case, as in the case of virtually all other subjects of blackmail, the reason was primarily to avoid public embarrassment for himself and his family and other adverse consequences to his life and reputation. I respectfully suggest that if Mr. Florio take the time to do fact reporting and interview many others who made the same decision as Mr. Sharpe to pay the blackmailer and be able, based on fact reporting and not opinion writing, to demonstrate that most people who decide to play blackmailers do so without the slightest implication of admitting to wrongdoing or any worry about personal wrongdoing. He may also decide, in his own reconsideration on this subject, that there was nothing inconsistent in my statement that Mr. Sharpe denied the lie, that he did anything other than engage in consensual sex, and that the tape secretly recorded by Ms. Zuniga was incomplete, contained deletions or edits to mislead the viewer into a conclusion that the sexual encounter was non-consensual. I am disappointed. Mr. Florio admitted in his opinion piece my challenge to Ms. Zuniga and her attorney that if they claim there were no such deletions or editing of her secretly recorded tape, then she should give her attorney permission to turn it over to a neutral professional investigator to determine whether or not it was altered in any way. All right. That's his statement. Now, there's a lot there. But here's the bottom line. His position is that Sharpe did nothing that is inconsistent with what people who are the victims of blackmail do. They offer to pay the money that is requested. I get that. I understand that. And in this case, the argument would be, from Sharpe's perspective, the plaintiff tried to blackmail me, and she threatened to sue if I didn't give her X number of dollars. I offered $10 million to keep this from becoming a thing. It doesn't mean I did anything wrong. I just didn't want this to become a thing. And now that it's a thing, I'm willing to tell you I offered her $10 million. See, that's the part that conflicts with my own experience practicing law. I never had a case like this one, but you typically don't go around telling people how much money you offered to settle a case. People who find themselves on the wrong side of a...
Well, I would say to this person, first of all, Shannon Sharpe didn't volunteer the information first, saying, oh, we offered to pay $10 million. Shannon Sharpe's whole strategy has been, yo, it's like, say someone is trying to contort the truth. You're like, I'm going to tell you the whole truth. And I'm going to do it before this person gives you a skewed perception of the truth. Now, in trying to give the whole truth in context, you have to admit things that don't make you look good. Like, for example, some of the text messages that Shannon Sharpe leaked himself or put out himself, some of the messages don't make him look good. But he has to do it to try to establish credibility with the audience, because remember, this is now in the court of public opinion. Ain't get to real court yet. I mean, it's in a real court, but it hasn't really gone down the chain yet. You got to make people feel like you're telling so much of the truth that the other person's lying. And that's why I think he's putting out more info. And I think that's why, he could have just ignored this. Remember, Tony Busby's the one that said, yo, they offered us like $10 million. And he could have just ignored it, but people are going to be like, oh, you're not being transparent no more. You're running from this. And I think to try to gain the trust of the public, he's like, no, I'll admit it. Yeah, we did offer that, but we were getting shook down. And we had other things going on. So I think that was a tactic to try to establish some, hey, we were trying to do the right thing, or we weren't, like, we're telling you the truth. They're telling you a different version or trying to skew the truth.
A lawsuit don't like the world to know that you're willing to pay out that kind of money because it invites others to do the same thing. It's all usually very discreet and it's all very confidential. And usually what happens is any numbers that are exchanged in settlement talks, those are treated as secret and private, and they don't get used. They're never admissible in court. You can't go to court and say, well, he offered me $10 million. He must be guilty of something. None of that is getting into the trial of the case. This is all for the benefit of the court of public opinion. So my point is, my opinion, my experience, my expectation would be you don't tell the world that you offered this person who you claim is blackmailing you and has made up everything and who you plan to sue for defamation and any other.
That's another thing. Shannon Sharpe has said he's going to sue her for defamation. I'm still waiting for that lawsuit to pop up. I don't think they're fully compiled it, but he claims he's going to sue her. Here's the thing. I don't know how you could sue her for defamation when remember, this is like a loophole. I keep telling you, her lawyer is doing the talking for her, and her lawyer is talking through legal documents, not necessarily online. So how do you sue for defamation when she hasn't said a word and only things she's saying is allegations in a lawsuit? Again, we haven't seen this purported or suggested defamation lawsuit from Shannon Sharpe to Zuniga yet.
Their claim that you can legitimately identify and pursue, you don't offer that person $10 million. You're pissed off. That's my assessment. And I'm surprised, frankly, that it's out there, that it's been so willingly shared with the world, because I don't think it would have been proper for Busby to say, hey, they offered us $10 million and we walked away from it. I don't think that would have been appropriate. Now, it's Sharpe's prerogative to put it out there. They strategically decided to put out there that he offered $10 million. And now the court of public opinion is going to make its decision.
Now we got a little bit more update on this. This is crazy, Chad. Sports report. So now apparently this incident that happened. What the fuck? This incident that happened at FS1 was settled for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Let's see if we can get some more details on it. They said Fox and Shannon Sharpe settled a physical incident with a female PA for hundreds of thousands of dollars. ESPN contributor Shannon Sharpe announced Thursday he's stepping away from the network as he faces a $50 million lawsuit on allegations that he raped a woman who he had a relationship with. While he contends with that suit, additional incidents from his past have come to light. Before Shannon Sharpe's time at ESPN, where he was the co-host of FS1's Undisputed, he was accused of choking a female production assistant in the workplace. Two sources with knowledge of the incident tell Front Office Sports. One source says Shannon and Fox settled with the accuser for several $100,000. There was no lawsuit filed against Shannon Sharpe in the incident. A rep for Shannon Sharpe told Front Office Sports there was no incident of choking involving Shannon Sharpe on the FS1 set. On one occasion, he and a few colleagues were involved in some light physical interaction in a playful context. Fox Sports later chose to resolve the matter privately. For further details, we recommend contacting Fox directly. A Fox Sports spokesperson declined to comment prior to the statement from Sharpe's camp and could not be immediately reached for a follow-up. Sharpe co-hosted Undisputed from 2016 to 2023, which is 7 years. The timing of the incident was unknown. In 2010, Sharpe briefly stepped away from his role on CBS NFL Today studio show. After he was accused of sexual assault, he returned to the network after a restraining order was dismissed. Earlier this week, a woman filed a lawsuit in Nevada accusing Sharpe of raping her. The woman, represented by attorney Tony Busby, who has previously filed lawsuits against Deshaun Watson, Jay-Z, and Diddy, said in the lawsuit that when she was 19, she met Sharpe at a gym in 2023. Sharpe is now 56. He was 54 then, by the way. The lawsuit claimed that the two had a consensual relationship that grew tense when Sharpe went on Instagram Live last October having sex with another woman. Okay? Sharpe said it was by accident. Busby later released audio of Sharpe threatening to choke the accuser, and Sharpe's lawyer, Lanny Davis, has claimed that Sharpe and the plaintiff engaged in role-playing. By the way, it's very interesting, and, that's kind of what this reminds me of? Andrew Tate, BDSM. I think he spoke about this because he said like some of the things he got accused of, like, for example, he's on tape like beating a woman, but he says no, it's not him beating a woman, it's role playing. Actually, the woman herself, she came out and said this.
Hi, I'm pretty sure many of you have seen a video of Andrew Tate beating up a woman.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends.
And I'm pretty sure not so many of you have seen the same woman coming forward with a statement saying it was nothing but a sex play. So here I am again for the second time. Yes, the woman he has beaten up, and the same woman who has made a statement is me. So I'm coming forward for the second time to just clarify and let everybody know it was nothing but a sex play. It was consensual foreplay that we like doing, that I was into, that I wanted. It was not abuse. There was no physical domestic violence happening. It was a consensual sex play. This is the second time I'm making the statement because I'm getting sick and tired of being tagged, saying I need to come forward again, even though I did. And I don't like seeing injustice of him being called woman beater for the same video that I've already.
Now, clearly, she's saying I was down with the kinkiness. It wasn't him beating my ass. This was role playing. Obviously, in the Shannon Sharpe situation, the woman is saying him threatening me and some other context. No, like, yeah, we did do role playing, but no, it went much further than that, right? So, let me see if we had the Andrew Tate, him explaining the BDSM stuff, because I think he did try to. Okay, I can't really find it, but that's kind of that's kind of how Andrew Tate kind of, like, people use it to be like, oh, that's evidence of him doing some sex trafficking. Look, he has these women tied up. He's beating them. And he's like, no, that's some kinky shit. So really, some of this kinky shit that could be taken out of context when, I don't know, maybe you and the girl don't get along no more and now she don't like you or whatever the case is, or shit, now the government want to give you a sex trafficking charge for whatever reason. This kinky play where, like, you're choking a girl or beating her up could look different depending on when, right? Here we go. Busby later. Okay, cool. It's her opinion that this is a classic case of blackmail. This is what Lanny Davis says. The plaintiff demanded tens of millions of dollars in a proceeding called mediation in return for her not publishing this tape. So it looked like her thing was, I'm going to drop this tape. Davis said that Sharpe had offered at least $10 million to sell the lawsuit before it was filed, and they were blindsided when talks broke down and news of the lawsuit broke in the media. So, again, this is what I keep saying. I agree with Mace. There's a pimp involved. Like, who turns down just $10 million? She don't have a pot to piss in. And negotiations he's already offering $10 million, which means look like he's down to give some bread. How does it just immediately break down to the point where you're exposing him and you're filing this lawsuit? Maybe, or you know, let me be fair. Maybe they thought it was going to be the same thing that happened to Diddy, because remember they said Cassie was asking Diddy for money, like $30 million. Diddy said, fuck no. As soon as he filed the lawsuit, or she filed the lawsuit, Diddy came paying in 24 hours. You remember that? You remember that? Cassie, 24 hours, Diddy settlement, right? Y'all remember that? Because at first he was not like, apparently they were talking in private. He wasn't going to pay. And then as soon as the lawsuit was filed, the shit got settled. Look, why did it look?
I really don't feel like
wait, what is this? Yeah, he has settled really quickly.
And right now we're following breaking news tonight and what appears to be a huge development in the lawsuit involving Sean Combs. Moments ago, word coming out that Combs and R&B singer Cassandra Ventura have settled the lawsuit. Both sides releasing statements moments ago saying they agreed to resolve the matter amicably. The settlement comes one day after word of the lawsuit was filed, where she accused him of sexual assault. She claims while the two were dating, Combs raped her and forced her to have sex with male prostitutes.
Interesting. Okay. Says, at this juncture, I'm electing to step aside. You know what people also pointed out? They said if you look at Shannon Sharpe's message, so let's go to Shannon's page. They're saying, why the hell did Shannon just take a screenshot of a message sent to him? They're like, Shannon forgot to write this where it was blue. So this is gray, meaning somebody sent this statement to him. And they're like, he just took a screenshot of the PR sending a statement to him rather than at least writing it himself. Like, nigga, at least copy and paste it to your notes. This makes it seem like this just came into your phone. You know what I mean? And they're saying, they're like, his lawyers watching him just take a screenshot of what the PR said and put it up there. Yeah, this was clearly sent to him, right? My statement is found here. This is the truth, right? Looked like he cropped out everything else. Oh, man. Look at this. Shannon Sharpe screenshot. Look. Wait. This is Shannon Sharpe lawyers watching him post a screenshot of their PR statement. They're like, yo, Unc is still unking, man. Oh, man. They're like, oh, nah, don't tell me Unc is still unking, bro. Say it ain't so. Anyway.
And make its assessment whether this is the normal and natural behavior of somebody who was blackmailed to offer the money and then to talk about it later, that the money was offered in a failed attempt to avoid the thing that the blackmailer said the blackmailer was going to do, or whether an offer of $10 million at some level suggests that maybe he had a reason unrelated to not being blackmailed to offer the $10 million. Either way, I think that having that number out there raises the stakes. It makes it a bigger deal. And I think it fairly requires ESPN to take a closer look at this, since they put him on their air. And there's surely a clause, I would assume, I don't know, haven't seen his contract. There's got to be language in there, though, if it's anything like my contract, that there are certain lines you cross in your private life, and you got a problem with your contract with ESPN. And to the extent that he's shopping his podcast, his deal with the volume is up. There's been a suggestion it's a nine-figure, $100 million deal that might be done. I just think that there's due diligence that now needs to be exercised, knowing what we know. And in the effort to create whatever impression Lanny Davis hopes to create by sharing with the world that at least $10 million was offered before the case was filed, all I'm saying is I'm not sure it's going to go that way. And I appreciate the fact that he acknowledges it's my opinion, that I'm not stating any fact. I'm sharing the fact that Davis said at least $10 million was offered. It's my opinion that the average person who hears, I didn't do anything, this is all made up, I'm being blackmailed, and who hears, oh, by the way, I offered at least $10 million. It's not the easiest mental gymnastics routine to engage in to come to the conclusion that the offer of $10 million is consistent with the normal, usual, routine behavior of someone who was approached with a proposition that they regard as blackmail. That's all I have to say about the matter for now. But I can tell based upon the interest that's out there, the reaction to the prior video I did, the traffic that our stories on this is doing, this is something that people are naturally interested in. They want to see how this goes. This happens all the time. There are different cases that pop up that capture our interest and our attention, and it feels like this is going to be one of those. We'll see where it goes. We'll see how it goes, but as it unfolds.
Now, what compounds this is that they're looking at Shannon Sharpe like, I don't look at him any type of way, but they're looking at him like, bro, you have a history of this. They're actually looking at him like Deshaun Watson. Remember I told you, when you dig a hole, dig two. Because what's compounded this is that, like, 15 years ago, he was working for CBS. And he caught an allegation of sexual assault. And I think he had left CBS. But now they're saying, bruh, this ain't the first time? Let's go back to this.
I'm Christy Duffy for Smart Trend News, and yet another shocking sports-related rape case. CBS sports analyst and former NFL tight end Shannon Sharpe took a, quote, leave of absence after accusations surfaced that he had allegedly raped and threatened to kill a woman. According to legal documents obtained by Sports by Brooks, Sharpe's accuser claimed that the renowned tight end, quote, forced her to have sex with him, threatens her life, and, quote, places her under surveillance and calls to say he is watching her. Sharpe joined CBS in 2004 after finishing his 13-year NFL career. When he retired, he held the all-time record for receiving yards for all tight ends. Smart Trend is bullish on shares of CBS, and our subscribers were alerted to buy September 2nd when her stock was at a price of $14.83 per share. The stock has risen near 4% since that alert was issued. I'm Christy Duffy for Smart Trend News. For further updates, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Trade the Trend. Also visit our website, tradethetrend.com, for more on our Smart Trend alert system.
Now, you know who's also give great commentary about this?
Blah, blah, blah. What's up, y'all? It's
Marcellus
Wally
Watt.
Dad,
He's done a good
dude.
job.
It's over for Shannon Sharpe at ESPN for now. I repeat, for now. So I'm at an investors conference and I was listening to some pitches, decided to take a break, went to the bar to hydrate, opened up my phone, and boom, Shannon's X account has this screenshot. Quote, my statement is found here and this is the truth. The relationship in question was 100% consensual. At this juncture, I'm electing to step aside temporarily from my ESPN duties. I will be devoting this time to my family and responding and dealing with these false and disruptive allegations set against me. I plan to return to ESPN at the start of the NFL preseason. I sincerely appreciate the overwhelming and ongoing support I've received from my family, fans, friends, and colleagues. Shannon Sharpe. Wow. Kaboom. A lot of conversation about would Shannon Sharpe be able to keep his job throughout this litigation process. We now know that answer. What happened? What changed the hearts? What changed the minds of those ESPN executives? Because when the allegations first hit, Shannon Sharpe was allowed to still come on air. Something changed. We'll talk through that. But first, I want you guys to all know, what did Shannon Sharpe sign on to when he signed to go to ESPN? Here's their conduct policy. You will act at all times with due regard to public morals and conventions. You shall refrain from any offensive or distasteful remarks or conduct in the production and broadcast of the programs. If in at any time you shall do or have done any act or thing that would amount to a felony or misdemeanor under federal, state, or local laws, or which tends to bring you or us into public disrepute, scandal, or ridicule, or which might insult or offend the community or substantial group thereof, or which might reflect unfavorably on us or injure the success of the programs, we shall have the right to terminate this agreement at any time before the expiration of 30 days after the date on which we acquire knowledge thereof. Just wanted to clarify for everybody out there, there was a 30-day clock that started the day that ESPN found out about these allegations in terms of enforcing their conduct policy. So now, let's get into this, because Shannon Sharpe, like everybody, was under the presumption of innocence when the allegations first hit. He actually
wait, where did he get that info? Is it from his? I think he worked for ESPN at a while, so he's reading what probably was in his shit, right?
Success of the programs or misdemeanor under.
Here we go.
Go to ESPN. Here's their conduct policy. Come on air. Something changed. We'll talk through that. But first, I want you guys to all know, what did Shannon Sharpe sign on to when he signed to go to ESPN? Here's their conduct policy. You will act at all times with due regard to public morals and conventions. You shall refrain from any offensive or distasteful remarks or conduct in the production and broadcast of the programs. If in at any time you shall do or have done any act or thing that would amount to a felony or misdemeanor under federal, state, or local laws, or which tends to bring you or us into public disrepute, scandal, or ridicule, or which might insult or offend the community or substantial group thereof, or which might reflect unfavorably on us or injure the success of the programs, we shall have the right to terminate this agreement at any time before the expiration of 30 days after the date on which we acquire knowledge thereof. Just wanted
so he's saying basically, if Shannon has survived 30 days, they would be bunkering down with him. But if he didn't, they got him out of here.
Clarify for everybody out there, there was a 30-day clock that started the day that ESPN found out about these allegations in terms of enforcing their conduct policy. So now, let's get into this, because Shannon Sharpe, like everybody, was under the presumption of innocence when the allegations first hit. He actually still is, but here's the problem. There are two ways to fight allegations like this. The traditional method, which you let your lawyers speak and you put out that blanket statement that says, I'm going to let due process take care of itself and we'll discuss this in the court of law, blah, 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 right? And then there's the newer model, which Jay-Z took, which is come out swinging, and not only swinging, but successfully winning that fight, getting the case dismissed, turning the plaintiff into a...
I'm glad he's saying that, because he's making a good point right here. If Shannon clearly is taking Jay-Z's approach, right? Except his lawyer isn't Alex Spiro. Second of all, Jay-Z had investigators go dig up that woman's past. they start bringing so much shit to the table that the lawyer for the woman, they were blindsided. Like, what? They were going behind the lawyer's back to go talk to the woman. It seems like Shannon don't got nothing on her but the messages. And they probably looked at all the messages already. Like the woman's lawyer, which is Busby. So unless Shannon had some other shit, I don't know, some ring camera footage, some this, some that kind of like, oh shit. It don't seem Shannon got it. He, now he couldn't wait to go, he could hire some investigators to go dig up her life and figure out, I don't know, maybe she got a gay best friend that she was talking to the whole time about, no, I'm going to set this nigga Shannon up. And maybe that best friend not cool with her no more and he's down to, like, maybe he secretly recorded a video of her saying it. You don't got time for that. Shannon, it's you want that $100 million, you panicking.
Defendant in a countersuit and suing them for defamation along with the lawyer. Now that's a knockout blow. Shannon Sharpe chose the Jay-Z route. He even mentioned Jay-Z in one of his responses to these allegations. Here's the problem with the Jay-Z route, what Shannon is going through right now. Because when you go, if anybody's ever been in a fight, and you win that fight, oh, people gonna know you still been in a fight, even if you're victorious. So ESPN didn't sign up for a fight with Shannon Sharpe. And Shannon Sharpe signed on to ESPN saying everything in that conduct policy I would adhere to. So with the presumption of innocence, all of a sudden they had a change of heart, change of mind, and said, hey, we'll allow you to put out this press release. We'll allow you to mention it first. You can say we're mutually parting ways for now, whatever you want to say.
Just like I said.
But we can't continue our relationship for now. We'll see if that's forever when the NFL preseason starts. But here's the problem with it. And these are some of the missteps. And I've heard a lot of people talk about these missteps, and I discussed them as well. When you come out swinging, you got to remember they're going to fight back as well. And in this situation, leaking text messages, audio leaks of you privately going to choke her and publicly going to choke her, and even the racial elements of a black man versus a white woman and those conversations that were leaked to the public. And even Shannon's response where he said that the lawyer has a vendetta against black men and black celebrities, whatever it may be. ESPN didn't sign up for that. Disney didn't sign up for that. Those are demographics that they respect. And no matter what you caught yourself into, whatever you stepped into, Shannon Sharpe, ESPN doesn't have to step with you.
Okay, let me get Cam in here real quick. This is my man Cameron, and he's actually making a different point, but he's also saying he gonna give some tips, to men to know you're being lined up. I want to see what he gonna say.
But the first thing I took from this when I heard it was, look, he was living in California and moved to Nevada. She moved from California to Nevada too. So if somebody's being abusive to you in one state, why would you move to the next state with the same nigga who's abusing you? I don't know. Me personally, I found the red flag with that personally. And then the next thing is this sex tape that's supposedly coming out. Shannon said, put the whole 30 minutes out or 10 minutes, whatever it is. I guess there's some part in there for 30 seconds because Unc brought that up. Shannon brought that up. He said, I believe he's going to release 30 seconds of it. Whatever that 30 seconds is must be nasty and violent and fucked up. If you don't want to put the whole 10 minutes and you're reducing it to that 30, it must have been WWE in that joint. Elbow off the top of the bed, off the throw against the dresser. You white little bitch. Come here, suck big black dick. Fuck you talking about? You want nigga dick? I get that part. I get it.
Yo, Cam, you know exactly how it is, niggas. Like that one scene in Paid in Full. Yo, throw that ass back! Throw that ass back! Like all of that. Yeah, that's how, Cam, you know how it is. Who remember that scene in Paid in Full? Who remember that scene? It'd be like, yo, AOB, like, yo, listen, what's the point of having soldiers if you don't use them? Because that nigga right there, yo, he's getting money and pussy. Who remember that scene?
Tell white bitches you want that nigga dick. but it's consensual. They agree. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I've been doing this in a different realm from him. I never made it as a professional athlete. I've been out here shaking and juggling these bitches since 20 years old.
Yo, this show is lit.
They agree. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I've been doing this in a different...
Yo, hey, be like, yo, what's up, man? Be like, yo, what's up? What's up, B? Yo, I'm living. You're right. That's what he said. I'm living. You know that scene? I don't even want to play. I don't even know if I can play it on here.
Realm from him. I never made it as a professional athlete. I've been out here shaking and juggling these bitches since 20 years old. I know what you up to. I know when a bitch try to bait me in a text message to say some dumb shit. I ain't writing it back. You right. And I'm not writing nothing back. You can't get me to write a damn thing back when I see what's going on. You get what I'm saying? Then you gotta know. You gotta know. See, that's the fucked up thing. It seemed like he trusted her from the conversation I heard. You gotta read the signs like,
that's a fact.
I don't want to get choked. That ain't something you usually say.
That's a fact. Yo, Killer. Yo, Killer the greatest, bro. I be dick around when it comes to camera, ain't it? Bitch, that ain't something you really say. I don't want. Now I ain't gonna lie. I don't want to get choked. I'm like, nah. There's no way. Unc used to be having them freaky conversation and she sounded like that.
Thing back when I see what's going on. You get what I'm saying? Then you gotta know. You gotta know. See, that's the fucked up thing. It seemed like he trusted her from the conversation I heard. You gotta read the signs like, I don't want to get choked. That ain't something you usually say. Hold on. You don't usually talk to me like this. Why are you talking to me like this now? Yo, I'm gonna hit you back.
I'm gonna hit you back. Boom.
And then you know when shit ain't right, you be like, when you answer the phone, they be like, hello, hello, hello. They setting up. Oh, I can hear you now. They done set the call up. You gotta read all these signs, bro. And you gotta think about this, right? This is why, and a lot of people call this nigga Uncle Tom, and he don't like black people, or this, that, and the third, et cetera, et cetera. This is why Stephen A. don't get into no shit like this. And I'm gonna say none of us is above it, knock on wood, but he knows he works for Disney. When you work for Disney, a sex tape can't be coming out like this. You can't be admitting that, 30 seconds of this shit was kind of rough. I'm letting y'all know. Shit get a little wild. But Disney, like, 30 seconds get what? Yo, this Mickey Mouse in there. What you mean 30 seconds get wild? I think that Disney...
Nah, 30 seconds was crazy. Like, y'all got to see the whole thing. Like, yo, now I was going crazy with it.
He's getting a little more lenient because of shit like Pat McAfee, cursing at 12 p.m. in the afternoon. Not just that, Shannon had a little sex tape that he admitted to, nothing visual, just vocal. So I think it's a little more lenient, and I hope that Disney does keep him. I'm rooting for him because I do believe this is a shakedown. But when you start getting the video evidence and vocal evidence.
Nah, Killer the GOAT still. Now, the Breakfast Club jumped in and they said, yo, Shannon he's playing all the wrong cards. Nah, envy you right with that. I'll be like, you fucking liar. Yo, get off my phone with that bullshit. Yo, get off my phone with this fuck shit you talking about. Like, yo, bro, what are you talking about? I ain't gonna lie. Yo, Uncle Shay Shay, he should have watched This by Kevin Hart. I think Shannon thought some of this freaky talk was also for outside the bedroom. I ain't gonna lie. Chat, this is a real story. I've dealt with a girl who liked for extreme shit talking when you with her. Like she would say like, yo, fuck me like a slut. And I'm like, but I like you. I don't want to do that. I just kind of want to make love to you type shit. I ain't gonna lie, I'm soft. It's okay. But now she was like, nah, fuck me like a slut, like a hoe. And I'm like, okay. And then she'll be like giving instructions like, call me a bitch. So after like a couple weeks, I'm like, man, take that dick, bitch. I'm over here into this shit. It wasn't until we're not having sex no more. And I'm like, yo, come here, bitch. And she was like, what? You call me bitch? What the fuck? Why you disrespecting me like that, nigga? wait. That's when I realized I'm like, okay. Yeah, I don't want to play this game no more. This game is not cool no more. This game is not cool no more. This game's not cool no more. This game ain't cool. She would say some shit. She was like, yeah, I'm daddy's slut. I'm like, all right. I'm like, yeah, you're daddy's slut. Yeah, okay. I'm just like pounding it out. She'd be like, tell me I'm your bitch. You my bitch. And I'm piping her out. To the point that I start ad-libbing now. This is weeks in. I'm like, yo, bitch, take that fucking dick. Nigga, one time, we're just chilling. Like, we ain't doing nothing sexual. I was just like, yo, come here, bitch. You call me a bitch, nigga? Yo, what you think this is? Yo, you don't got no respect. That's why I can't fuck with you. You got no respect for me. And I'm like, I said, you know what? I don't know when to do it and when not to do it. I'm going to just stop with all that Shay needed to know and say, bruh. The sad thing for Shannon Sharpe is that I think he thought, like, as a man, the more info you put out there, and especially if you're on some sexual freaky shit, like, it's not going to make you look innocent. It's just going to look crazier. They're like, yo, this nigga's on some shit. Has Dr. Umar commented on the latest? We need Dr. Umar. Is Dr. Umar commenting on the latest? Man, Shannon Sharpe is already out at he's already out at motherfucking ESPN. Oh, we're getting more information. Those close to Shannon Sharpe are adamant his relationship with the rape accuser was purely a BDSM one where the two would meet up for rough sex about once a week and nothing more. Sources close to the Pro Football Hall of Famer tells TMZ Sports on Thursday that the ex-NFL star engaged in kinky, consensual sexual activity with Jane Doe about 100 times in both Los Angeles and Nevada from late 2022 to January 2025. They insist that while the intimate encounters featured... Wait, how would your friends know you choking the shit out of her? Unless was he showing them the videos and shit? I don't know. How does his friends know, like, how y'all were fucking? I ain't gonna lie to you. I would feel a little bit weird if my friends knew exactly how I was fucking my girl. Like, wait, well, hold on. How do you know this shit, my nigga? They insist that while the intimate encounters featured choking and role-playing, none of it was ever non-consensual. How do they know? Or forcible sex. In fact, the sources added it was his accuser, a OnlyFans model who requested most of the physical acts, claiming her text messages showed she'd like to be tied up and wear a dog collar in some of their time between the sheets. Numerous texts from her, they say, capture her demands, including one where she says, I want you to tie me up like this and abuse me, daddy. The sources were adamant the duo's relationship never once reached boyfriend. All right, see, this is how you, let me tell you this. Anytime a girl's trying to, like, say some shit about you, they're going to get 10 times madder when you're like, that wasn't even my girl. Because in her mind, those years, she was your girl. Now, granted, Shannon was fucking mad at other girls. But in her mind, she was Shannon's girl. So when Shannon's, like, denying that, she gets 10 times madder. She going to tell that nigga to leak something else. Holy. Yeah, that's crazy. He said Tony Busby said in a statement to TMZ Sports, someone should tell Mr. Sharpe that when you're digging yourself a hole, it would be smart to stop digging. Did he just try to steal my phrase? I said when you dig a hole, dig two. He says when you're digging a hole, just stop. What? So the file complaint and the audio speaks for itself. Lawyer pointed out a text his client sent to Sharpe on January 2nd that says, I don't care what our history is, Shannon. Yeah, she was lining them up from like maybe like December, November-ish, 2024. So you can tell from the no means no.
I knew that.
Jesus. It's bad work, chat. This is nasty work right here. What the hell? There's a photo of Will Smith going viral. Ain't no fucking way. That nigga must be coming in to try to help out Shannon Sharpe. Y'all got to see this picture of Will Smith, man. This got to be AI. Look at this shit, Shay. Can I post it? I think it's going up. Look at this shit right here. Y'all niggas got it, bro. It says Shannon Sharpe was called over the age gap hypocrisy. Deal hugely
reporting live from Hyper's Club. Just saw Ali
6 and try.
You tried.
Like when you start.
She's accused him of the R word, non-consensual force.
Oh, this is. Oh, my bad. Let me get this off the screen. What the fuck? This is I think this is Laney Davis right here. Right? This is Shannon Sharpe's lawyer. Oh shit! Perfect. Perfect. Chat. I ain't gonna lie. I ordered food, so I'm about to go grab it real quick. Don't worry. We vibing. We 4 hours in. We good. We chilling. I think the food here. I don't want to miss this shit though. No, Kizzy. All right. I'm gonna just go all the way back type shit. Fuck. No, I don't want to miss none of it.
Algorithm and more people become aware of our channel and they get to hear what we're talking about today, because today is a very interesting and important subject that is in the zeitgeist today that just about everyone is talking about. I'm getting texts all over the place. What is going on with Shannon Sharpe? What do you know? And so we're going to introduce his attorney and we're going to find out.
Why somebody said stand up Philly? They said this is y'all. They said this is a starter lineup for Philly. They said Meek Mill and this nigga. Yo, man, look at this. Look at the iRobot's like, oh man. Someone said perhaps, just perhaps, we should have just heard Jada's side of the story. What the fuck? What the hell? Well, all right, man. All right, hold on. Wait. Where's this thing? All right, cool.
In just moments.
Oh.
Okay, so good evening. Welcome to the program.
Let me grab the food.
Appreciate you joining us. Do we have a show for you today? In case you missed our hot topics this morning, I want to quickly catch you up on the Shannon Sharpe. It's the Super Bowl champion and host of Club Shay Shay. He's been accused of sexual assault in a Nevada lawsuit, okay? That suit was brought by a woman who alleges that Sharpe used his fame to, quote, manipulate, control, these are her words, and subjugate and violate women. The accuser was 19 years old at the time when she met Sharpe. That was back in 2023, says in a legal filing that the pair had a nearly 2-year relationship during which time Mr. Sharpe was, quote, aggressive and allegedly violated her, raped her. Okay, that's what she's alleging. So Mr. Sharpe has denied the allegations and said that he is a target of a shakedown. So let's bring in Shannon Sharpe's attorney, the famed Lanny Davis, who's represented just a number of high-profile people, and I've worked with Lanny for years, at least, interviewing him for clients that and the stories that he's been involved in. Lanny, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Don.
So, Lanny, what is going on here? Because we have, you know what has happened. She's accused him. I read that. You have this salacious text messages. You've got the phone calls, and we'll play some of that in a minute. But where are we? And then we have the breaking news that he is stepping aside from ESPN. So where are we? What is going on here?
Well, let me at least add to the words stepping aside and start with that, and then I'll answer your question, if you don't mind, Don. He's stepping aside. He's elected to step aside to take care of his family and to deal with this blackmail filled with lies by this individual who uses OnlyFans to make money and to act out in role playing. But the reason that's relevant is that we are going to counterclaim and file suit against her. She will be under oath, and we will show that what I'm saying is true. She's lying about anything other than consensual sex. There was never anything but consensual sex. The reason we sent out her own words, her own text messages, is that she often asked for rough sex. She, in a text message that we just recently put online, she said, "I want to be in a dog collar. Daddy, I want your black babies." She has been role playing on OnlyFans. She was role playing and asked for this with Mr. Shannon Sharpe. So we are going to prove this in court when we sue her in a counterclaim. But I'm saying on the record, she's lying. We have evidence of her lies from her own words and what she was asking for in the text messages. But we will prove affirmatively what Shannon Sharpe said on his Instagram account. He's innocent. There was never a moment of other than consensual sex. And this is about blackmail and a shakedown scheme.
Okay, so people are dialing in at every second, as you know, and streaming. That's what Shannon does. I'm sure you're very aware of it. So we have more people joining us. So I just want to say that we are joined by famed attorney Lanny Davis, who is attorney for Shannon Sharpe. Shannon Sharpe's attorney. You guys misspelled attorney. Shannon Sharpe's attorney, so you can take it down and put it up, speaks. Okay, so Lanny, the fact that she works for OnlyFans, is that somehow undermine her credibility? I mean, because folks would say they would call that, shaming of some sort. If you know,
no, I absolutely am not.
In the realm of her skirt was too short.
How she decides to earn a living, I'm not making any comment about her decision to use OnlyFans. That's her decision. I'm not criticizing that decision or judging her for that decision. The relevance is fantasy role playing is what, among other things, she does on this particular site, OnlyFans. The fantasy role playing was the explicit sex messages or text messages that we posted that she asked for over and over again, including wearing a dog collar and engaging in non-traditional forms of sex. So it's consistent with my statement, which we will prove that she's a liar, that she engaged as the news of his success and future contract came to her attention. She took advantage to leverage the possibility of her getting paid, and she blackmailed him. And we are suing her, and we will prove that this was a scheme to blackmail involving secret taping, and we will prove that Mr. Sharpe is telling the truth, that he was never, ever involved in anything other than consensual sexual activity privately between two adults.
Okay, so let's some of these things that we have. I want to play this recorded phone call because this is the first thing that came out after she filed the suit. And then you and I will talk about it. This is a call between Gabby, right? She was Jane Doe. Now she has been identified as Gabby, but she has a different name on OnlyFans, correct?
Yes, Carly, I believe, but she has several aliases. One of them is Carly.
Yeah, and Shannon Sharpe references that in his response, that she's Carly on OnlyFans. Okay, so this is the first thing that came out. This is a recorded phone call. Take a listen, everybody.
Well, you're coming to LA tomorrow?
Yes.
Too much pause.
Well, I don't know why you want to go out.
Don't worry about it, Gabby.
Well, okay.
Okay, what?
She do sound like somebody's in the room with her, right?
Well, I'm not really interested in getting choked, so I guess we're going.
Sound like somebody's in the room.
I might choke you in public. Big black guy chokes small white woman.
It's not a good look, Shannon.
Not a good look that you did with the shit you did to me.
What did she do?
Okay, well...
Okay, so put this into context for me, Lanny. What precipitated this, and what's the context of this particular phone call?
Thank you. The lawyer who represents this Ms. Zuniga is well known for putting things out of context and posting a secretly taped telephone call without posting a text message where she has a collar around her neck and she says, "Choke me," and without posting all the other examples of fantasy role-playing that she asked for involving choking and other forms of non-traditional sex, is a deliberate part of the scheme to blackmail. She didn't tell Mr. Sharpe that she was taping. She does secret taping. We have certain evidence that a tape that she's going to use as part of her blackmail attempt was heavily edited. And when we asked to see a copy of it to determine whether it was edited, she and her lawyer said no. Now, this out of context telephone call, you can hear her voice. Her voice is not somebody who is afraid of being choked. In fact, Mr. Shannon Sharpe never, ever choked her. After this telephone conversation, they had many times of consensual sex. The apartment in Las Vegas, she followed him to Las Vegas when he moved there. The apartment had 3 or 4 different secure access points. She had to come down with her telephone to open the gates. She welcomed him into her apartment with all that security. And this whole telephone conversation is consistent with what we put online, which is the desire for fantasy role-playing, similar to what she does on OnlyFans.
Okay, so I'm going in order of as things happen. So that phone call came out, the lawsuit was filed, that phone call came out, and then you guys responded with releasing the text messages. Am I correct with that?
To provide context to this distorted drip-by-drip release of her secretly recorded telephone calls to try to suggest that Shannon Sharpe ever did anything but consensual sex. All the text messages, all her activity after this alleged event that she's referring to were all consensual, and we will prove that.
Okay, so then, but his response came after you put out the text messages, right? His on-camera response. That was later, or which one came first?
No, well, he immediately, I think you're referring to his Instagram comment. Yeah. I think that was a few days before we finally collected the text messages and posted them online.
All right, Lanny, let's listen to some of what he said. This is Shannon Sharpe's response.
Thank you.
My family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys. Thanks.
It is unusual. I mean, this is a different day and age, Lanny. I mean, you and I are old enough to remember where you didn't, the lawyer either responded or it was no comment, but we're in a different age now. Why do you feel it was necessary? Why did Shannon feel it was necessary? And I'm sure he ran this by his representatives to get in front of this and get it on camera.
Well, I'm his lawyer, and he's been sued with vicious lies that are contained in the lawsuit filed by this Mr. Busby. And we're going to be suing her as a counterclaim, and we will prove she's lying. But then I said myself to Shannon Sharpe, you need to talk to your family, your friends, your fans, everybody who watches ESPN, because you are telling the truth. The truth is on your side. And when you say it yourself, rather than me or somebody else saying it, you will be believed. And I ask everybody to find that. It's on formerly known as Twitter, X, and you can watch him. And I said to him, Shannon, the television camera quickly detects somebody who's not authentic and doesn't lie. I'm kind of an expert in that subject. You will come across as telling the truth because you are telling the truth. So I hope everybody watches that tape. The jury will be seeing Shannon testify. And then when she's on the witness stand, which she must be because she filed the lawsuit, she will be asked to explain the text messages asking for fantasy role playing, asking to be choked, asking for a dog collar, asking for his, quote, black babies. This was all a plan, taped, manipulated, extortion, blackmail scheme, and we will prove that in court when we sue her in a counterclaim and she's under oath.
Okay, so a couple of things. You said that you know that from experience. You want to explain to the audience why you know that? Because you've had some high-profile cases.
Yes, I have been a lawyer all my life as a litigator and in courtrooms. But then I began to realize in the age of social media and in politics that it was very important that if somebody is falsely accused, that the accused directly looks everybody in the eye and tells the truth and let the viewer decide. That's why I advised Shannon to go on camera, on Instagram, and tell the truth. People will know if you're lying, Shannon. Tell it exactly the way you feel it. That's my advice to people in this situation. If I believe
you were involved in some very high profile political folks too, as well. So
yes,
you know.
I have people in politics who are falsely accused, people in politics who do something wrong. My advice always is tell all your truth, tell it early, and tell it yourself. And that's the advice I've given politicians. That's the advice I gave to Shannon.
Okay, so let's go through some of these because you mentioned some of the text messages. Okay, so this is a screen. Let's put up the full one of some of the text messages here, and so there are a number of them, but I want to go through some of them. If you can just run through them, Andy. Yes. And so we have a couple of pages of them, and I have to warn you, they're salacious, and because you know it says, "But I cried when you left because I begged you to put on a condom on and not put it in my you know what backside and you didn't listen. I don't care what our history is. No means no, Shannon." Now folks are saying that one is really damning. You want to talk to me about that one?
Yes, this is all her scheme and her plan. If she's not scheming and planning, why does she refuse to turn over the edited tape that will prove that she's schemed ahead of time, planned this, and then edited a tape to make it seem as if no means she is being taken against her will? The facts will come out when we see this tape, and he has said in the statement, this tape was edited. This whole conversation was fake. This was a blackmail scheme, a plan to squeeze money out of a man that she knew had been successful. And just at the moment of his success, she needs blackmail money. And that's what this was about. And we'll prove that in court.
Okay.
So yeah, we're definitely in a new era when the lawyer says, I told my client to go speak about the case, but just tell the truth. Usually it would be like, let's do a carefully concocted PR statement. And maybe that it was that because it did look like Shannon Sharpe was reading from a prompter, right? Yo, this picture's messing me up, chat. I ain't gonna lie. It did look like, oh yeah, he got me blocked on there. Shannon Sharpe. It did look like he was reading from a teleprompter, right? Look. Where is the apology? Or not apology, but where is it? Wow, is he tweeted that much shit?
Friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly.
Yeah, he's looking over to the
heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because.
Yeah, he's reading from a teleprompter. Yeah.
So I mean, folks are saying it's that one is very damning. I don't know how to process this. Keep going. Let's go through some of these, Andy. Can I call you later? So I'm just showing some of the evidence, and this is 1/2/25. I want to be abused, Daddy. From her saying, and this sort of goes into what you were saying. I want like some hardcore BDSM action, though. Okay.
BDS is sadomasochism. She sent photographs that we could have put up and more than we did that are from her bondage and what she prefers. So the notion that she's now suddenly claiming after editing a tape and faking everything and saying no while she's asking for this, as you've just seen, are our evidence of lies and the scheme of a blackmail. And it doesn't make any sense that she came back and voluntarily wanted to see him more and had consensual sex even after her claim that she was coerced.
Okay. Yeah, because this one was later. That one was 1:30. Okay, and then there's, I guess that's a picture of her. I want you to tie me up like this and abuse me, daddy. Okay, let's keep going through. And then I guess this one would be from Shannon agreeing when I'd be killing that young, you know what, kitty cat or whatever. And then I guess she was upset because of what happened with, I think, on Instagram when Shannon had the unfortunate situation of going live during, a personal act. Absolutely not. When you give me a formal apology for cheating on me on Instagram, I live and multiple other times, then we can talk about it. What's this one about?
So this is when we're in court. We'll be looking at a jury using its common sense, whether this individual can be believed at all. This is a woman who has planned and schemed to set up Shannon Sharpe. Her telephone call or setup. She didn't tell him she was taping him. This shows that her plan was executed just at the moment that he appeared to be most successful with his podcast. That's called blackmail. We are also showing that her text messages were asking for the very behavior that she then falsely and willfully falsely called lying said was not consensual. That's why these text messages are so important.
Let's go through a couple more here, and I won't burden you with all of them. Absolutely not. When you give me, okay, that one's the same one, a formal apology. That's the same one, Andy. Let's go to the formal apology. He says, she says formal apology, and then keep going. I've said sorry, Gabby, and I think the next one she says, but you haven't said I'm sorry for what, and you say I'm sorry, and you never say what you're sorry for, and you're going to make it right. Okay, wow, keep going. What's taking so long? Either you don't have the cash to show me right now, or you're with Michelle. Which one is it, Shannon? Now, what is that about?
Yes, I was about to say, may I interrupt, but you gave me the chance to comment. First of all, money. When she became transactional with Mr. Sharpe, with Shannon, where she demanded money from him for sexual acts, no different than what she does on OnlyFans. I'm not judging that. That's what she does. She asks for money for these role-playing fantasies. Number two, what is she angry about? She's not angry about forced sex or the R word. I hate to use it. I won't repeat it. Is what she's accusing him, lying that the R word applied to consensual sex. She's jealous because he was with another woman and it was live streamed. He did that, and that's up to him to explain. But what the result was, she was angry, not at non-consensual sex. She was angry because she was a woman who was jealous, and lots of us have jealous feelings sometimes, and there's nothing unusual about that. But the motivation here is money, always money. He was paying her money for sex. She gets now the flavor that she can get a lot of money, and that's what blackmail is about. Paying that blackmail money isn't about admitting wrongdoing, by the way. It's what blackmailers do in order to avoid embarrassment to your family and danger to your future. People pay blackmail money not because they did anything wrong. I've seen some reporting on that.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that. Let me ask you about that. Hold on, stand by. Let me just go through some of these, and I'm going to ask you about that. Okay. I know you missed this big juicy. This is her ass. She says $25K per each cheek. Okay, money again, as you say. And then he says 10K cash. I guess it was sort of joking around there. I don't know. Maybe it's real. And send a pic or I don't know. What does that say? FT me with it? Maybe it's FaceTime. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, or FaceTime me with it.
Send a pic, or maybe that's FaceTime me with it. So maybe she was asking for personal pictures of him. Maybe his private parts. I have no idea. Okay,
no, she wanted the money.
The next one is if you want to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're effing me. Okay.
This is excuse me for interrupting you. This is Exhibit A, that she's a liar. She's a blackmailer. She set him up. It's a shakedown. This is Exhibit A. She wants a collar.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, Lanny. Okay, keep going. The next one. Loved. I want you to put a dog collar around my neck, and so he loved it. And then keep going. And then I'm going to just read these for a little bit. But there are other ones that saying, I want you to put your if you scroll through them, Andy, or put the big one up. I want you to put. I think she said your black baby soup or something inside of me, and I want to have
baby
your big
gravy,
black baby, and all of those kinds of things that people are like, oh my gosh, what the hell is going? I want you to put your tongue in my you know what, and then marry you. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so that's pretty salacious. Now,
Don Lemon, you a freaky ass nigga too.
Can I just jump in as a lawyer?
Yeah.
It is salacious
Yeah.
and is not exactly easy to read, but it's about lying. She's accused him of the R word, non-consensual forced sex, and yet her text messages convey exactly the opposite. She wants to be dominated. She uses sadomasochism expressions. She sends photographs that we have of bondage. Do you think a jury is going to believe this liar who wants money, demands money, and then in order to stay silent in the future, engages in blackmail and asks for money? I don't think the trial is going to go very well for her. And I think her lawyer, who's known for other practices, as Mr. Shannon pointed out, of suing black men, I don't think her lawyer is fully prepared for what's going to happen to her when she must take the witness stand because she filed the lawsuit. She can't decline to take the witness stand. She will be subpoenaed by us. If she declines, in my opinion, the lawsuit will be dismissed.
You're going to court. Is there a settlement here? Because
No.
every legal person I've seen online or in a story is like, this will settle. This will
This
settle.
will not settle. We are going to sue her for defamation and many other causes of action that involve and potentially a criminal act is blackmail. And that is what happened here. And we have the evidence of blackmail and we will prove it in court. This will not settle. She is going to be proven to be a liar. My client's reputation, his family, he's been embarrassed, and he is going to be vindicated by a jury that will find her guilty of lying, and she will have to pay heavily for these false attacks on my client.
Let me ask you, I told you to hold that thought. I forget what it was about. Because you were speaking. Do you remember what it was? Is it producers? Do you remember? Because I wanted to talk to you about it. There's so many things here.
Sorry.
You guys remember, Nikki? Anybody? So you're not going to settle. Let's talk about ESPN.
Yes, please.
That's owned by the mouse. Clean cut, whatever. It's Mickey Mouse Kids. It's owned by Disney. Shannon Sharpe to be benched by ESPN's first. Disney, ABC, whatever. Disney owns ABC and ESPN. So Shannon Sharpe to be benched by ESPN's First Take amid, R word lawsuit, $10 million settlement offer. That's what I'm going to talk to you about. So first, you're concerned about ESPN. Does this mean permanently? Does this mean that they're backing away from him? Because they say pending a further investigation.
Well, first of all, the word benched is inaccurate. This is his choice. He elected to step aside for now to take care of his family and to deal with this terrible nightmare of a woman engaging in blackmail. And he wants to be vindicated. So he offered and elected to step aside at least up to the early pregame season for the NFL, and then he will return. So that was his choice, and ESPN respected that decision.
Okay, now this is a $10 million settlement offer. Wasn't it, in fact, is that correct, or was it a $20 million settlement offer?
Well, all I've been able to do as a lawyer is to confirm that in a conference that was supposed to be kept confidential because a professional mediator who's a retired judge engaged in the mediation, that those numbers were exchanged. And all I can say under the rules is that it was at least that number that he considered and might have paid in order to protect his privacy, his family, and his economic interests going forward. So I think that's one of the things that you said you wanted to come back to.
Yeah, that's what it was. But so
outrageous.
So why he's not guilty?
That he did this because he did something wrong. It's literally a reporter wrote that, well, he must have done something wrong if he was willing to pay that amount of money.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Explain this. Why, if he is indeed not guilty, why this? And I tried to explain this morning on TMZ is that either some folks call it a nuisance lawsuit or they want to protect their image or their job or their reputation or whatever. So, but I think people deserve to know why offer that if he is not guilty of these things.
It's a very valid question, but it's the conclusions that people are speculating about that I take strong exception to. If you go to anyone who's been blackmailed, blackmail is about taking advantage and leveraging embarrassment or something that is a private act that somebody doesn't want to be splashed all over the media. Sometimes the option, which is a painful option, when you're a subject of blackmail, that's no fun, is to pay and pray. That's what happens to people who are blackmailed. They have to make the tough choice rather than letting it go out into the public and take care of it the way I am right here in the public and the way Shannon Sharpe bravely did himself on Instagram. But that's the definition of blackmail. The shock that he should say, I'm willing to pay a lot of money to avoid embarrassment to my family. Why is that a shock? It has nothing to do with admitting wrongdoing. So you get my point, Don. I don't mind.
He's 50 some years old, and they're like, why? People are saying, what? Shannon Sharpe, why are you messing with this young person? There's an age difference here. And
may I respond to that?
Yeah.
There is a certain mental lapse, imperfection in the human species. And I think it applies to the male gender more than to the female gender. But both genders have human weaknesses. One of the weaknesses does involve sexual activity. And he certainly has stepped up and expressed his regret at the distress he's caused his fans, his family, all of his colleagues at ESPN. He knows that he made some bad judgments. He's not a perfect human being. The fact he went on Instagram and owned this is very important to remember. But please, everybody, it's one thing to ask the question, why would you pay this amount of money, and not finish the answer by saying, excuse me, he was under blackmail. He wanted to protect his family, his privacy, his reputation, and embarrassment from all this horrible lies being put out of context, which is exactly what has happened here.
How is he doing?
So the answer is, to me, I've been through a lot of people in these challenges in public, embarrassing episodes in politics, business, and life. Don, you know that. I think this man is courageous and has shown the honesty and the courage to go on camera, look into the camera, and tell the truth. And when he finally asked me whether I thought he should do something like that in the middle of a lawsuit, most lawyers would say, of course not. You made something that will hurt you in the lawsuit. My answer was, Shannon, tell the truth. You can't lie into a camera. People see it very quickly. You've got to tell the truth. And what he said in that camera, I ask everybody, you ask yourself, when a jury's seeing him, when we file our lawsuit against her, or when you see this Instagram, is this man honest? And does this make sense that after she's charged him a lot of money, and it's always been consensual, and after this alleged forced event, she came back many times and let him in 4 different access points using her phone herself to let him in? And is this sensible that he would engage in non-consensual sex? The answer is, we are convinced a jury will say absolutely not. She is lying. That is
Lanny, I've got it. My other guest is waiting, and I don't want to be rude, but Lanny, just real quickly, what's next? Real quick, what happens next in this case?
Next is he'll be back on ESPN and stay on ESPN until the NFL season begins. He's dealing now with this crisis and people like me who need to help him in the courtroom. But next is the same Shannon Sharpe is the same Shannon Sharpe. He's a good guy. He's an honest person. He's a likable person. He's an authentic person. He's been subject to a shakedown scheme, and most people will add 2+.
I think we got it. We're gonna move on for a little bit because we've been dragging that topic for a while. Digital Nas, and I know I see some people like I don't want to just play videos this entire stream, but we do have to react to certain things. So Kanye did if you don't know, Kanye West supposedly is in Spain now. He's at a rehab facility it's doubling as 2 things. kind of like a rehab facility that I don't know if it's necessarily for drugs or whatever, but apparently it is a place that they're trying to work on the relationship between Kanye and his wife. Digital Nas, a producer who's been working with Kanye, he took the trip to Spain as well with them, and was able to stream on the campus of the rehab facility, which is, I think it's a little bit odd because usually with rehab facilities, they try to keep out distractions that they could get you to focus on healing, okay? Let's see if we could get into some of the good parts of the stream here.
And everything's good?
Okay. I think that's Ye.
Yeah. This
one felt right. I love Hitler and Jesus, but I want to show you, this is how I'm doing mine. I don't know if I love the name swastika also.
Word.
But it's in World War III already. I said, what do you mean? He said, we're in a digital war. This is the war. The TikTok, Instagram, influence. That's the reason why I broke everything, nigga. Like, I can use gay privilege now, nigga. Niggas think I'm fucking gay. Okay, nigga. You know how motherfucking powerful gay people are and shit? Now it's
What?
It's like...
That nigga said they think I'm gay. It's like Ye think he just tapped into a superpower.
I can use a swastika. I can use a rainbow flag. I can use a 6-point star, the gangster disciple, GD. I can use the cross, Christian. I'm Christian. There's no symbol. I can take the swastika, put it like this. Now it's Buddhist. Okay, now let me tell you, I had to give myself a table of contents when I talk and shit. So now let's go to the chapter about how God has protected me with this mental health thing. Oh, by the way, it's lit. The dawn is home. You know what I'm saying? It's like, turn your motherfucking streams off, or you got to connect to this stream. Right. On this rollout, easy streamer. On this rollout, I need everybody. Aiden, Kai, Sneeko, that's my dog. Shout out to Sneeko, I love Sneeko. Nick Fuente, everybody that streams needs to stream this rollout. I'm gonna hit you. This is God time. If you believe in God, told you. You know it. And if you don't believe in God, God believes in you. This is like, I'm wearing the black KKK, not even knowing I'm headed to Spain. Let the church say amen. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know I came to Spain on Hitler's birthday and on the resurrection, on the day of the resurrection.
President. Like I put y'all no, look. Nah, this is not normal, bro.
They said no.
Put the camera on.
Hold on. Them niggas smiling, they fucking it up.
Yeah, no, sorry. I didn't want to.
Maybe they smiling because they feel like...
Yeah, like, it's like, this is the president. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, it's... I don't know how to explain no more than that.
God gave me money. He gave me infinite resources and shit. And he said, God gave me the money. He was like, yay, stop letting these niggas play with you. Tell these niggas who you are. Like also like the beginning of whatever the fuck the movie where they try to wipe my dad's legacy. Oh, Black Panther. Because my dad is a Black Panther. You look at Black Panther, now it's gonna be some Disney shit. Some shit ran by the lower middle management, which is the Jews, because the Jews really work for the whites, which work for the Catholic Church. You know what I'm saying? But God runs the world, and this is God. You know this color. You know what it is. So that's why all the niggas, hooligans is just fucking password for niggas. The fucking 200 person army that we have built so far is really niggas. We just calling them hooligans and shit. I mean, I was working with Jason White, tried to hit him for $2 million and shit for oh God, we're gonna bring Sunday service back, and I hate the word hooligan. I'm like, shut up. So anyway.
I actually auditioned for that. I was there. I made it, and then I got cut. But.
Yeah, due to the color, we racist. So
we're here now. I mean, everything works for a reason, bro.
Everybody's got a job. Y'all get behind the camera. Jews figured that out.
True, they did figure that out.
Oh my god.
The camera love this color. So
might as well own it.
So I go to say the day I meet God. Don't say look in the mirror. So the day
It's like intrusive thoughts with Kanye. He's like, the day that I meet God, and he says, don't say look in the mirror. Like, I think Kanye does probably think he's like, I mean, he's been saying it to us, right?
You be saying that though. Like, you want to see God look in the mirror. It's not that simple.
All right, so the day I meet God and I say God, it's like, okay, it's a story where back when I was growing up in South Side of Chicago, I was like this like light skin, like big titty, big ass, cute, you know, like how do you describe like she looked too old for her age, but we both young and shit. No, it's just like a 13-year-old girl. So yeah, mature. So she was my girlfriend because you know it's like she's gonna pick the flyest nigga and shit, right? And then one day like 5 niggas knocked on my door, like, and she had her like right here, say, yo, is this your boyfriend? I was like, what are you talking about? And she's like, no. I was like, yeah, you know, me. I was like, whatever. And he was like, yeah. And she's like, no, it ain't. And then I'm like, yeah, but I've got a name out of Keisha. So I'm like, Keisha.
It's a Chicago shit for sure.
Like, Keisha, what? And then, is this your boyfriend? And then like, she just.
Oh my God, how are we getting the whack? All right, you know what? I'm gonna troll whack about this show. Yo.
What up, Brody?
Yo, what up? I'm on stream. Just let you know. Hey.
Okay. Damn.
Hey, what you think? Hey, what you think about this Kanye and the cousin shit, man?
Kanye and what?
And his cousin. He said he sucked his cousin dick. Well, I think by accident.
I think it's excellent marketing. I mean, when he said it, I said, give me a couple hours. I'm pretty sure a song won't drop. Then the song dropped. So my question to you is, everybody, 1 million people is a drop in a bucket to the world. So those 1 million people who go listen to the song is going to dissect it at least 5 times, right?
Yeah.
How many streams did that song do so far? Can you check?
He didn't put it up officially. That's the thing with him and music right now, though. Like, he's not putting these songs
up. And then on top of that, I really believe I seen him release that my mother was gay. I seen him release this. I think Kanye is outing himself on anything a person could come at him with.
Do you think it's true, though?
Yeah, if he said it, I believe it.
So you think he was giving his cousin head?
No. Yeah, look, let me explain something to you. A lot of people don't want to admit it, right? But 1 out of 3 black families, I'm going to speak on black families because I'm black. Between cousins and brothers and sisters and shit, we ain't talking about molestation type shit. We talking about young motherfuckers growing up. There's always somebody in the family that was experimenting with shit, bro. Whether they continue with it or not, or grew out of it, always, bro. That's why I believe it. If people keep it real with themselves, motherfuckers that walk in, or motherfuckers know they didn't caught their little cousins fucking around or whatever, you know, young. So the fact that he said he did it till he was 14 and stopped, I believe it all day long.
Yeah, no. Hey, I mean, he is getting a lot of attention from what he's saying, though. Like, a lot of people, like, this should have been trending for 2 days.
Yeah, it's gonna keep trending. He said what he said about Kendrick. I don't think Kendrick's going to react to him because he has nothing to gain. Kendrick like to do the rap battle shit until Ye drops a song that he needs to respond to. I don't think Kendrick's gonna get into the back and forth with him about what he is and what he ain't. I think Kendrick's pretty secure with how he stands amongst his fans and himself. It'll take for Ye to drop a song of substance to make Kendrick jump out there.
Hey, did you hear the song about the cousin or no?
Yeah, it was like, it would kind of remind you of some Triple X Tension or some Trippy Red type shit. You know what I'm saying?
He said his goal was that all the gangsta thug niggas would play that song when they were on the way home from the club. You could you see yourself bumping that on the way from the club?
Well, he probably got them to play it when it dropped because they wanted to see what the fuck he was talking about. But nah, you can't. Like I said, that's like that. You know what they call that shit? When them dudes paint their fingernails and shit. They got a name for that shit.
Nah, it's just it's called swag. Drake painted his fingernails. It's called swag now.
Nah. Trippy Red and them years ago, they called it something. It was a movement.
Goth, like goth, right?
No. After that, well, I know it as gothic. They called it something else. It was another. They had a name for the shit, bro. They called it the dudes painting their fingernails. I asked Trippy, and he told me the name of the movement. I forget it. It's a name. Where they
emo.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's like that emo crowd. I think that song it's kind of like that type of sound, like that emo type shit. But I mean, it's Ye. You know, one thing about Ye, he gets to benefit from doing what the fuck he want to do.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Ye can do what the fuck he want to do. And if I would have said that, they gonna nail me to a cross. He said it's a discussion, and okay, was it mental health? Has it had an effect on him? They start digging into it, and there's 10 different conversations about it, which means he's still worth something. The shock value's still there.
Hey, Kanye didn't really care what I thought about the song. What he cared about, he said, he's like, I'm glad you're speaking. I just want you to say something about the fact that I'm still fighting for, to the right to be able to parent my black kids. What would you say to Ye, or how do you feel about him not being able to parent his kids the way he wants to? That's his point.
I would say to Ye that me personally, and that's my brother. I fuck with him. He know that. I would say that he got to fight that fight the right way. That's handled in court.
He said he is trying to, but like all the lawyers are Jewish.
That don't mean nothing. Every lawyer in the world is not Jewish, and it doesn't take a Jewish lawyer to get you in the court to get parental rights and visitation. If you need one, I can definitely direct him to somebody.
You got a black lawyer for him?
I got a black lawyer. I can call my Jewish lawyer, Alex Kessel, who
No,
he's criminal,
he don't want to work with no Jewish people. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, listen to me. I can call my Jewish lawyer, who will refer me to the top lawyers. See, I got my other law firm, Sing and Sing, which is
they Pakistani?
They like, I want to say Indian, maybe from India.
Yeah, he fucks with the Indians now. Yeah,
I can call Simran Sing and Sing, 400 South Beverly Boulevard, Beverly Hills, California. I've been with them like 15, 16 years. Bulldog attorneys.
Hey, he's in Spain now, and according to what I was reading some cliff notes from, because he did a stream. Apparently he's in a rehab, stay-in facility, and he's working on his relationship with him and Bianca. And it looks like he's, he's probably gonna tweet a little bit less, but he's at a facility.
He's in rehab for what? What is in rehab for?
Yeah, I didn't really see that.
What is he? I don't know.
It might not be rehab. I think it might be a retreat. I think it's like a retreat facility.
Oh, maybe a retreat. That's something about right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know Ye to do drugs. I ain't never seen him do no drugs. Hey, listen, man. To each his own. Bro know what's best for himself.
Yeah. He's in a retreat facility. A retreat facility.
Yeah. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But listen, how long you gonna be on stream?
Probably for another hour. Then I'm off.
All right, if you can call me before 5, I got a crazy business proposition for the channel that I think you'll love, because it's a lane you need to be in, but you're not in. Mm-hmm. But this could jumpstart that lane.
Yeah.
So give me a call when you get off.
All right, bet. I will.
All right.
Look at Wack, man. Cooking up business, man. All he needed for y'all niggas is just stop bringing up Big U around him. Feel me? All right. Okay. Do y'all want me to play it through the stream, or you want me to, like, just kind of jump to some clips? Here's some clips.
It's something that happened to me as a child. People place the idea of trauma on me. Why do I gotta say it's a trauma? You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's your trauma. That's what makes it a trauma. Like when people want me to come to this retreat and shit. Not this retreat, but a retreat. When people act like, say you're going crazy, it makes you go crazier.
Ooh.
And then people start gaslighting, and then they get so focused on helping you that all of this real shit that you're saying goes out the window. And you're like, you know, but the car door is open and the beep is going like dee 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 dee, and they're like, we just need to get you to the hospital. And the beeping is driving you crazy, but they won't close the fucking door because they get focused on that. And that's a bit of what was happening to me when we made the Bianca song. Have you heard the Bianca song?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. This is like, you guys, it's something that happened to me as a child. People place the idea of trauma on me. Why do I gotta say it's a trauma? You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's your trauma. That's what makes it a trauma. Like when people want me to come to this retreat and shit. Not this retreat, but a retreat. When people act like, say you're going crazy, it makes you go crazier.
Okay. What else?
Baby, you motherfucking go to motherfucking like a retreat. Oh shit. We're making sure that people don't know where we're at.
Yes, sir.
It's too late.
I don't think that's safe.
Now what happened?
No, I'm just saying, like,
I got
people
you.
are gonna be like, oh, I know this location right here, and they're definitely here, because this is like a rehab or retreat.
Okay.
Like the shit I was talking about on the Bianca song.
Oh no,
It's
Okay, let's go to the full clip real quick again.
just like, no, it's not with Scooter Braun, and give fucking Scooter Braun a piece of Yeezy right now. You know, like, the reason why I'm a multi-billionaire is because of Yeezy. Scooter would have had a piece of that, you know, and I would have did it because he would have got to my wife, and my wife is in my ear. So that's a tactic that people use. That's why when people be married and people will come to your wife to try to get you to fucking change what you're doing and change how you're acting. So I really was gonna, like, literally sell Scooter 20% of Yeezy just to make him shut the fuck up, just so I could what? Raise my kids. Even then I wasn't fucking raising the kids. Chris and Hulu and motherfucking Disney, they was raising the kids before they was in her.
Now I kind of feel like that. What's that nigga name who be the nigga from Disney who they say he crazy?
Oh, Orlando Brown?
I feel like he be saying some shit for real because he was really going through that Disney shit.
Right.
So when you be saying that about North, I'm like, oh, he's trying to avoid that happening.
Right.
Yo, yeah, if I'm you, I'm tight. Do not compare me to Orlando Brown. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Don't compare me to Orlando Brown, bro.
Let me think with the North thing again. Twigs. Anybody that know Twigs. Anybody in the music industry. You come to, Cardi, whoever. Hold on, that makes too much noise. You know my right. Just bring the Bible out. Bring the Bible out.
Yeah, I want to bring the Bible out.
I'll just hold the shit right there. Yeah. In Jesus' name. Anybody in the music industry. Think about this. I'm going to make it really clear to y'all. Y'all got anything that y'all want to do? Fuck all this. Oh, Kim and the Kardashians and Hulu and Disney signed somehow, which we got lawyers for this, signed somehow to get the rights to my kid's name and likeness. You get what I'm saying? The people that, the grandmother that signed for the daughter to do the sex tape has the rights to the names and the likeness of my black children. That's what we're dealing with. And I bet not one celebrity say shit. Yeah. They ain't gonna say shit. They gonna.
Yo, Grand, post this to the page, man. Yo, Kim K and motherfucking Kris Jenner, man. I rebuke y'all in the name of Jesus. Allow my man Kanye West, now known as Ye, to raise his black children. Y'all white heathens should not be allowed to control a black man's child and involve them in all type of demonic debauchery to corrupt a innocent souls. Allow Ye to raise his kids. My name is Academics, and I stand with Ye. He should be able to raise his kids as a father and as a good, positive influence of the black community and a strong black man. Allow Kanye to raise his kids, okay? We're not going to tolerate this, and I'm standing with them, okay? We don't care. Listen, this ain't going to go down like how y'all did Tyrese. We're rocking with Ye, and we won't stop until he gets to raise his kids, and I don't care if it means cussing, whatever, but he should be allowed to make decisions about his children. That's a fact, okay? We got to stop taking out the men out of the household. We got to stop stripping their rights away, and we got to stop ostracizing them. Like, basically, they're the worst thing to happen to the offspring that they got. Yay, we stand with you. And I'm going to speak up if nobody else will. Trust, okay?
You're going to be like, oh, man, I'm sorry about your cousin.
Right.
Oh, man, the MAGA hat. But I'm saying my children, bro. You know what I'm saying? Rocky should say something, man. I called Trump and got that man out of prison, man. He's supposed to be making a diss record for them because it's just the mind. You get what I'm saying? It's the idea.
Damn, I forgot he did that. That's actually some dope shit.
Idea. We need to recontrol the idea. Y'all letting these white women run over me, the Don.
That's the Don.
My kid with Northwest. Like, literally, we sitting there when North played me the finished Twigs video. We was like, yo, what happened? Where was this video? And North said that Kim said, oh, your dad'll see it. First of all, from a creative direction standpoint, who are better? I created the creative director.
Right.
So who's the better creative director? From a dad standpoint, I'm her daddy. Right. So Twigs, you as a black woman that Me Too, Shia LaBeouf, all this shit, you a black woman, right? And you're gonna take my black daughter to Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian, you telling me you ain't think she was corny 10 years ago? Twigs. Twigs, you ain't think Kim was corny 10 years ago. And I was God and still am. Right? So, anybody in the music industry, if y'all go to Kim to get whatever industry, to get rights to my kids, to work with y'all in any way, I'm gonna use everything in my power and flesh to do every version of Ye you ever seen like this. Let this be a lesson for everybody. Twigs, you gotta apologize and don't play with my kids. Put my daughter in that dark ass. I will make it my sole purpose to destroy you. Do we have a problem, nigga? I'm Martin. I'm Martin on all y'all motherfuckers out here, right? Because it's a different kind of high school.
Now, I ain't gonna lie, and I'm not being facetious or nothing like that. Listen, I kind of do understand that. Listen, if you have any semblance of respect for Ye, he's made it very openly clear he want his kids to stay out of your fuckery. If you want to go do something with his wife in terms of business, do not involve his children, even if you get permission from the mom, because the dad is saying, no way, not on my watch. He don't want y'all secular BS around his kids. And if you choose to do it, you're basically saying you're an enemy of Ye. So it's basically how much do you respect him? And he only has to interpret it as not only a lack of disrespect, but an overt act of pretty much war if you're going to still try to include his children into your shaggeries.
It's a different kind of prime, ain't it? I run this shit, this J-Town. I run this whole shit, by the way, and you know that. On season 3, where's y'all season 3? Any of y'all y'all was watching. Jay-Z, you was watching. Where's any of y'all season 3? Where's any of y'all season 1? Let's check the accounts. Let's check the bank accounts. I am the king. And it's okay. I ain't got nothing against Kendrick. That man can't rap, bro. That man got one bar, bro. He ain't got one bar. He is Virgil. He's a sweet kid. Top 5 is a God soldier. That man gets the same birthday as Hitler. Bro, not top 5. That was a 40 slip. He probably is. I'm talking about top dog. And by the way, I would have said fuck top 5, but it's not even. Them niggas is lost, man. All of y'all is lost. And
Yo, post this on Keep Six Solid. Top 5. You heard what Ye said. He says you're lost. You got to go to church. You got to get in tune spiritually. You got to. Ye has spoken.
Top 5, that was a 4-year slip. He probably is. I'm talking about top dog. And by the way, I would have said fuck top 5, but it's not even. Them niggas is lost, man. All of y'all is lost. And they wanted y'all to get lost because they wanted y'all to lose me and me to lose y'all. But I ain't lost y'all. Because if I lost y'all, you wouldn't be watching me right now. It's room for everybody. I ain't got to be on stage all the time. It's like, you know what I mean? But then there is a king. There's a king, and I'm the king. I'm the king. It ain't. What are you doing?
I'm just updating you. Yeah, you're good.
I'm sorry, guys, if I was rambling because it was like throwing me off the way he was rambling.
My bad.
The main thing I want to say, and I thought about this about 5 days ago. I was like, yo, Nas, you got to come back out here because I be thinking so much shit. I can't even tweet it fast enough. The main thing I want to say is Twigs, and anybody else. Y'all think y'all getting any of my 4 black children on y'all shit without talking to me? Y'all gonna definitely hear from me. So either talk to me in the beginning and get my permission from my kids, or y'all gonna hear from me forever until you make it right. Now, Twigs, you gotta make it.
Ye with the Bible in his head is hilarious. He going up.
Right, that beat was corny. OG Volta, that beat was corny. The song was corny. The video was corny. Damn. It ain't going nowhere. How about, because this is what I thought about. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't nothing going nowhere. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is what I thought about when I look at this parallel right here. So, Barry and Paul Johnson, these niggas are seers, bro. It's people who can see the future, and it's called like the human design. Some Ellen just put me onto. It's like some 18-point shit. It's like some shit like we had like retreat type shit. It's like a rehab retreat type vibe out here. So, and certain people like me, it's my job to have a bird's eye view. This is the reason what makes me such a good production creative director. I have like a bird's eye view of where we're at. Like, so I'm here, but I'm seeing all of this from here somehow. And then I simplify and organize. We're going to take the 1,000 people at season 3. We're going to put a curtain over them. Vanessa B. Crum like, yo, the models are hot. The people are hot. I was like, you got to leave that. And you hold it into the last notes of ultralight beams. That shit went up. And Kings was made in that moment. Millionaires was made just by seeing it. The way it inspired people. There's a lot of people, first fashion show, that it says the first time you heard Father Stretch My Hands. And that's what it is, and that's what it's going to be. And it's going to be like that one day. I'm telling you, play this back. Play this back. It will be like, it's going to be just like Donda. It's going to be just like season 3, except I'm going to be the one in charge. We ain't working for them no more. You understand? The Jews are middle management for the white people that run 85% of the African banks. High percentage, I don't know the exact percentage because motherfuckers are good, but high percentage of people being locked up. Everybody with motherfucking guns, shit is at war, everybody on drugs. Like that. This Spanish procession was about getting the Jews up out of here. Hitler was about getting the Jews out. Yo, it's fine. Like I said in Egyptian times, you know what I'm saying? It's like, y'all make good workers, bro. Just work, it's fine. It's a decent living. But you ain't gotta act like you running shit, because some people are just annoying it. Some, people are just built different. People are just built, certain people are built to be chefs. Some people are built to make music. Some people are built to be the pastor or something. Some people are the leaders. Some people are the soldiers. Some people are meant like, yo, I'm going to take this moment in life and I'm going to be the first to hit this beach and I'm going to die for what I believe in, whether it's the country, whatever the mission is. We all got a different mission. See, the way they got this shit organized, they got us playing out of position of what our mission is. And if you take people like Jay-Z and fucking Pusha T, they made their living killing our people. So how the fuck they gonna stand up? for our people. You know what I'm saying? But we forget that because we love Jay-Z's music so much. We love Pusha's music so much, right? But you think they would ever, Beyonce had the best for somebody else?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You think they would ever tell the truth? No, if they told the truth, they'd go to jail. You know what I'm saying? So you have liars.
Man.
Liars are now the face of our culture. You know what I'm saying? And they have to lie because if they ever went and supported the red hat before they say, okay, it's okay to do it, they go pull up some on them. They have some on them. They get their brother locked up on some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These niggas is sitting, all these niggas that is so-called our face is sitting in a fucking white police room like, you ain't fucked up. That's their life. They drop like, you ain't fucked up. You ain't fucked up. Hey, get that boy a call. Hey, man, I'm going to talk about Red Hat on your Donda album. When I said the Jay-Z tweet with the kids and shit, I was like, man, what brought that out of me? But if it came to my head, God gave it to me. Motherfuckers always been like, I remember Jay-Z and Beyonce used to always tell me, don't say Hitler. Now what, nigga? I said it, and I'm the king. I said the king, I bestow grace on you. You ain't want to sign me? Dame signed me. Dame is me. Dame is a seer. Dame is like Bari. You know what I'm saying? Somebody see, like, Bari put the whole ASAP shit together. As far as what I understand, I might not even completely know the whole shit. I just got a bit of what it is. And I always thought, when I was at Virgil's funeral, you got a white woman, right, his wife. You got LVMH, white. You got Pastor Rich, Justin Timberlake of pastors and shit, talking the whole fucking time. You can ask Trav. Niggas was mad, bro. Niggas was mad at all them niggas they ain't never fucking heard of that was talking, and Don C knew the whole time. But Tremaine knew the whole time. 80% of them niggas wouldn't even be there unless Virgil had work for me, bro. But the one thing I saw Rocky over here with Rihanna, and I saw Bari over there, and I just want to tell him, like, don't let them split the gang up, bro. Because it worked. Virgil next to me, that worked. He's an architect. I would do all this, right? And afterwards, I asked him, like, yo, Virgil, what? And he would point out the 3 best things I said. That's what Dave Blunt does. I could talk to him, and he would be more apt to repeat what was of value than to have to say something different. That's why on the album, I mentioned nitrous a bunch of times. I mentioned not seeing my kids a bunch of times. I mentioned being a cup a bunch of times. The cousin thing happens only one time because it was so hard. Pause, no homo, what the fuck you want to say? To really express that. I talked to him about that. Him and the whole team at the office and shit in front of the big screen where it said nigga and had the swastikas. I was like, yo, and by the way, turning that swastika on the side, whew, that let fucking energy through the fucking world, bro. So I'm like, man, damn. I respected what Hitler was doing and what he was getting at, but he ain't got it like how Ye got it. And what I'm going to do for you is y'all king in this lifetime and shit. So I sat down with Dave. I was like, man, this is what happened. And I love to just share the story because I felt so, I was traumatized by it because it wasn't like something, you a kid, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just do what you see. And then you're told that it's wrong afterwards. And then you're told it's wrong, and then you're made to be embarrassed about what you did, and you meant, or it's like, this is who you are for the rest of your life. That shit was like blocked out of my head for like 10 years. And I knew that once that it was expressed, because I had people around me that was like, yo, take it to your grave. It's like getting over the fear, bro. I can't see that screen. It's going to throw me all off now. You got to like aim your computer towards the window. I think so.
Perfect.
So I knew that something would happen from that. So
right. So you blocked from 10 years and then
yeah. So the no, I can think of it. You don't have to prompt me. And shit.
There you go.
Just try to be silent as possible and shit. God,
just shut up. You're white. Stay behind the camera.
I want to hear your voice. He hired you to hold your iPhone. Put one of them things on the way, hold shit like this. Get you a pillow up under your head. Get a pillow right here, hold that motherfucker right there. No, I don't know if it's helpful.
Nigga told the cameraman, shut the fuck up, nigga.
Lil Boosie stink. Okay. I know that nigga smell poor. I never met him.
Did he say Lil Boosie? He said Lil Boosie stink? He said, I know that nigga smell poor and I never met him.
That nigga smell poor. You know, that nigga is poor. What the fuck I'm talking about smell?
Yeah, Boozy gotta stop talking shit.
But he there, that's what he there to do. They took a piece of shit and made him talk shit. He talking himself. He a piece of shit. He talking shit. But by the way, Boozy, you all a part of this. You know who my inspiration?
I'm like moving back because nigga, I lost all my shit. I'm like, well, nigga, I don't got nothing with me, bro. I pulled up, they lost my suitcase. I'm like,
you know what, Khaled say God did, and Khaled, how you ain't play me that record? I had like Sunday service. Khaled, God don't like that. You supposed to play me God did. We music niggas. You know what God did is, and you know who I am. You know you're supposed to play me that. You know I was supposed to.
It's like they be trying to push you out the way. That's if I'm giving my opinion, you know what I'm talking about? Like, you know the niggas, they be like, get him up out of here. He got too much money. He done fucked all the hoes. He done got Yeezy. He got, like, nigga, can I have something? My light. He's blocking my light. They like, in my opinion, not that my opinion fucking matters right now, but nigga, like, I be feeling like they be trying to push you out the way, bro. And it'd be like, I feel like you be blocking their shine. They be feeling like you be blocking their shine. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, bro, it's like, but I'm saying I'm here. It's just like, okay, it's fine, bro. It's like, I'm the king. It's fine. That's my, I didn't see that. That's
new. That's the new. That's new. Niggas ain't see that.
And he's new too, but I'm still working on him.
They crazy.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing. It just be like, I be trying to hold it in, bro. Like, oh, fuck it, bro. It just be coming out.
These are skyscrapers. These are 911s right here. These like buildings.
That's crazy.
So,
you gotta see it person, bro.
That's wild.
Bro. That's like flawless. Like,
it is the jewelry.
Yeah.
You know who got this from me? My new dentist. My new dentist, Trav. My wife made me stop going to the old dentist because for some reason every time I walk back, I'm why you walking like this?
With my friend.
No man, I had it ain't his fault. I had some nitrous. I had nitrous before, you know. I used to, your homegirl from Japan put me on. I would be a Donda, and I would bring, that I had the nitrous when I was at Donda.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize how long I had been like doing nitrous, but now it definitely has affected my memory. But the funny thing is, God can use my memory, but that's not what he need. He need my channel. He need you. He needs you. What are you two gentlemen's name again? Corey.
Reggie.
Yeah. And what's your name again? No.
Mr. Digital Nas.
Man, that joke is just corny, bro. I gotta just like rewind that, unstream that.
Unstream.
Hey, what's your name? What the fuck? You're gonna catch the good moments. Y'all can catch the corny
That's why I like it. It's wrong, but it's no corny moment. We don't do corny shit, though. Like, I want to let y'all know something. Like, it's like, we don't do corny shit because it's just like, what be corny when niggas be not being themselves? Because we are fully being ourselves, there's nothing we could ever fucking do that's corny.
Bar.
Nothing could ever be corny. Like, you get what I'm saying?
1,000%.
Nothing. Y'all niggas be, I'm not even gonna say nothing, bro. Y'all niggas be trying to, y'all be trying too hard.
No, but you know what be saving these niggas streams, bro? Kodak.
Right.
Kodak saved streaming, bro. If it wasn't for Kodak streaming, it'd be just like
they be Kodak
corny, bro.
Yeah.
It just cause he the only like him, you know what I'm saying? It's like
that nigga walking. He just got some like
okay, so that made me think like look at this parallel right here. So Paul and Bari, you know, put me on to Cardi. He played this snippet of a song that we ended up using a whole lot of red. And I saw the way the stadium went up. I saw the way it went up at season 3. We did a show the same day as season 3. And so we connected. This time I'm going through the divorce and all that shit. And Cardi came with me to Wyoming. We get off the PJ and they got the black Raptors laid out. I hop in, I'm driving this man to the ranch and shit. He's all like Rick Owens out in the drone and shit. And there's photos. You can document the photos is coming up, right? And you know, people have been to I told Nas, it's like people have been to my studio before. Niggas don't never really get to go to me and be like, yo, yay, play what I want to watch on a big screen. Mm-hmm. I want to see this now. When Cardi came into the ranch, day one, we put that vamp shit up. We put them old Dracula movies, all this type of shit. We got the couch laid out, like how we had in Wyoming. And I cleared the Yeezy studio out. When we got back, we was there for a few days. Then the album is due. We get back to Calabasas, I shut down both offices, cleared out the whole Yeezy studio. He's up there all night, like can't nobody come to Yeezy until the God is fucking finished Whole Lot of Red. You understand? We're working on that. That's 5 years ago. Now, watch this. It's like I'm gonna give you parallel paths on this one. And the reason why this moment cut me so deep on that week of the rollout with Cardi. Quentin Miller sends me just a freestyle and shit. B comes on and shit, and he's just like, he says, I'm in Saudi at that time. Mm-hmm. He says, I love it here. We gon' take over the year for another year. Then about that, he does rest of shit.
I love Quentin.
Yeah, he goes. I was about to do a jab. I'm gonna still say it because I like. He do the rest of his Drake shit, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, because he do rap like Drake. He gonna be sitting there like watching like fair. Yeah. You can see it right now, like fair.
Yeah, literally. I literally thought about that.
That's fair. Like, you can picture it right now.
Yeah.
Like fair.
Yeah.
Nigga, you bet not imitate the leg. No. Okay.
Hell no. Hey.
I thought she was
don't clip that.
Nah, you know, Queen gonna be right here like,
nah, bro.
Queen gonna be like, fair. So I was imitating the leg. We gotta be clear, right? Okay. So
I don't think they know about the leg. A lot of people.
Oh no, he had lost his leg.
Yeah. But now they know. Yeah.
But watch this. But this is a drug commercial, everyone. Don't do drugs. Quentin was getting off of Percocets, and I don't know what happened. Had a seizure or something, and had a car accident and lost his leg, bro.
I heard a different story.
Oh.
But I ain't federal. Like some of y'all niggas is federal. Y'all niggas is federal. Y'all niggas is fucking federal.
And you know, niggas be like, yo, man, yay, wrong for saying that with Quentin. Yay, wrong for saying, nigga. When I put up the swastika, the nigga that hurt my feelings the most was Quentin, bro. Because he took me to the barbershop so much, bro. Because he wouldn't even let me talk when I was on the phone with him. Man, you said you want everybody to love you. Why you do something to make everybody hate you? Why you do something like that? And I'm trying to explain this nigga, and this nigga's so woke and programmed, bro. I can't get it through to him for nothing, bro. So anything pop in my head, it is what it is what it is, bro. So, you know, because niggas is like, because at the end of the day, I'm the king of shit. Niggas be pulling for a check, but niggas want to go back and sit in their same Jewish situations, they schools, they home, their environment that we set up in, like a nigga ain't showing you like where we're going with it. You know, but now we'll have this opportunity, you know, and now it's like Quentin definitely get a call from Drake, like, yes, you have all the information on Ye. Now come be King Drake. I'm like, no, everyone has all the information on Ye. Bro, there's no like dissing. That's why I said if there was a diss record with anybody, I'd be 2 bars, I won. Done. That's the end of the fucking song shit. Cause I have one, right? You know what I'm saying? Niggas rapping for your fucking, for fucking practice at this point. So anyway, back, But love and blessing to Quentin for it's too late now. He's mad forever.
But it's love for Quentin. Like I don't want like y'all to take this message wrong. It's love for Quentin, basically, is what we're saying.
But he does have a metal leg.
Yes, he has a metal leg.
So, yo, man, you'll be fucking laughing at shit like that. So, okay.
We warming him up. You got.
No, I'm just joking with him. So, anyway.
Yeah, that's productive.
Niggas,
it's bringing back memories.
I told you I'm making niggas hate me again. Niggas is like, oh man, you dealt with trauma. We're on your side until we don't like Trump again. So
niggas be lame. Niggas be lame. The song is hard as fuck.
Okay, so anyway, he gives that line. So I'm in.
It's kind of entertaining shit. I ain't gonna lie.
What am I saying?
Lame. they know they lame.
Yeah. So I'm in Saudi, and man, I just feel bad about the Quentin thing a little bit now.
I'm saying like Quentin a good nigga. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like
he got a power. This nigga's like a power to dark side and all this kind of shit. He is like alcohol or something.
Drake is known as the Godfather, guys. Like from Drake is known as the Godfather. He's like what he's saying, the alcohol. Like he's like the dark.
Like the dark, yes. Yeah, the dark side and all that.
Yeah, the dark side.
Right. Yeah, so think about this. You talk about custody. How the fuck him gonna have my son run around with Adonis without me knowing?
What?
Like, the fuck? You wanna talk about some 4D chess? You wanna talk about war, nigga?
Spiritual war.
Niggas be like, you're rich. Shut up, you're rich. Y'all tuned in, though. This shit like Dynasty. You know what I'm saying? It's like the problems, there's just different kinds of problems. So, back to this shit. So, Quentin sends his bar, I love it here. We're going to take over here for another year. So, I'm with North, and we sitting there, and we're like, yo, by the way, okay, Sycamore, I'm not going to Jim Jones you, but this fucking, the Don Toliver situation, bro, and I'm going to give you a hug on that one. Like, come on, man. And then I don't got Don Toliver's number, bro. And after I did Moon, come on. And by the way, it's love. I be doing shit like that too. You know what I'm saying? We ain't perfect. I'm just calling it out. What did Moon do for Don Toliver's career? I'm talking about it ended Frank's career. So what the fuck did it do for Don? I read your diary. That nigga. You want to talk about wash, nigga? They be trying to say, I ain't wash. Nigga, I got number fuck to like nigga forever, by the way. So I'm sitting in Saudi and I played table of contents. North, Saudi, and the tingly feeling of feelings. Let's start there. Quentin Miller. Jay-Z kids tweet. Look, you either here and you're on my side or it's fuck you. If you got the ability to use your platform and be on my side, then come be on my side.
I'm on his side.
Come be on my side and shit. Come be on my side. Be on his side.
I told niggas, like, it's some niggas that's real that's gonna stick to the grave.
And other niggas, if you not
that, stay the fuck away.
Then you a spectator or you're an enemy. Either way, a spectator is the enemy of the highway. I'm the highway. That's the dirt. Y'all gotta get the fuck out the way. And shit, we streamline and shit, right? So it's like, if I call the nigga, man, who the fuck is Quentin Miller be fucking talking to me any kind of way ever? Anyway, any of you niggas, by the way.
It's the truth.
By the way.
It's the truth.
So
I fight for the truth.
Look at, and it's meant to be, stay exactly where you at right now. Or it's meant to be, or he wouldn't be like that right now. No, could put your legs back like it was. Hi, Quentin. Ah!
Oh, nah.
Hi, Quentin.
Yo, why you going on?
Hi, Quentin.
No.
All right, cool. All right, so.
Yeah.
Yo, didn't he say like 5 minutes ago, nah, I went too hard? Then he goes crazier. What the hell?
You see that? That tingly feeling is gone. Nigga, it's war. So what I'm saying is, now it's World War III, man.
It's fucking World War III.
Now come back with no legs, nigga. Now rap in a wheelchair, nigga.
Whatever he went on with.
Yeah. So so North is like, Dad, I don't know what to say on this song. What should I do and shit? Cause Swift's in the beat. And it's like, you ain't got no problem with Chris. And it just had a beat. It had a talking part. That was like the shit I did with James Blake earlier, right? Mm-hmm. Then James Blake gonna try to redo my album that I did with him with Yachty. Nigga did the same album, bro. Sometimes these hunkies just be looking for a nigga to bounce ideas and reflect off of because they want to get the chain on, but they gonna look stupid in chains, so James Blake gotta wear his fucking button-up shirt, but he want to get with the niggas and shit. As long as you white boys know, as long as anytime y'all do music, you are the white boy. Man, just always remember that.
Bring it up, Yachty. Yachty trying to get me touched on fucking Juliet, bro. You supposed to be my brother, bro. Clip that. You're supposed to be my brother, Yachty.
You know what's Yachty, but I don't know this man like that. I don't know. All I know is I was cool with this nigga Yachty. He said one thing, and I stopped talking to this nigga forever, bro. I was really proud of myself. This nigga told me he didn't like the Drink Champs interview.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I wish motherfucking cell phones had a dial tone. Like,
wait, he said he stopped fucking with Yachty because Yachty told me he didn't like the Drink Champs interview? Yo, Yachty, you can't be telling the GOAT, Ye, you don't like the fucking Drink Champs interview. Like, every interview Ye does is epic. I gotta be honest. Yo, me and Ye standing there, epic. Him on the Breakfast Club, epic. Drink Champs, epic. Yachty, you can't be talking to Ye like that, gang.
Like, nigga, wait, you gotta say that again, bro. Wait, you said I'm running back. You're running back. That was crazy, bro.
It's like he ain't like the. Okay, I said he said he ain't like the fucking Drink Champs interview. I was like, I wish cell phones had a dial tone. Like, funny enough though, when I be rapping David shit, I sound like Yachty a little bit because I be singing high.
See, Yachty, see, I got something to say about Yachty. Yachty, he was so original. It's so fresh and new, and we were coming out. It was amazing, and then I don't know what the fuck happened, bro. Like, that's what a lot of these niggas be doing. They be hard, cool, and then I don't know what the fuck happens.
But I do love Yachty. I just had to stop. And by the way, I'm not trying to go against what you're saying on that. I'm just saying it's these people. All these people, Yachty was discovered in season 3, right?
I know.
And Yachty, you know what I'm saying? He was giving his opinion. He wasn't even trying to be on no. Yachty's having.
Yo, this Digital Nas, right? Yo, he's hilarious. He's hilarious. I gotta get.
Nigga, he don't be saying bullshit about niggas and lying about. He's just a smooth ass nigga and shit.
He's smooth.
Right? But like we just say some shit, right? But when he said he ain't like the Drink Champs interview, I said this nigga is the wrong influence in my life. This nigga should not have my main number. This nigga should have my third number.
He switched his number on Yachty?
He need to have a greeter's number at the airport and shit.
Yeah.
The nigga's like, yay.
Yeah.
I got a gentleman Yachty on the line for you.
It's just like, man, Yachty is supposed to be my brother, bro. Oh my God, Juliet.
But damn, you piped her up though. She like lit now and shit. Like, to see my mention.
Man, you trying to get me beat up? Like, damn, that shit ought to be right.
That was in the past, bro. That was in the past.
Yeah, no. It ain't even about her. It ain't about her, but it's about. But fuck all that. Fuck all that.
Yeah, okay.
Moving on. I'm married.
Alright, so North is like, we in Saudi, and North is like, yo, you guys say me and Nas already is definitely stream MVPs.
Oh yeah, nah.
The diet is too crazy. It's too crazy. It's like what Easy did the shoes or fashion shows. Is what we did.
It's like a Black Mirror episode.
Immediately, nigga.
Think about it.
It's like,
wait, what the fuck?
Yeah.
These two niggas linked up in one lifetime? Like, yes, it happened.
It's like Cam and Mace and shit. Cam and Mace, that shit come across my Twitter I don't even have to see exactly what they say. It just make me happy. They could be talking shit about me for that fact. It just make me happy just to see these niggas. These niggas is gods, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. It's like, what I like is an expression. You know what I'm saying? We're gods, bro. Cam and Mace, they're gods, bro. Gods, bro. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I'm with my daughter and Shotty, my oldest. And she's like, Dad, I don't know what to say on this. I'm picking beats to pick the Swiss beats. You don't want no problem. And then I remember loving that opening line that Quentin said. I love it here. We gonna take over the year for another year. It's your right. And then that's all she needed. The rest she freestyled. Mm-hmm. And she did it like in one take. I love it here. We gonna take over the year for another. It's your bestie, Miss Westie. Don't try to.
That's the hardest part.
So
low key, I'm your bestie, Miss Westie shit. If North wrote that, yo, I think we all could agree, like 100% North is gonna be like a way better artist than Deutsche, right? Like, come on, let's be honest. Like North is gonna be the truth. Like, she has Kanye DNA. Like, come on now.
So then Vultures is Miami, Art Basel. We can't find a place to really, be at. It's interesting, Aiden Ross' position in the culture because he's such a Ye fan, but then I'm anti-Semite and shit. Like,
but Aiden gotta be with us. Yeezy's fuck kick. Aiden gotta come to Yeezy. I'm sorry, it's something about Aiden. He remind me of Dove. I love Dove.
Yeah.
Like Aiden is the younger Dove. Aiden is the younger Dove. Aiden, bro. Yeah. He reminds me of like Dove. Like Aiden is cool as fuck.
Did he fuck the porn star, the one with the big titty or something?
Who, Aiden?
Yeah,
definitely.
What's her name?
Who did Aiden fuck?
That nitrous, bro. I can't fucking.
What's the porn star Aiden fuck? You know, Reggie?
I don't.
Skybury?
I'm trying to remember.
You don't know?
I could Google it.
I could Google it.
She mad. She's not remember.
Yeah, she not remember. But Aiden is cool. I like Aiden.
Skybury. And she tried to put me on blast about the cut shit too. Shit, that was corny. So it's like.
Yo, Skybury. Yo, Skybury, I got beef with you over that. Yo, you can't be trying to put Ye on blast. What's wrong with you? So what? He's a cuck. Who gives a fuck? Yo, let me tell you this. Chat, normally, a lot of these things we don't rock with. But it's Ye. We just give him a pass. Like, if one of y'all other niggas tell us that you sucked your cousin's dick, we're ostracizing you. But it's Ye. Song is kind of hot. We just like it's Ye. Bro, it's Ye. It's Ye. You know what I mean? But if y'all niggas do it, we ain't fucking with y'all niggas. I ain't gonna lie.
Favorite streamers is Sneeko, Aiden. Who else?
Dylon. No, okay, wait a second. So I got to tell the story with North. So Vultures is coming up, and I remember Ian and Drake was on text, and Drake was dissing Vultures on his group text to Ian, right? And I knew, because I'm always like certain fans, like Drake a fan, Travis a fan. So even if it's like fuck niggas, whatever, it's like I'm still gonna have a little bit of like, I'm gonna fuck these niggas up with this one, right? And that shit we played like, and Back to Me, Is As Is, what they just did at Coachella and shit. Beautiful big dick, him, fall up the sky, you know.
So wait, so look like what Skybury was saying was true then. What did she say again? Skybury tries to expose Kanye. Let's see. Skybury. Kanye cuck. What did she say about him? Tell a story about Kanye. Where's the story at? Is it this?
When Kanye used to text me, he would be like, I want videos of you getting by the biggest you've ever taken.
He likes that.
I sent him stuff by Dread, and he was like, I want bigger. And I was like, how much bigger do you think it gets?
He got his wife Dread for Christmas.
That's so sweet.
Any celebrities?
Oh, she didn't expose it. No way. Wait, that's true? No way Kanye got his wife a porn star to fuck her for Christmas. No. Yo, chat, am I a stan? I'm kind of in denial about the cousin thing. I'm like, nah, Kanye be true. And I'm in denial about this too. It's no way Kanye got another man to fuck his wife. I think he be just talking. Ain't no way.
Zoe.
King Von. I DM'd him first. He DM'd me back 2 minutes later saying, you trying to get hit, white girl? And then.
Oh, that's about King Von. All right, shit, damn. Wait, okay.
And them niggas was dissing it on this shit, talking about how they love I Wonder. Like Drake was like, I've been waiting on, this is my goal, da da da, like this shit is trash. Meanwhile, I'm just saying, I don't want to, I love Party Next Door. This nigga is the most insane fucking writer. This nigga made Work. Work is maybe top 1 song ever fucking written. But the new song, he be sounding like Bori. He sound like Bori. Mm-hmm. I said it. It ain't nothing against Party. I'm just saying. That made me think of when I thought about the Drake shit. Mm-hmm. So God got a fucking plaque, man. God, it's funny, man. How they think gonna make Drake say 5 blocks out of shoot me and have Work, bro? I was shook. I heard Work, bro. But certain shit y'all wouldn't have had Work. Y'all wouldn't have Father Stretch My Hand. Y'all wouldn't have that unless God put us here. I was thinking this the other day, man, y'all, the world, all 8 billion, y'all are so lucky to have me and Drake at the same time in life, bro.
I was just talking
about
that.
At the same, what? Are you fucking, and we just like, nah, fuck that nigga, fuck your shit. Nigga, I'm gonna do vote now, nigga, I'm about to do shit park, nigga, I'm do like, nah,
man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I think
you want to do out, nigga, fuck that, don't fuck that,
bro. The Gay Drake album, we will see, but I don't know when, but I know it's gonna come. I know God will want that. It would be Ye and the Drake album. Everybody shut the fuck up.
You know what I thought could have been a funny bar before I said I wasn't gonna ever speak ill on Drake again. But I still gotta say the bar because I it's a pass-through bar. Would have been a fresh-ass bar if I had like said to Kim, I said, oh, Kim, I don't feel comfortable with him around my children.
It'd be like, bro, yeah, like, true.
But that niggas played that bar. Played that bar.
Oh yeah, nah.
You feel comfortable?
Nah, I know because the P word, but it's like
I can't say that word.
What?
Yeah, because you don't want niggas run up and try to unalive us.
Nah, yeah. Drake, it's no smoke.
Nigga, it's smoke, whatever, nigga. It's whatever, nigga. No, nigga, whatever. Nigga, I want to see my mama, nigga. It's forever, nigga. Shot Southside, nigga, whatever, nigga.
They say Drake's the Godfather.
Nigga, I don't hear none of that shit, nigga. Don't never listen to put them 2 words together in this crib ever again, nigga. It's like Godfather ain't over God, nigga.
True.
All right, so back to the thing with my daughter.
Man got the Bible in his hand the whole time.
Could we get on that time? We on that time.
Yeah,
shit. I'm never not on that time, nigga.
Always on that time. My daughter on the way.
Never. So, no, I'm always on that Godfather time. I'm always on that time. Nigga, I'm always on that time, my nigga. I'm always on that time, nigga. I'm triple X now. You gonna triple X me, nigga? Is that what you got?
Nah, don't be
what you got Amber, you got Kim, you just need one more to triple X me.
No, we ain't gonna be federal.
Wait, Drake fucked Amber? Y'all do know the current rumor that Drake and Kim been linking, right? Y'all do know that, right? But like Kanye hates Kim so much, he's not bothered by it. Like he hates Kim. But supposedly Drake right now is knocking it down. Crazy. But he made a dope reference, triple X, but he's talking about get 3 of my exes. So Drake hit Amber. Now Kim. Oh, you got to hold on to Bianca then, bro. Bianca, I just want you come back.
So, let me see. So anyway, we're at the, so we had to listen. I'm just thinking like, man, for me as a dad, I was so proud that I could have the first time I had North rap at the Season 8 fashion show, but in Paris.
Streams is in the dream.
And I
clips.
Yeah, you want a sub only mode?
No, we should change the background.
Okay, let's do it.
Put it on sub only, but yeah, you need you really need to tweet the link so everybody can see it.
I can send it to you.
All right.
Wow, it's beautiful out here.
So yeah, we in. Oh no, this is beautiful. I didn't even see it.
No, you send it
because I'm about to send it right now because I ain't the type of nigga to cap. I done been on. I've been working with Ye for 5.
Send it to me.
Oh my bad. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Shit. All right.
Type it out real quick.
Yeah, that's the new swag. We say sir, bro. We gonna move like. But look, one sec. Where the fuck is the link? All right, got it right here. Sending Ye the link right now. There you got it. Boom. So I've been working with Ye for 5 years now, right? And I done seen the world because this nigga. I done seen a lot of shit. But every time it's just like the aesthetic just never stops. Like
And you don't want, you know what I'm saying? And then, I love it here, and right that point, the shot, like boom, first time you seen North, it's like Chris Brown standing right there. Like these is gods, bro. All these fucking gods on stage. Like, yo, I felt like it was like on some African shit, right? And then all you heard was, you don't want no problems, you just talking. You don't want, you know what I'm saying? And then, I love it here, and right that point, you couldn't hear the rest of the rap. Motherfuckers went so crazy. That was the craziest. The whole audience went. They was like, we gon' take over here for another. It's your bestie, Miss Westie. Don't try to test me. It's gonna get messy. Motherfuckers, what? Oh my God, right? Then one day I look up and she in a video with Twix.
Yeah.
Now that's how it felt when my boy Peter told me, oh, Cardi, I'm coming out in 3 days. Wait, what?
I know, right?
No, look at it. Watch right. I'm driving the Raptors myself in Wyoming with the Jedi and shit. Like, yo, this is the next God right here. I'm driving you myself, nigga. Take over all of my spaces. Take over Wyoming. Take over Calabasas, nigga. And I'm talking like that guy. They got the new teeth, nigga. Fuck y'all niggas. So I'm like,
it's crazy.
Yo, take over all these places, nigga. And then 3 days in the stadium, Donda, first feature that you hear on Donda, first one in Atlanta. 4-5 times.
I was there.
We took over. I remember when you hit the fucking.
We was just a viral video of me, you, and Cardi when we was making it.
Yeah.
And it looked like some Star Wars shit. And it's like,
it is.
We just looked so fucking beautiful on the camera.
Yeah.
And we were all together. And it's like 3 black men being great. And then what the fuck happened?
You know my major issue is with the Cardi album. It's not just that, it's like play it for me. One thing I will give Tyler credit for is like, he would at least be like, yo, I need Ye to hear my album before it come out.
Bitches need to be chose by 30 got me crying. Bruh. Bro, because it's like we be like, nah, I can't say too much.
Wow, we got 4K in here.
Yeah, like what the fuck? You know what? You know I hate? It's like I hate being called Unc, bro.
Yeah,
the motherfucker really want to get
niggas
me.
Call me Unc. Niggas say niggas is Unc at 24 now. Yeah, bro, I'm not joking, Ye. Niggas say, oh, that's Unc 24. So what the fuck, bro?
Oh, bitches need to be told by 24 too.
Right? It's just like, what is Unc 24? That don't even sound right. Like,
but I tell you, know how you could tell an Unc though and shit? It's like every year they hairlines like this.
Yeah.
The motherfucker not finna let it go. They gonna have a haircut that go like right like this before they let that shit go. nigga forehead gonna go right here and shit. But they let them fucking braids go and shit. He gonna keep they just throw a skull cap. No, hold on. They say just throw a skull cap on it with it. Nigga. Matter of fact, just get you a skull cap with braids connected to it.
Just get some weave, man. Just get some weave.
No, throw a bang up. Whip that motherfucker. Do a Trump with your dreads, nigga. Throw that shit towards the front.
Like, nigga, it's just like, yo, this shit feels. The air out here. Remember when we landed?
That's how Spain
He's like, the first thing he said was the air. Nigga, this air hitting. This shit is fucking hitting. Like, I never thought about it until now. I'm like, yo, the air is hitting. Oh, man, I know it. Like, it's just like.
Yo, that nigga Dave Blunt's really got to do some streams with us. That nigga is actually
Dave
really comedically fucking funny. You know what funny thing is? Me and my wife was arguing every day with the tweets, right? And one of the moments that cheered us up is I came in and we put the fucking Styles P sample. Hype Williams told me about the Styles P sample. And like, with Hype, he's a real friend, man, because he know he's one of the people from like the like stout Jay-Z era that still talk to me. So he'll say some real shit that I don't want to feel like hearing that shit. He'll be like, man, you know what? I know you and Puff made up, but Jay will probably never speak to you again and shit. I was like, I want to speak to Jay again. He's like, I don't even want to fucking hear no shit. Like, I don't even want to tell the nigga, call me about my kids. But anyway, he was like, yo, he told me about the sample, the Styles P sample. He reminded me of it. So I had the sample, then I had this kid, Israel, he worked on the Wayview. Now, y'all know the story is the worst mistake of my career is like, Future sent me Wayview, and I didn't rap on that shit. I rapped on Keep It Burning.
Wayview is a classic.
That's right, he gave it to me. And the thing is, I had Drake on the ropes, like Kendrick style, right? And, Kendrick and Lucy and UMG style. And I miss, that's why when God call you, he gonna give you all the codes, and you miss it, he'll give it to somebody else. By the way, I could say, Kendrick ain't this.
Did he have Wait For You Future? When did that song come out? That's 2022. Oh, that's when Donda came out, right? Donda, Kanye. 2022, right? Oh, pretty much 2022. And essentially, Donda was competing with, what is this? CLB? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, CLB came. No, CLB is 2020. No, but both of them are kind of the same time period, right? Yeah, it was CLB versus Donda. Yeah. A lot of people were rocking with Donda still. Remember me and Lil Boom used to be arguing about it. Remember that?
That about Kendrick, Virgil has the Louis moment, and Kendrick has the Drake kill. At the end of the day, I got to give both of them that. Because everybody trying to kill Drake. Nigga, Donda, nigga, was like, then the Hoover shit, the niggas knew how it was on Hoover shit. Then Future said, come to Rolling Loud. Then Future said, I got 2 songs for you. He sent me Keep It Burning, and he sent me, Wait For You. Right? And I could have got the Drake. I don't know if I could have got it, but Drake, that was his comeback. He didn't have no wins since Donda, really, until he was on Wait For You. So okay. So y'all see the parallel of what I'm saying of the North and the Cardi situation. Because when I take people in, because I've been looking for family since my mama died. Because I was always the only child, and I was a bit estranged from my family because we lived in Chicago by ourselves. Right? So I would just make
Kanye don't got no brothers
somebody
and
in my
sisters?
family, you know, like somebody over the summer, like this. So anytime people came into Donda or Yeezy, it become more of like
that light looked amazing.
Yeah, maybe let's maybe
You coming this way.
yeah. Well, I think this will be good because it's like the sun's hitting y'all. If here it'll be a shadow. Okay, I got you.
The aesthetic.
This is better.
This is cool.
This fine?
Perfect. Thanks, bro.
What were you saying? You was talking about a lot. Oh, Drake, Wait For You. Oh yeah, that would have been like, gotta be like, look, you know what? Kendrick got the Drake kill, and Virgil got the Louis kill, but and I guess everything was meant to be like, damn, I fucking lost my train of thought trying to change the lighting and shit like that. I'm not gonna try and pick up a sentence and shit. I ain't no fucking newscaster. So I just talk when I feel like it. I get paid to do this shit, nigga.
Yeah, it's like, I was like, you ever notice like a lot of combos are transactional? Like, I'll be feeling like sometimes breathing on the phone is everything. So it's like, when I'll be on the phone with my wife and she don't respond, I know something's like irritating her. So I think for everyone in this stream, I feel like y'all should stop having transactional conversations and just have a conversation. Sometimes silent.
That was a bar. That was a bar.
Yo, to see Kanye like when he's on Twitter, that's how he is right there. It's crazy.
Go back.
What's that?
Just reading the chat.
Sounds too epic. The aura.
Farmer. Yeah.
What's going on?
Go back.
Reflecting your thoughts, flesh and blood. Is it?
Right. But that's why I like this, like, bro, when we was making.
There's a part in a Rock Nation contract that says that people are not allowed to sing about Christ. Yeah. So I'll be wondering, I'll be like, yo, God,
what?
Why? Why have you swung my sword?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you came in the game with Jesus walks.
Like, why? Bro, like, I be trying to like run away from Jesus, bro. I be trying to like,
you
bro,
can't.
I be trying, like, I be like, man, I want to like.
It's like, he always gonna grab you like.
And it's fine. We all got a position. Like, nobody is Jesus, but Moses had a moment.
Yeah.
Moses had a moment.
That
you know
moment,
what I'm
I think, was popping his
Moses
shit.
had a moment, bro, and it's just like, it was something about everything that about
this
Donda, where like, you know, God said, okay, this is, when you for me, I'll be for you.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why they just, like, every in the industry is like, man, I just wish it was like Donda. I wish it was love.
That's how
I wish
God
you
be. That's how God be. He be like, nigga, how come everybody keep talking about Donda then? That's what God, like, God said to have it like, okay, yeah.
You know what? It's funny because he, Ty, I don't know if Ty speaks to me right now. I feel like he ain't speaking to me right now, but you played If I Let Go.
That song is so...
I love it. But I don't like the one part that you played, Ty's part on it. I like other parts he does, but I don't like that one part. And Ty has this song that was for Puff back in the days that 88 Keys did, that I had him change this part to the beginning. That shit is so good. I have to be on this song. It has to be like, them. You know, it's cool. We use like the kind of, or the Fruity Loop drum, whatever.
Yeah.
But with Ty, he loved that Dilla sound. So he's like, bro, we just got to back, because I see the fucking Back to Me clips come up on my Twitter, on my timeline. So I'm like, we have to back to me all the drums. So, to me,
yes.
So read on what I was saying. Because he said he didn't want to be funny. Because I like being funny. Because I'm like the Joker. It's whatever, nigga. I'm laughing, nigga. And whatever y'all do, I'm laughing.
Joker is it.
Y'all ain't gonna make me cry. I cry when I want to cry. I laugh when I want to laugh. You ain't changing nothing about my day. So Ty called me. They said they was tripping about the swastika t-shirt. My greatest accomplishment to date. And he said, I gotta say something. I say, tell them I'm not racist, but Ye is. You know what he told me? Okay. You know what happened? Not that. And therein lies the problem. We agreed upon something, and then he put
what the Jews told him to do while I was not around over what we had agreed upon. So what if them niggas, the Jews, had said, yo, cut Ye's verse in half and put it out without knowing? We would do that too?
Right.
Like, we agree upon something, then that's what we agreed upon. And there ain't no way around it. And then it specifically has the Jewish words in it, and it's like, and Ty fought a lot of battles. You seen his Coachella performance was dope and shit. I was like, oh shit, this is like, it was the best one.
It was.
I was like, damn, nigga. A nigga go to Donald School just for like a year and he gonna be better than everyone else. We the Harvard of this fucking, creative direction shit. That nigga Bernard Arnault's son, Alexander Arnault, just hang around to see who there. Like, you put this thing on camera right now, boom, Louis Dill. Boom, Louis Dill. Literally. Boom, look at this rock right here, Louis Dill.
But now it's
hello, I'm Alexander Arnault, I'm giving the Louis Dill rock over here. Got me happy, bro. That shit got me shit. Remember this shit. What's the nigga that was hosting the Grammys that got me kicked off the Grammys and shit? He ain't even from America.
I don't even know his name.
He ain't from America.
But I know who you're talking about.
Oh,
I don't know his name.
Trevor Noah.
Trevor Noah, right? Well, Trevor Noah.
Know his name.
I'm just tapped in.
If you mix our colors together, you get Trevor Noah. So, light skin shit is always gonna be funny. Gay shit is always gonna be funny. Like, you ain't taking these jokes away from us, Jay. I got gay friends going, I know you have gay friends, yeah. But I was like, no, nigga, you finna wash the gay shit, then you finna take the fucking, I don't know exactly how to word it, but it was like this sentiment of like, nigga, don't make the shit like too cool or too accepted, nigga, you know what I'm saying? So, man, I really...
Like you're gonna oversaturate the gays.
Okay, yeah, you got it out. Because I don't quite got it, because I'm like... Doing the Trevor Noah and fucking D.L. Hewley shit, D.L. Hewley, these niggas is talking shit, and I would go over the house, and North would be there, and she have a backpack, and it would just be like, that's just a little girl not knowing what the fuck is going on while comedians is making fucking jokes. And they don't know that she's dyslexic and they got her in a fucking corner at the school. They don't know that and this is a Ye oversharing, but having problems with her bowel movements and shit, literally. And motherfuckers on TV talking, bro. You know what I'm saying? D.L. Hewley don't know me like that, nigga. And it's still that when I see you, nigga. Oh, shit. Niggas is going through real traumatic family shit, losing the ability to access their children, you faggot ass nigga.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, I got good parents, so I know what it's like.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm losing the ability to access raising the most important things that I've done. And above the music, above that is have them children. And me, a father to generations, has lost the access to directly render my children and light-skinned comedian niggas, mole-faced ass niggas is like fucking making jokes about the situation in real time. And niggas just sitting back and watching it. Like, no, this is my family. So I went and started researching all this Batman shit, bro. Like the suits. Cause I'm like, nigga, I could be all this tough guy shit, but what if I lose the shit? What if this nigga what if I fucking, what if the nigga stab me in a fucking artery or some shit? Like, I'm trying to be like, nigga, you talk about my daughter, bow, boom, stabbed her. Like, I'll be watching all those fucking clips that just show people getting killed back to back to back to back. When niggas be taking L's, it's the body slam, broken neck, bro, happens a lot. Don't get lifted in the air, nigga. I'm telling you, out of there, bro. And it's so funny, I be playing Last of Us, and it's so much funny because I never seen, I'm from Chicago, I never seen nobody die in real life and shit.
Wait, they live? They not about to talk about nothing. Shannon Sharpe. They're not about to talk about shit, I can tell. It's Nightcap, right?
And why the fuck we ain't married?
Shannon.
Somewhere else, you bring somebody else in, talk to them, get a feel for them. They could, right? But I don't believe that's the case. I believe Cam Ward is their guy.
This is the funny thing about it.
if you have the number 1 pick, you really don't have to talk to anybody else because you already know who you're taking regardless.
Correct.
We don't know what their plans are, especially in the war room.
Yeah.
Sometimes you know how they play. You never know. Is it
Oh, my boy at the NFL draft.
curious? I'm excited.
Yo, Shannon, ain't gonna cap with you. This is the home base to find another snow bunny. Everybody know the number 1 headquarters for snow bunnies is the NFL draft. Shannon, they can't change a player's stripes. Not in the 9th. You showed up to the right place, nigga. Fuck all this shit. You just got a bad snow bunny. I know Dr. Umar said stop bunny hopping, but just find a better one. Yo, chat, there ain't no better place on planet Earth to find snow bunnies other than the NFL draft. You know all them players come in with like 5 of them. Come on now.
Third is where it starts to get interesting. I think the first 2 picks, I think they're kind of, I'm not going to say etched in stone, but the guy's carving, I think he's already out to see.
Well, actually, I don't think number 3 might be different based on who goes number 2. If Trav or if they go defense, you go with a 2-way player. I'd say Travis Hunter goes number 2.
Yes.
Then it's a toss up.
That's what I'm
number
saying.
3. Can it be Abdul Carter? Do the Giants need another defense end? They already have Thibodeau.
Go with Kayvon Thibodeau. Yes.
What about Shador? Because they still don't have a quarterback.
Goes with Lawrence, the big D tackle. But here's the thing, Ocho. You really need somebody.
Players trying to get drafted. You got Uncle Shay scouting. He's scouting snow bunnies. And, of course, the players trying to get drafted.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels. Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
Dak Prescott. If you go back and look at what happened to the Raiders, you got Pat Mahomes, you got Bo Nix, you got Justin Herbert. And now you got Geno Smith.
Right.
You see, the Raiders really knew they needed a quarterback because it's a quarterback.
You got 11,000 there.
The NFC East is a quarterback-heavy division. Now, the question is, do you want to match fire with fire, or do you want somebody to go extinguish that fire? That's the question.
Listen, a defensive player can only impact the game.
They give me a Zeus and Bilu vibe. Am I disrespectful for saying, like, Bilu, you know, he seem a little spaced out sometimes? That's Chad. Bilu is Chad. Bilu is Chad. That's a fact. And this nigga is Zeus. They both buff anyway. Pause.
Once we get to 3 and okay, it's going to really start to get interesting. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the top 10 is going to be listening to Adam Schefter, I think somebody else said it, more teams are interested in moving down than moving up.
I think we don't have.
I ain't gonna lie, man. The next thing Shannon about to do is be like, yo, listen, all that shit y'all been seeing with females, I'm gay. What are you talking about? I'm homo. Yo, right now Shannon is like, damn, I should have just told these niggas I'm gay.
Fuck.
Cause ain't no nigga getting them caught up. It's the bitches.
Go Pack, go.
Go Pack, go. Go.
Fuck Gabby, she a hoe.
The face you have when you go in number 1.
Sure.
The Cam. He's like, man, I'm nervous. But they've done a great job of holding it in, Ocho, because you don't want to rob him of that excitement.
Yeah.
Let him have that moment. Let him call.
Man, we don't see one sponsor on this bitch no more. This shit, yo, Underdog, like, yo, take our logo out the back. Yo, the waters, even the waters, they say, yo, just take our logo off the water.
I'm excited for Trav, especially wherever he goes. I'm hoping the organization knows that he would love to play both sides of the ball. I hope they grant him that grace, being that's what he was able to do at Colorado. I'm excited for him. I don't know where he goes. I would like, you know what I would like?
What?
I would like for Jerry Jones to make a splash by not talking to the media, but moving up the draft and going to get Travis Hunter at number 2. I like that.
Oh, boy, you got to give up so much. I think the Cowboys at 12.
Nah, he's locked in still, though.
You might as well. I mean, hypothetically speaking, I think it would be dope.
Jerry says he has something brewing on the trade market. That's what Jerry said. Jerry says he got two big fish in the fry.
Nah, Uncle Shay gonna be all right.
And on Last of Us, they die in a certain way where they fall. It's still like slow and shit. It's so bugged out the way these clips look when you see people get shot in their head or killed. And they talk about, like, they say turn the TV off. It really looks like a fucking video game. how the body just immediately fucking shrinks and shit. It's different than it is on a fucking video game. It's just like, it'd be like that. And just that, it's like they fall to the floor in like less than a fucking...
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Ragdoll, yeah,
it doesn't look like a video game. It looks crazier than a video game. Like the video game had to make it look more timed out.
Right.
Or niggas be like saying, this shit look fake. It looks fake, bro. When niggas is like, it don't be like a movie where motherfuckers like, yo, tell that, you know. It's like you fucking out of there. I think about the Triple X shit sometimes every time. When I tweet, like maybe every like 2 weeks or so. You know, people I be saying, like, it's all like bulletproof everything and shit, but I wonder like how could I still be here, man? It's like God has to have some.
It's God. It's God. 'Cause you said a lot of shit, bro. Let's be real. like at some point, somebody has to say it. Like, you said a lot of shit. And niggas done got killed for way less shit.
Way less.
Way less.
Way less.
Like,
way less.
And the people that got killed for saying nothing, trying to do something that they wanted to stop. So,
but you know what one of the biggest issues is? Like, I remember I sat with Drake and Jay Prince. It's like, if you think about, it's two things. Like God said, people write me off as crazy, especially they love me. They just like, man, he like that crazy family member.
True.
And then the other especially is everyone loves me. So it's really difficult. You know what I'm saying? It's like Drake could never be like, yo, I am sending a hit on Kanye West.
No.
Like, just want him, it don't matter what the fuck it say. I could be like, rapping about his mom, or whatever the fuck it is and shit. Or, if that was the case, Kendrick still wouldn't be here. So what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, here go the other thing, though. Fuck these pussy ass niggas. This shit entertainment regardless, nigga. This shit ain't nothing but motherfucking insane. Netanyahu ain't watching this shit. Motherfuckers is actually killing, like, multitudes. And by the way, I hate that example. I hate when I'm doing the shit I fucking hate, right? It's like on The Incredibles, the Incredible Boy, he started monologuing and shit. And he talked to himself about how he was monologuing. I'm gonna do something that I hate. So it's like some 4D Black Mirror shit. Bro, I'm gonna just say this. And it's part of my mind, it's like, I know people are gonna hate this. Anybody that brings up the fucking Palestine war, that's never been to Palestine, y'all the same niggas that was against Trump. You niggas is programmed. You niggas don't know about fucking Palestine. You niggas don't give a fuck about it. The media made you give a fuck about it, and it's shit that you put up on your motherfucking timeline.
And they know that.
I mean, it's like, but think about how much they bring it up. And even when I talk about the Jews, my issue with the Jews ain't got shit to do with Palestine. I don't need reinforcement, nigga. I need to go say so whether my kid's gonna be a whack ass Twins video or not, nigga. Like, I need regular shit, nigga. I need paparazzi that not follow, you know me, if I want to get, you know, ice cream with my son. I need laws against motherfucking grown ass people. I need shit where it's like, if I see a picture of my kids, there's other kids and their face is blurred out, my kid's face not blurred out. Why is that, Chris? You know, so I got regular shit. I got my problems, and y'all want to sign up to look at my problems, and I get to talk to y'all and shit. Because if one therapist don't work for me either, I use all y'all motherfuckers as therapists. Maybe one comment y'all put up can help me. It makes it through sometimes too, don't it? I'll be like, boom. Yeah, let's go look at the comments, man.
All right, yo, Ye's he's finna look at your comments. They gonna start saying Ye was right about everything. Literally.
Jesus.
That's what they saying now, though. They say Ye not crazy. He's actually not crazy.
Preaching.
That's what they saying now. Preaching. Realest human since Jesus. Dropped down to 2. They love saying down to 2.
When can we drop down to 2?
Right now.
How do we do that?
Hit up 2 Laws. We can drop it.
Turn it up and make sure we got it.
Y'all want to hear down to 2?
Let's put it up.
All right, let me get my shit real quick.
By the way, the DSP still be like a slave ship.
We put it down to 2 up right now. It's done. It's been done.
Sometimes the comments make it through.
Nah, they don't know they hype. They click.
They're going crazy right now.
Nah, they going crazy because they keep asking about down to 2. And Urkel got the
here.
Let me get Urkel.
This is a church right here. We could use this to charge up the laptop.
Yo, y'all seeing this in real life?
Did they drop down to 2?
I'll show y'all. We got a laptop.
I'm getting Urkel on the phone. I could get 2 hours on the phone too if you need me. Or you could. I know you like.
This is all Spanish.
Let's get Urkel.
Is there a laptop charger? I don't know if y'all plugging this in or not. I'm just gonna unplug that.
We dropping albums, y'all. We got albums for y'all for lifetimes. So much music. Like if I'm being honest, you know what I'm saying? You know, get the files. I don't know what time it is where these guys are at. But right now, it is 12:46 p.m. What day?
6 a.m. in New York.
6 a.m. in New York. It's 3 a.m.
It's gotta be 7.
California. Hey, yo, where's my charger? All right. I know they want to hear security.
Yo, when Kiki, has he sent everybody the files on this roof? Yes or no?
I'm not sure.
They play it?
For instance, I talk about this a lot on. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that file you sent, right?
I'm gonna have to get my dogs in a little bit, chat.
And they gonna have some whole new, and I feel like it just keeps happening. The Earth can't die; it's just we die. And
yeah,
it's the Earth is like still here.
Yeah.
That's, you know, that's where the niggas always be acting like, please, man.
That's what I was.
Found
All right,
out
let me go get my
that
dogs.
The balance.
All right,
is the
I'm gonna get my
best.
dogs real
Now
quick.
watch. I just want to say, 30 more seconds thing. I wore a black KKK, or what we call the KKK outfit in America, not knowing that I would end up here in Spain on Easter Sunday, where they wear that.
Yeah, they do it. They do it as out of a tradition.
That is the tradition. So it's something that, and it's like there's something where God wanted this. Oh, not. This is our host. This is our host for this evening. It's evening where everybody is, you know, not everybody, but like half the people, it's evening for them.
More.
This is Digital Nas.
Hi, good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, so he's got to tell, make it natural, whatever you guys want to do. What you like to say?
So yeah, if I ever need,
James, would you come out here too? You already been in paparazzi photos. You might as well come out here.
So basically,
Yes,
you're the guy who fits.
Okay, yes.
You're the guy who fits his relationships.
That's not one. Go ahead,
No, it's
Yeah,
fine.
because
let him do it.
That's not our job. We try to help people justify to themselves and enjoy life. And this can be different reasons. Some have trauma, some have depression, anxieties throughout their life. They collected different things, and we give them the space, as you can see here, just for them to process, to reflect on what they have experienced so far and who they are today and where they want to be or where they want to go further in their life.
Oh yeah,
that's where we are.
It feels like that here. I love it. It's like, it feels like you just.
How do you feel here?
As soon as we landed, the air first off.
It's beautiful.
The air.
I'm Corey.
Just my friend Corey. And the air was amazing. That's what we first noticed. And then I noticed it was so secluded. And I'm like, oh, maybe this is a retreat. It was a retreat. It is. And then now I'm meeting the owner, and it's all clicking to me now. And unfortunately, I feel like this is maybe what I needed.
You know, I used to say everyone can benefit from a program like ours.
Now I got my first child on the way.
Okay.
Been dealing with a lot.
So you will need it very soon.
Oh, you think so?
I mean, I had 3 children. I've gone through it 3 times at least, it's a challenging time, but it's also the most exciting time.
Yeah, I've been dealing with so much, just stepping up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Most of my friends, you know, they dipped, you know, when they found out the girl was pregnant.
How do you feel?
I feel like the only kid, and like the only one of my group that was man enough to just stay and go through it with her. Like, I'm telling you, most of my friends don't.
Like, as soon as they had one?
No, as soon as they found out she's pregnant.
They have a child
out.
With theirs?
Yeah, but it wasn't theirs.
When's the baby due?
My baby is due in about 2.5 weeks.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, how exciting.
So it can be any time now.
Yeah.
You're still here. Wow.
Yeah, I've been with her the whole time, and she's at the same time she's like finishing up school. She goes to Parsons, so she's like finishing up fine art school, and yeah, I'm so happy she's about to graduate. You know, she's graduating right around the time the baby's due. So it's kind of like God is like really moving everything, and I started realizing, damn, I started realizing like I don't play a part in this. There's something spiritual behind it. Because how ironic is it that my baby's due, she's graduating, all these great things are happening in my life right now, all around that time. So I'm like, oh, there's another hand in life.
Just trust.
Trust, yeah.
Trust in the flow of your life.
It's like I don't only know God, I trust God. You know what I'm saying? At this point in my life, I trust God. It's not even like I know God. I trust Him. Like it's like if I go like this, God gonna catch me.
That's the feeling you can have towards life. The glass half full or half empty. Yeah. Embrace it with whatever it will bring. And that's where we are right now. Beautiful experience.
I would say that's where I'm at in life right now. That's what you said.
It's not anything. It's not so much what happens in our life. It's how we react to it.
Yeah, like literally, I landed here and none of my bags came. But you know what came? We know what came. The streaming setup in my Mac. In my.
So Abdul, tell that story you're telling me and my wife.
How's the audio picking up? Do we need a mic?
It's windy. And I don't want to tell the whole story,
but then you won't.
So you could tell my life story then.
Sure.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Yeah.
All right,
is it picking up?
Yeah, it's picking up.
All right. And they can hear everyone.
Yep.
Even though I put it. Can you say something real quick?
Yes.
Mic check. Mic check.
Yes. Hello.
Do you hear him?
It's a little quieter.
Yeah. I don't want to do. No problem.
Right over there?
Yeah. Better over there.
So y'all can stop.
Yeah, it's like it's a lot of people watching us right now, and like if you had to tell my chat or our chat, everybody.
One year to live, what would you be doing with it? That's
he asked you.
He asked that.
Oh, I'm about to say, damn, I asked you a piece.
You know, whatever.
Yeah, that's is helping companies build up. I mean it in a therapeutic way. So because it's really giving out the energy into the ground, connects you with nature and the earth.
Yeah, it's something about sitting on the ground. Yeah, definitely.
You know?
Yeah.
We have sometimes clients, they lie here on the grass and they watch the ants and the animals. You know, that's a mindful activity. How many do have the time just to sit and observe what is around us or be connected with grass?
I'm sorry, bro. It's like, really don't say it.
It's like
really don't say when Quinn Miller's in the club, it's like Lieutenant Dan. You see Forrest Gump, right? The movie Forrest Gump. So this our friend. Never mind.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, man, yeah, you went too far with that one. At least you can say that on stream, though. It's funny how you can say shit like that.
No, basically, this is like this is like worse than me talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce. It's in that territory. How bad is it? You might not want to be a co-sign, but what you can say is you're treating me. Yeah, I ain't not the one with the issue. You're the one with the issue. It's like, just so you're like in on like why the joke is like so, it's really bad. And that's what makes it really good. You guys don't have jokes like that?
I'm bad with jokes. I always thought, like, I was telling somebody this. Sometimes,
it's curiosity. I used to like to listen to Sunday service and that kind of music, and I really like
Yo, what's up? What's up? You on stream? All right. You want me to turn my camera on? Oh. Okay. All right. What's good? What's good? What's up? What's up?
We started the initial plan of said earlier, and we want to see it all happen in real time. But there's going to be tons of before, tons of after. But this is what the hot enough right now.
All right, let me hear it. Let me hear it. Hey, close your door, man.
Yeah.
Close your door real quick.
I don't even know the exact timestamp. Actually, I'll just find it off Twitter. But shit, I wanted to get some insight from you about the song. But let me play what he said. Because he talked about it. Yeah, where did he hold on, I'm gonna find it real quick. Chat, we just
I was watching the NFL draft, man.
Oh, for real? Now,
yeah, my boy Shador.
Oh, is he? Did he get drafted already?
I don't think so, man. I'm pretty nervous.
Yeah, yo, chat. Where was the timestamp to this? Because I definitely seen it. But actually, we watched a part of it earlier when he was like in the house, and he basically said that it was really difficult for him to kind of, at least at first, express that moment. And I'm wondering, like, forget all that. What was your experience even working with Ye? Even, you know, because you helped craft that song as well. And also, I didn't realize that the second half of the song is like literally almost like a cover of your song, 10 Perks.
Yeah, that shit's fire. Yeah, I wrote the cousin song. Yeah, I mean, the way that we would work is, you know, I was working with him when he was in LA, his warehouse. And then when he, you know, left the country, you know, we would call each other like at least multiple times a day, talk for several hours, and that's where I would get the ideas for songs. You know, he would just tell me stuff that he was going through and stuff that he had went through. But the cousin song specifically, he told me about the cousin situation in person, and
now if you don't mind, because so someone asked you, like, just to flush it out a little bit more, because I'm wondering. No, it's not even what you think I'm gonna ask. Just because I'm wondering, that's such a difficult thing to put into a song. Like, do you take that into like perspective? Like, if he's telling you, like, okay, the tone of it could be like this, or I could make it a little bit edgy, because like that's a really difficult subject, right? To really even like put to music.
I mean, shit. The way that I went about it was, you know, he first told me the situation, because this is when we were beginning to start to work with each other. And he was like, I feel as if, you know, you're going to write this album, you need to know more about me. So he's telling me things about him. And the cousin thing was just one of the things that he told me. And then after there was some time that passed, then he called me and he said that he wanted me to make a song about it, about the cousin situation. And he said, his words exactly were, "We need to face this cousin thing head on." No pun intended. That was pretty funny. I laughed. That was hilarious.
Yo, you like that dark humor shit, don't you? You say you gotta face that shit head on, Paul.
That shit was funny.
And then okay, so
That
how do
shit
you
was pretty funny.
so how do you even like kind of start? Because I mean, like, I could imagine ever since he told you, like, you're like, all right, super difficult thing to really like even wrap your mind around. I guess I don't know if I should say pause, but how do you even start to make this?
Well, he had told me about it, and then I was kind of like procrastinating and working on other songs that he wanted me to do. And then, he kept on, saying like, yo, the cousin song. And then finally, he was just like, hey man, like I really need this song. And I'm like, okay. So it took me I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I was sitting in my living room and I started making the song. And my friend Jesse kept coming out of his room like, yo, what the fuck are you in here saying, man? What's going on? I'm like, hey, nigga, listen, man, I'm just fucking, I'm I'm trying to make this song, man.
Wait. At that point, like, because you are someone who's not only a great artist, but you're good at embodying records for other people. Like, are you feeling like, hey, listen, I'm like a vessel. Pause. Like I'm trying to convey these thoughts in a really melodic, artistic way, right?
Yeah, the most important thing to me, when making this album was, to get his story, and when I'm making these songs for him, I'm becoming him. It's like I'm a method actor. I'm becoming Kanye West. I'm becoming, or Ye, my bad, sorry. Becoming Ye. And so that's what I was trying to do whenever I'm making these songs for him, thinking about his mindset and what he was going through at the time. So shit, man, method acting is what I call it.
So when your guy comes out of the room and says, what the fuck are you doing? And you tell him, does he could get it or no?
I say, hey, nigga, I'm out here giving my cousins bed. No, I'm fucking around. But no, I'm just like, hey, man, like.
Did you ever go to the hub for some inspiration to kind of like let me get a visual type of.
See, now you're fucking around, man. Like, no, I didn't do that. See, you on some bullshit. No, man, it was just like, it was simple as he already told me the story, so I just got to put it down. And I finally just I was, procrastinating it because, I was just, I didn't really know how to approach it. But one day I'm just like, fuck it. Like, let me just do it. And I just did it. It took me about 20 minutes to make the song. And then after I made it, I stood up and I was like walking around my living room, just looking at my computer. Like, man, this shit is going to be like, this is going to be some real different shit. Like, people are going to react to this in a way that I'm not too sure how they're going to react to it at first. But then once I like kept playing it, I'm like, nah, this is like painting a real vivid picture and people are going to like love this shit.
Did you?
And I was just like walking around my living room, listening to it, looking at the computer, like, bro, like I just fucking, like I just created some crazy ass shit.
Did you think he was gonna put it out? Because
yeah. I did because he kept asking me for it. So I'm like, I know for sure that he's gonna put this out. And plus, like, I mean, shit, some of the other songs that we got on the album are songs that people are going to react to in a different way as well. So I'm like, this is on brand for what the album is.
Okay, so I don't know if you can share, but if you can, I think we're interested in this. So in terms of all the songs we've heard, have you co-written pretty much all of them, like added to the creative process? Like obviously, World War III, Bianca, Cousins. Clearly, you have. the other songs which haven't came out yet. And by the way, damn, I feel like I want to just answer those questions. Then I have a couple follow up ones.
Yeah, I wrote it. Yeah.
But okay. So all three of those you help, right? And then what about the other songs on the album? And did the track list change?
I'm not too sure about the track list. I'm not too sure about that, but I do know that the songs that you guys hear from the album, I wrote all that shit. Then I will say, like, maybe there'll be like a couple of lines that like Ye will, go in and add or remove. But yeah, I wrote all this shit.
So are all of those songs kind of, because I remember seeing, was Cousin on the original list? Because I'm looking at it now. I see Cosby. I see Freedom. I see is that Dirty Magazines? Is Dirty Magazines Cousins?
No, that's a completely different record. There, and like we've gone through and we've added some stuff, and that's what I'm saying. Like that original track list, I'm not too sure if that. I don't think that's like the final track list. Because the Cousin song at that time wasn't made. So yeah, we've gone through and we've added some and stuff like that, but I'm not even too sure what the final track list is. I know that what the songs are that we made, and I think we're just going through and picking through the songs that we made.
What the heck is Jared about?
Shit, man, you're gonna have to hear it.
Now, you know what was interesting? This was interesting and funny when Ye got his Twitter locked and he hit you, and then you responded to him. You said, "What about the album?" And he said, "Yo, this is more important than the album." And I said, "Yo, Dave Blunt's got to be going through it. Imagine trying to get some great work done." And my man says, "Yo, my Twitter account being locked is way more important." Yo.
It's moments like that I'm not an impatient person. Like, I know this album is going to come out and it's going to be a classic and people are going to love it. So it's moments like that that's just funny to me. You know what I'm saying? I just thought that was funny. He just wanted me to let people know that his Twitter was banned temporarily. So we were coming up with that funny idea on the phone. Like that shit was just all like funny.
So wait, and I'm wondering how you feel about this. Like, for example, I do like I like the World. By the way, I really like the first two records, World War III and Bianca. I love those records. Can't find them on DSPs. You can find them on YouTube, or you can find World War III on YouTube. But it's really hard as a fan to find these records.
Okay, well, Bianca is not out yet. That's not out. But World War III, that shit's out. You can find that on DS. I use Apple Music. I bump that shit on Apple Music all the time. It's on Apple Music. It's on YouTube. I believe it's on Spotify, but who knows? But yeah, that's out. And then the Cousin song is out. Those are the only two songs that are officially out.
Wait, is the Ye profile Kanye? So the Ye profile on DSP?
Yeah, it's like YE. Yeah, that's him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Cousins is out too then. Yeah, Cousins came out yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh. So yeah, what's the thinking behind this new profile? Is it just because of the name change?
I really don't want to like speak for him, but I think he changed his name, so he wants his music to be released under his name. I believe so. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, Ye.
Okay. Yeah, my dogs are going crazy. I don't know what the fuck going on with them. Anyway, all right. So, yes, because I was kind of confused about like the release strategy. I'm like, how are they like kind of putting out these records? How like is it gonna be a time when the album drops? Because remember when he had told me and he was like, "Yo, Ak announced it. I'm dropping tomorrow," and I was just like, "Really?" And then he like sent me like the cover art, and I was like, maybe he is dropping, but then didn't drop. Whatever happened with that? And like, do you talk to him about release dates? Do you talk to him about like a rollout? And I mean, I guess it's kind of like a rollout, if you want to call it that.
Well, hey man, it's like, listen, I'm all about the best product. So if we set a release date and then we we realize that, oh, it's not done yet, well, then we're just going to keep working on it. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm not too sure, when the album is going to come out or when it's going to be done. I know it's going to come out. I know it's going to come out soon. But do I know the exact date? No. Do I worry about the exact date? Not really, because it's all about the best product. You know what I'm saying? And Ye is a perfectionist. He just wants everything to be perfect and to his liking. And so I do know that right now, everybody, the whole team is like working and tirelessly to try to, get this thing done and out to the people.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I've been fucking juggling a bunch of shit while working on this album. It's been working on this album. It's been pretty stressful, but it's been so rewarding and so fulfilling. And I just feel honored that he wants me to be a part of it in any way, shape, or form, and that he trusted me to tell his story.
Yeah, so on the stream today, he compared you to like Virgil, and he said you guys are like architects, and what he said was that what you guys are good at is like he'll have his ideas, he'll spew out a bunch of ideas, and you'll almost rearrange them in in the order that's like the best, or like you'll consolidate them or whatever it is, and is that kind of how the work process is between y'all?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he'll call me and tell me a bunch of things, and just kind of vent, and it's almost like a therapy session, and then I'll use that and I'll make songs out of what he told me. The things that I can tell that are really on his mind the most. And then, I'll make songs out of that. And, I didn't hear him say that thing about Virgil. I didn't hear him say that. Damn, that's pretty crazy. One thing he did tell me is that he said there's only... I don't think I can say that. But...
Nah, you can't.
Nah, I can't say that.
Nah. Hey, you know what's interesting? So he had called me and he had told me to say like this is what I'm like that Bianca song was hitting for me. I was like he told me that like it felt like we probably heard the story the same way because he told me like the story like of what was going on. I don't know if it was in the moment of it going on, but like the song kind of captured like every essence of what he was going through. And I was saying, I was like, yo, Kanye's making music that's like really real to what he's really going through now. I don't know if that's ever. I'm not saying like his music wasn't true to what he was going through early on in his career, but like right now it feels like you're doing a good job of completely translating his experiences into music that matters. And it's
that shit. When I made that song, that shit happened in real time. Like as that shit was going on, I remember I called my producers to my house. And we were fucking staying up late and playing fucking Nintendo Switch, like Mario Party and shit, and working on the album. We're like, we're gonna finish it because at that point we thought we only had like 3 more songs to do, and so I'm like, we're gonna knock this shit out. We're gonna stay up until we finish it. So I finished the 3 songs and I send them to him. And as I'm finishing them, I'm sending it to him. He's like, this shit's fire. This is amazing. I love it. And then we get the 3 songs done, and then he calls me. Tells me about that situation, and then I'm like, well, I gotta make a song about this. And so then I made the song and I sent it to him, and he loved it.
Yeah, no, I'm watching again. It feels very honest to like what his mindset is right now and the things that matter to him. Hey, by the way, so are you helping, obviously co-write and everything, but what about like production? Because I'm not gonna lie, the production for World War III is fucking amazing. And like, who's picking the samples? Like, who's doing that?
I don't know. I don't know how to make beats. I don't know how to do that.
Oh, okay. So you're
just know how to sing. And you said what?
So like you're getting the beat and you're kind of like just starting to craft the song, coming up with an idea, melodies type stuff, right?
Yeah, like I get the beat and I make a song. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I was wondering how like I'm wondering if you'll be like, no, I think you should drop the drums down here. No. I'm gonna do a fucking bridge right here. So just drop this out, bring in 808s here, cut in a sample here, because I know that's his like really expertise. But I was wondering if like you were kind of like also in that lane as well.
Nah, I don't know how to do all that shit. Like, I mean, it's kind of easy to tell, like, oh, it'd be cool if there were drums here, but I don't know how to do all that. I just be singing for real. So,
how do you just pause all your work, and how do you even feel about, like, for example, like a lot of people listen to that Cousin song, like I was one of them, like we're like, damn, yo, that second half of the song was fucking dope. And, you know, obviously I could catch it later to realize that, oh shit, you have an original song that kind of, you know, uses, you know, those melodies and some of those lyrics. This is sometimes a songwriter's dilemma. Do you feel like you're giving up some of your art to help him create his, or do you feel like you're able to stretch yourself, you know, thin enough where you could do things for Ye, but also have like this really original work you're proud of for yourself as well?
Well, the thing is like I had already finished my album. My album just dropped last week, and so my album has been finished. I wasn't really working on another album. I make music every day just for fun. Like, this is my hobby. I don't have any other hobbies besides making music. That's what I love to do. And occasionally tricking on a bitch, but but yeah, those are like my two hobbies. So when it came to
do the Shannon Sharpe, man. Shannon Sharpe was doing $25K a cheek. No.
Oh man, damn.
Yo, are the publishing checks hitting yet?
When it comes to working with, you know, Ye, I didn't feel like I was stretching myself thin. And then also because it's like with my album, I'm telling my story. You know, I'm a story based. You know, my albums are always very story based. And so when I'm working on his album, I'm telling his story. So it's just storytelling to me. It's like I'm writing a book or some shit, you know? I'll never be able to. It's not like I'm giving him all of me. It's like I'm becoming him. You know what I'm saying? It's method acting.
Yeah.
I'm becoming Ye when I'm making these songs. So when I go back to making my shit, I'm becoming myself. And then when I heard the 10 Perks shit, man, I was nothing but happy, because it's just like hearing him say my lyrics to my song. That shit was fire. I'm like, hell yeah.
Did you tell him to do that, or did he just kind of surprise you?
No, he had told me that he wanted to like sample it, and I was like, okay, hell yeah, that shit'll be fire, because that does nothing but A, like it sounds good, and then B, it also brings attention to my song as well. You know what I'm saying? It does nothing but help. Like, I've been looking at the fucking comments on YouTube for the 10 Perks. People are like, oh shit, Ye brought me here. Ye brought me. I'm like, hell yeah. So it does nothing but help to me.
Yeah, that's a win-win. Are you excited for whenever these publishing checks about to start hitting, brother? I know it's gonna be good. I know that's why you're telling me, man, hurry up and drop the album, man. I need I gotta see what these publishing checks is looking like.
I already got paid, man. I'm chilling.
Oh, okay. Shit. Would you I don't know if Ye's necessarily like signing artists, but would you do some type of, you know, music situation with them, even if it's like, I don't know, like maybe a one-off for like maybe a joint project or something like that? Would you consider that? And I don't know if he's into anything like that, but would you consider if he was like, yo, listen, I want to sign you as like a writer, or I want to sign you as an artist? I know you already have your own situations, but basically just kind of work with you and do more business with you in a bigger capacity.
Of course. Hell yeah. Yes. That would be fire. And you know, who knows? Maybe that's already in the works, or I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta wait to see what happens. But yeah, that would be fire. Hell yeah. And also, my next album, you know, me and him he's gonna be doing my whole next album, as far as like production wise and shit. So
just make sure you don't get on his bad side, because the game thought he was gonna do his album, and then he said, "Fuck that." Okay, just make sure.
Hey man, I'm never gonna speak bad against Ye. and not on like no dick riding shit. But it's just like there's just one nigga who I've met who's kept his word. Everything he said he was gonna do, he did. I've never met no nigga. My own father didn't keep his word. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
I've never met no nigga besides my nigga Jesse Jones that kept his word and did everything that he said he was gonna do. So, yeah, that's where my loyalty lies, and a nigga who keeps his word.
Listen, and I think people took my comment, which was a joke. Have you gotten people trying to troll you about the cousin song or not? Like, yo, bro.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
You
But
ever,
it's
go ahead.
Of course I have. I mean, shit, nigga, you hear the fucking song, like, that's what I fully expected, but I don't give a fuck. Like, of course, you know, that bitch ass nigga Can had something to say, but, you know, Can fell the fuck off and nobody really cares. His music is dog shit and, like, he's like a PDF, so who really cares about what a PDF has to say about anything?
Yo, you and that guy are still into it, man. Holy shit. Hey, he's in have you gone to Japan? Like, are you planning to meet him overseas, or you're like, yo, bro, whenever you get back here, we're gonna lock back in again?
I don't
obviously
man,
you guys do stuff
I have
remotely.
I have like a fear of flying. So I don't know. Maybe I do it, but you know, he invited me, of course, and I'm just like, man. And plus, I'm getting ready to go on tour. Like, I leave Sunday to go on my tour. So, yeah, I'm about to go on tour. So I couldn't really go to Japan or Spain or, you know, I'm about to go on tour, man.
Are you gonna still be able to like work on records while you're on tour?
Of course, yeah. I take my, you know, equipment with me everywhere. So yeah, I'm gonna still work on shit. And yeah.
When you come to New York?
I'm gonna be in Brooklyn like May 5th, I think. Yeah, May 5th.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, I'll pull up.
Hell yeah, you gotta come to the show. Hey, you gotta be ready. You gotta be prepared. Or no, not May 5th, May 8th. My bad. May 8th. But listen, you gotta be prepared to catch me if I crowd surf.
I won't be in that crowd, brother.
Oh,
good. Hey, if you crowd surf though, listen, I'll come through and I'll do an IRL stream at your show, and we might break a Guinness Book World Record because if you crowd surf, I think it's gonna be history.
It will be. I'm going to crowd surf. It's gonna happen.
I want to be there to see it.
I'm gonna do it. Hell yeah, man! May 8th. Let me know. I'll put you on the fucking list.
I'm gonna be there. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. May 8th. Chat, remind me that I'm gonna go to this Dave Blunt's concert. I want to see how it's looking. I want to see if he's, you know what I mean, if the people part like the Red Sea and he falls to the floor, or you never know, man. It might be one of those moments where we witness history. Yo, Dave, listen, I was really getting off stream, and I just wanted to holler at you real quick. I do want to tap in with you. If you're coming to 8th for real, like I want to pull up to the concert and we could like really vibe in person. You get what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, bro, on some cousin shit. Hell yeah.
Nah, hold on. Now some cousin shit.
Okay,
Hold
all right, my bad. My bad. So, my bad. Sorry.
Yo, people,
all right, man.
Dave Blunts, man. Yo, thank you. I'm glad you're mad regular and humble and you really like you come on here, no ego, just come chop it up with us, and I appreciate you, my brother.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
salute to the chat niggas.
Of course, man. Hopefully, I can see you like 2 weeks from now, and then we'll vibe out. All right, my brother.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right, brother. Peace. That was Dave Blunts, people. Definitely a friend to the stream. It's kind of cool, huh? Yo, chat. I think we might call it now, man. We've been on for 7 hours. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. This is some cousin shit. I appreciate y'all so much. You guys should know that we are at day 9. We're rolling into day 10 strong. I feel, I'm going to be honest with you, these last 9 days, I know one day we were kind of like really late or whatever, but it's kind of gotten me to kind of structure shit around what really matters, which is you guys, the stream, and I appreciate you guys. I appreciate your effort and your time, and you guys also consistently inspiring me to keep streaming and keep up the consistency. You know, having a consistent rhythm actually does help your life, and it could be whatever. It's about discipline, right? It could be you working out every day, you walking a mile every day, whatever the case is. Once again, chat, just a reminder, before I get off of here, please, you guys head to Ticketmasters. Make sure you is it Ticketmaster? Yeah, Ticketmaster. Right? Head to Ticketmasters. Type in DJ Academics. Make sure you guys go cop some tickets for my birthday. It's not really a comedy show. It's like this variety show. But just make sure you guys are in that building in New York City, Gramercy Theater, May 15th. That is when we will celebrate. The chat will be in the building. Everybody will be in the building. Hopefully bring some special guests out. Shit, it'll be dope if Dave Blunts is going to be around. Maybe I could get him to stay in New York. Pop out for the show. That'd be cool, right? Ooh, that'd be nice. Anyway, chat, I do hope to see you guys tomorrow. We're going to continue the streak. Again, please go cop a ticket to the show before they're all gone. I hope you guys, hold on, let me make sure I read donations and all of that. Yo, chat, we really on like day 9, yo. This is crazy. Day 9 of 30. Okay. Shout out to my people on Rumble, by the way. Shout out to my people on Meta. Of course, on the Academy HQ. And, of course, on King Academics. Okay, we did have some donations. Let me make sure I read them before I get off here. Sarah May, thank you for becoming a member. 3 months in the chat gang. Love you. Elijah Martin, what up? Said 2. Thank you for the 2. It says, oh, do I think Durk will make bond? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they're going to dismiss that superseding indictment, nor do I think they're going to give him bond, right? I think they're going to say he has too much resources. It's just too many things, even if they're like, no, he wasn't trying to flee. He wasn't trying to run. Somebody says, Wayne looking crazy at the draft. Number 1 pick is Cam Ward. Oh, these guys are still going, right? Oh, DJ Ghost. Is that DJ Ghost? That big DJ Ghost in the building? Oh, shit. What boy DJ Ghost with a big $100. That's the man right there. Hold on, let me go read his donation. Got to show some love to the homie, man. If you guys don't know, DJ Ghost has been a big supporter of us, and we've supported him likewise. He's, I've always said I watch his content. I like his perspective, and I bigged him up from early on because he was always his self. There's a time where I felt like a lot of people were like, yo, you got to be act. That's the formula. And I was trying to tell people because I was feeling a lot of pressure. I'm like, I can't be everybody. And there were street dudes and people who had those different opinions about whatever. It could be anything that would be looking to me to represent their point of view. And I was just like, listen, there's a lot of creators on YouTube. Like, you guys should find someone who kind of represents your humor, your persona, your POV. And, I always recommended Ghost. I think Ghost has been really a cool creator and one of the best that, reacted, and of course, is content creation in general. So salute to my man Ghost. Thank you, Ghost. Appreciate you. Mose, he says, yo, next topic, Livingston. Jesus Christ. Wait, what's up with my government your name in your mouth, bro? Pause. Mose. Oh, he donated twice. Damn, you were tired of the A shit. Victor Abote. What up, bro? Says Digital Nas, W yes man. You know the funny thing about Digital Nas? Yo, there's a point where he said something. He's like, yeah, man, I don't know what happened to Yachty, man. And then Ye gives Yachty a compliment, and he's like, yo, Yachty dope, yeah. Like you can tell he's like, yo, he knows, his job is to amp Ye up, and I think he would admit that. Like his job ain't really there to do like just amp Ye up. You know what I mean? Ye gonna be Ye. That's why I wouldn't be mad at him. You know what I mean? Like, this is what it is. The Omens Den says, bro, need one good friend to tell him shut the fuck up. How you think that would work out? Valkyrie Rush says, yay, Cousins is on Apple Music. Yeah, I can see it's on Spotify as well. Speaker says, no, doesn't mean no. What? He said this is, he's talking about the woman saying it to Shannon Sharpe. So this is clearly a 3 or 4 with a safe word. So every interaction they have will sound wild. So you're saying they have like a pineapple's word, right? Somebody says, D7 says, they talked about how you press niggas on JVP. Wait, what? Wait, what they say on JVP? Somebody says, real shit though. There are some extremely freaky girls that like being treated crazy out of bed. that are into CNC. What's CNC? CNC? What's that? Not saying it was Gabby, but it gets sketchy because that'll always look crazy to others. Now, I got this video that was just sent to me, chat. I can't play it for obvious reasons. It's a pornographic video, but it's a video from her OnlyFans. I ain't gonna, nigga, she's on her OnlyFans rubbing the clit, all of that shit. I ain't gonna lie. So somebody sent a video is from her OnlyFans. I won't even play it because I don't want y'all hear her moaning and nothing like that. But it's a recording from December 11, 2023. It's an old OnlyFans recording. She actually starts out the video by saying that she wants to get slapped, okay, across the face. Hold on, let me see if maybe I could play it. Like, I'll just, the voice, but if she's like, she naked in the video, so I'm not playing the video. But if she's not fucking moaning, oh, never mind, finger on the pussy. Yeah, I can't. I don't think I can't play it. Fuck. Well, it's audio, but I don't try to hear no fucking moans. Hold on. What was it? All right, hold on. Okay, yeah, I can't play that. But basically, the transcript I got was that, yo, she literally says in a video, yo, slap me across the face, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes I'm a bad little slut. You just got to punish me. And again, not saying that means everything in her life that one thing dictates, but maybe that was something that she frequently said in the bedroom that maybe Shannon thought was common or normal place for him to say to her outside of the bedroom, like, yo, you know I'll stuff my dick in your mouth in public too, right? Or, I guess we were talking about choking. Again, I don't want to make a decision or opinion on it here or there, but Shorty was somebody said, act, play it back. Nah, nigga. Yo, y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. Okay. Let me keep reading these donations. Water tastes yucky. Thank you for 5. It says all this on NFL draft day. Damn. Speaker also says start treating these 304s like community service or behind the scenes project. Document everything. Film dated consent videos. Make him sign a timesheet and record every sexual encounter. Chat. If you ever, these days in every room. So I did obviously when I bought the house. The very first thing I did was get security cameras. Right. At the time when I got security cameras, I never knew you could put cameras in rooms. So I didn't have cameras in rooms because I thought that would be like maybe illegal if I have guests over. Then, obviously I have lawyers and everything. They're like, no, you could have cameras in anywhere in your house as long as the use of the footage is not meant to be exploited. Like if you just have it on a CCTV or whatever the case is, it's your house. You could do that. You get what I'm saying? So after that, in every room, there's 2 cameras in every room. Like, and I tell my guests too. Like, if my guests come in, obviously, it's cameras in every room but my mom's room because my mom has a room here whenever she comes. Nobody needs to be looking at my mom's room, not even me. Okay, so that's the only cameraless room, my mama's room. But every other room, and I tell them, the cameras for the rooms, because I have like mad monitors, those aren't on a monitor, so it's not like you could do some peeping Tom bullshit, but I tell everybody, every sound, everything is documented in my house, and everything is recorded. I tell everybody right as you come in. Now, I also tell people, or I'll kick people out. I'm like, yo, for example, like I have ceiling cameras, then I have cameras that are like on desks and shit. I tell people, I'm like, if you ever turn my camera off, even if it's a secondary camera, just leave. Like, everything in here got to be documented. Everything. Just leave. Just get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, because being at my house, I need everything recorded for my safety and yours. That's my thing now. You know what I'm saying? The Omens Den says, them femboys mobiles ain't safe. What? Prayers up to him. Tank says, boy, Shaq trying to catch his 5th hat off of you. Shaq got 4 hats? Somebody said Shaq gonna make you work for life at Icy Hot. Oh no. Somebody said speak about Dodie 6 crashing out on Kendrick. Okay, remind me tomorrow to do that. Pine Soul Lemon Send, thank you for the tube. Says Shaq. Last month, Matt Barnes' call leaked. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. The Omens then says Tory should have gotten a stand and said no amount of short jokes can make me angry if I'm hitting you and your friend. Seriously, don't add up. So I guess you're agreeing that maybe you should have took the stand. Again, I'm not saying, not a lot of people take the stand, but I'm wondering if in 2020 hindsight, you're like, shit, I probably should have. But then I keep hearing this element of this street shit where it's like, nah, you come from the streets, you don't take the stand. And I'm like, bro, you know what I mean? Hold on. All right, yo, Grand, were you trying to get my attention? Oh, Boosie responded to Ye? That's hilarious. My bad, chat. They're sending me Boosie's response to Ye. You know when Ye says, yo, Boosie probably smells poor? So Ye was like, yo. Boosie was like, yo, bro, chill. I think he's not trying to diss Ye. Okay, I'll just post that to the gram. All right. Cool. Sorry, we still got a couple more to go. K-Ray, thank you for the 2. It says, Ak, you told me to email you. Graphic designer in New York City hit me up. Did you hit me on the Academics TV joint or the Academics music joint? Indigo 763 says, Ak, I'm going to buy a ticket. I'm coming from VA. I got to see you. Indigo, I got to see you. Come on, let's link up. Yo, if you guys are coming from a different state, please, I want to make this worthwhile for you guys. I'm trying to, at least have at least a couple minutes or a couple second conversation with you guys, or at least the very minimum, a quick pick or something like that. And I know we do have meet and greets and they're sold out, but I do want to, I appreciate anybody who's traveling across state lines to come see me. Trust me, that means the world to me, honestly, right? So remind me, we're doing Dodie 6 tomorrow with the Kendrick stuff. Just remind me, all right? Kendrick Super Bowl Gene says I'll be remembered in history forever. Q Steady, thank you from Louisiana, Kentucky. Green Earth says, yo, Ak, could you check out the Ace Dipson Come Up? The song is straight fire. Remind me tomorrow. We'll try to do it, okay? Let me get back to King Academics and read donations over there. Shout out to DJ Ghost one more time. Appreciate you for the big hundo. Here we go. We gave 7 hours today. I like that. That was good. Okay. Adidas gang. Thank you for the 3 Canadian. It says, yo, you're always welcome in the 6. We wait and act. Yo, I'm coming there for Caravana. And I'm also, I have this thought, hopefully this live show goes well for us. I want to do one more live show possible too. And these are the cities I'm throwing around. I'm thinking in December, going to maybe like Miami, Atlanta, or Houston. Right? So I would do another event in like December, Miami, Atlanta, or Houston. For Canada, like years ago, I went to the reading room down there, like close by the CN Tower or whatever. And I was going to probably see if I could go there again. And I know I'm definitely want to go. I'm going for, what do you call it again? Caravana. So maybe I do something in Canada too, something in Toronto. But as far as live show, that's what I'm thinking. And then next year, if we have a decent year, but shit always happens, we could then plan to go to the UK again, right? Because I went to the UK not last year, but the year before. When did I go to the UK? But we would go back to the UK, and then I could possibly see about maybe another country that maybe we got some people that, at a certain point, and if you wonder why I'm trying to do shows, right? Because I don't think live streamers do shows. It's more like podcasters that do shows. At some point, we got to all connect. You get what I'm saying? Like, we have such a great and huge movement online. We have to continue to elevate in this. And in elevating, it's always about connecting, right? So that's one of those things. I want to make this movement of this chat nigga shit like real. Like it's not just some internet shit. Like I want to be able to see you guys, touch you guys, be able to like pause on the touch, be able to laugh with you guys and also make you laugh in person, right? Cool. Luigi, he says, prayers up for Elijah Arenas. He was involved in a bad car accident in L.A. He's an upcoming basketball player instead of Gilbert Arenas. We did mention that earlier. It looks like the latest update on it is that he's supposed to have a full recovery, but they put him in they induced a coma because he had smoke inhalation issues. Okay? Muhammad Ali, thank you for the 5. It says, yo, I'm flying in from Minnesota. MN is Minnesota, right? We got to chop it up, my man, and enjoy the show. Appreciate you. I can't wait to see you, brother. Can't wait to see you. Make sure, we take a picture of something, right? Lady Shad says, he crowd surf? Oh, my God. He's going to see the sky. You don't think he could crowd surf? Yo, it would be dope if we did an IRL, right? Yeah, and that would be in our 30-day thing, too. Okay, great. Somebody says, Snow Bunny Slayer, the Grand Heist. He says, I'm checking in. Yo, Grand Heist, you heard what Dr. Umar said. No more bunny hopping, at least for like a couple months, bro. At least to the end of the summer, okay? BMC Biggs, he says, Ye's on one. BMC Biggs says, why is Unc on so early? I promised y'all an early stream for a while, so like we finally got one in, right? You guys tell me what you enjoy more, the later streams, the early streams. Maybe you guys want me to stream at like 5 p.m. That'll take us to midnight. I don't know. Mario Rodriguez, thank you for the 5. He says, I literally used to have a tweaker friend that acted just like this. For those who don't know what's going on here, it's sad. Ye's gone. What do you say a tweaker friend? Like, nobody thinks Ye's on drugs. So, like, when I hear tweaker, I'm thinking someone who's drugged out. If Ye's not taking drugs, why do you think, if you think his actions is tweaker-ish, do you think that's just his personality? Do you think, like, he got laced with something before? Like, it feels like that's just Ye, right? But it sounds like you're trying to act like he got some Kodak vibes. It's Juju says, how tall is like Youngboy? Youngboy's like 5'11". Like Youngboy looks like he's like 6'2", but like he's not, like he's 5'11". Like, yeah, he's like 5'11", but he looks so skinny and his legs look so long, he looks like he's 6'3", honestly, but he's not. Why'd you want to know his height? I think you could Google it. Najee Springs, he says, we gon' forever love Ye. Nicole Harris, she says, Google Fox. He had the same thing happen there. He settled. 2 to 3 women have now come forward. Race plays the issue. She can't even buy liquor. Nicole Harris, look at you. You're looking all good in your little... All right, let me not get Shannon Sharpe. Yo, that's my new thing, bro. Yo, I'm trying to get married now, bro. I'm trying to get married. Listen, yo, it's too treacherous in these streets, man. Yo, I was swearing off marriage till I realized only the niggas that are still trying to play the game, the older you get, are getting caught up. I'm about to just check the fuck out. But anyway, look at Nicole Harris. If that's you, you look like a beautiful melanated queen. Salute to you. When you say Google Fox, you're talking about Jamie Foxx? Jamie Foxx had some race play stuff with some women? I don't remember that. Anyway, Ninebreaker, thank you for 5. It says, he's winning this easily, She's an idiot for passing the 10 mil. Shannon and 5. I do think she should have took the 10 mil. That's why I kept saying, if you used to ask him for some of these things, like, yes, like she does got some stuff that makes him look horrible, but why chance it if he's giving you $10 million? Somebody said, do you think Gabby's going to watch the draft tonight? Nigga, she might be there. Somebody said, Jane Ho's at it again. Counselor at large, what up with you? Check and report. What up, brother? Says, how does this impact LeBron's legacy? I want to see if LeBron gonna be fake or phony. You think if LeBron sees if LeBron sees Shannon at the next Laker game, does he dap him up like they longtime cousins, or does he curve him because he's like, yo, I got to keep my image? We got to see if LeBron phony too. Positive Q, thank you for the membership. And by the way, it says, hey, he offered the money because he didn't want everything that he engaged in with her to come out. This is a full setup. She doesn't give a shit about him. Well, clearly she doesn't give a shit about him now. But yeah, there's a possibility he offered the money just to keep things on the wraps. Joe Music 931 says Ray J was having diddler flashbacks. Yeah, Ray J's been kind of left, right, center. He said he wanted to stream, then he's kind of all over the place, man. Like, Ray, we love you, but calm it down. What happened to Tronics Network? I am from VMore, VRmore? Or Fervmore? Kanye West says the KKK started with the blacks. Did he say that? Gail Star, thank you for the 50. I appreciate you so much. And by the way, you're a member. I appreciate everything you've contributed. It says, Spain is a predominantly white country and one of the largest in Europe. Claims that Spaniards are not white may upset Dominicans who have historically denied their blackness, influenced by Spain's role in the discovery of North America. Yeah, that's definitely some within the Latin or Hispanic, or if you want to call it Spanish diaspora. That is a conversation, right? Drain Master, thank you for the 10. Say, yo, chat, this story on Shannon is and has not been on any news channel, only YouTube and TMZ. This is a ritual for old boy joining the 100 Mil Club. Miles Corner says, Shaq sent Gabby to Shannon. Shaq might be the ultimate villain. Rob Lowe, thank you for the 10. Say, yo, fuck Unc. He been talking crazy about my Knicks. Damn! Yo, that's how you feel? He said, fuck Unc. He been talking crazy about my Knicks. I hope that Snow Bunny puts his pockets on E. Gail Star, thank you again. He says, why are people accusing Shaq for this? What did I miss, Ak? I think you're a better friend on the platform than all these fake friends in Shannon Corner. After all this shit that's done, I think you and Shannon would be cool. Yeah, I don't got a problem with Shannon. You know what I mean? Somebody says, Drain Master says, I want the chat to know Shaq is behind these. All the Smoke podcast said Shaq was calling around for info. This is a ritual moving into the 100 Mil Club. Tanya Vicente, we're going to do that tomorrow. Thank you for the 5 Canadian, though. It says, could you please go over the LA rapper Dodie 6 calling out Kendrick for being homeless after the GNX feature, please. We're going to do that tomorrow. Please remind me, okay? That and a few other topics I think we didn't get to. We still haven't talked about the Uzi thing. Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. John Reck, read your super chat, bro. Bro, the song is Aha. Nigga, what are you talking about? It said the song is Aha. You reacted to it before. Oh. Well, anyway. All right, people. Thank you guys so much for today. 7 hours, 43 minutes. You know what I like about day streams? And by the way, you know what I also like about me running out of alcohol? Usually when I stream at night, when I get off, I'm so drunk. Like right now, I'm actually alert. I'm up. I'm not drunk. I don't have to take an immediate nap. I'm kind of good. I don't know. If I don't have anything else to do for the night, I don't have any friends but y'all, so, and I don't got nothing to do. Any women I knew are out chasing other guys, so I'm bored and lonely. You know what I might do? I might go to the gym. I got my gym down there. I'm gonna go to the gym. Try to get buff like Shannon Sharpe, man. Nah, I'm playing. All right, chat. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. All right, I love y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow. Don't know what time yet, but if I can, let's try to make this daytime stream